someone sees on a daily basis. That brings me to a story of working in the bank, right? So when you're a teller, you could see how much money someone has in their account. Imagine if you just knew a little bit about a computer system and how your network works. If I worked at a real big bank, maybe I could take 2 cents from every account at the end of every month and put it into a non-disclosed account. And you know, it's so much, it's so little in cents, it doesn't really show up on someone's radar as far as, hey, I'm missing 2 cents. But when you're talking about working at a Bank of America and you got millions of accounts that you could just probably take 2 cents from, then you can imagine how quick that could add up over time. And so those are insider threats. And you don't really know that they exist until it may be too late. You know, if you start to really kind of, if you're doing an audit and you see like, whoa, you know what I'm saying, this person over here has gained uh a credit of 2 cents from so many different transactions every month. Every end of the month this transaction happens, then that probably, you know, can expose that type of attack. But you can't really eliminate that risk altogether. Same thing with equipment failures. You don't know when your equipment is going to fail, but it is going to happen at some point in time. And just to kind of go back to what we were talking about with AI, this is this is how you defeat any type of machine type of learning, is that, you know, if it gets to the point where they have their own thing going on, you better hope that the equipment fails, because at the end of the day it is still man-made in some sense. And so it still has to be, it has to come to an end at some point in time. Software vulnerabilities, we can have a good handle over software vulnerabilities, but sometimes we could bring in old software that we're not totally aware about, and bring in the risk that comes in with that. Here's a big one. So non-technical risk like inadequate policies or training. So this is come goes back to the employees that we have. Now, it's not their fault that they may not be tech savvy, or they may not understand the policies. They may not even be into the policies like that, where that job is not really into the policies to where they have to review those things. So I remember working at a TV network, and they had the grounds crew, and the grounds crew, their only job was to clock in every morning and then go and beautify the campus. The thing about that is that they still had to log in on the network and still had to, you know, have a login and a password, and then go to a particular app that, you know, had their particular information in it. Um, well, they're not going to be totally all up and down in the not the student handbook, but the employee handbook, or how we actually, what's the policies that we have when it comes to cybersecurity or training. They may not even care about the cybersecurity training, the phishing training that we have every month. They're just there to, you know, take care of the yard. Well, if someone's doing any type of reconnaissance, then they could probably look into that to say, okay, what's the odds of someone working just on the yard and they having a very complex password? I probably stand a good chance of getting their credentials and being able to hack their particular account before I go and get someone of the CFOs. Now let's talk about quantitative and qualitative analysis. So we're talking about let's start with quantitative. Then we're talking about the size. More likely, quantitative is always going to have some type of number attached to it. Um, you know, we're talking about it's affecting 500 users, or if we're talking about the user experience of it affecting 10,000 users, it's probably going to always be some type of quantitative analysis around that. Meaning, we're going to take these 10,000 people and then break it down to what does the actual risk mean for those people individually. Hey, it'll only affect 7,500. Um, you know what? We stand a good chance of having this risk because everyone's protected. That'll be probably 9,200 of us is protected. The other 800 may or may not be attacked, and so that may be a 90% pass rate. We take that as a quantitative analysis. Qualitative is going to be more subject to thought process or how someone feels. So qualitative will be, the quality of the analysis, as far as if we if we become breached in some type of way, if we become hacked, how is it going to be perceived by our audience, by our customers? What's the impact of that? Not necessarily saying that 90% of our users or our customers will now leave us, because once we put that number on it, then it becomes qualitative. But I mean quantitative. But if we put the quality of, hey, they're gonna look at us in a negative light, then it's qualitative. Quality of it. Now, when developing a risk assessment, and let's define what a risk assessment is. Sometimes a risk assessment is a list of things that you got where you list of actions, and you will ask your IT director or IT manager, "Hey, let's go over some things that you got into the company, and let's see exactly how much of a risk do we actually just stand here today." And you can ask things like, what's the policy on passwords? How long are passwords? How long do we keep passwords? To how many firewalls do we have in the network? Um, you can ask things like, what's the latest OS version that we have in the network? Things like that. Sorry, those type of questions is going to allow the IT director as well as the cybersecurity team understand where do we stand at as far as the posture of the cybersecurity program, the IT program as well. So what's the posture? Are we standing up straight and proud to where we have things in place, we have processes in place, we have appliances in place, we are ready for an attack, and if we are attacked, we know exactly how to react. Do we know how to be proactive? That's probably going to be a good posture, and those assessments allows you to see if you're in that mode to where you're being able to be proactive. But if you're not, an assessment can now give you a guideline of what do we actually need to do to change those things. How do we get to becoming a better posture type of program? Now, I got here inherent risk, and sometimes when you fix one problem or you fix one risk or mitigate it, you in turn inherit some other risk. So, to give you an example on that is that, hey, we want to protect against malware attacks. Well, we bring in CrowdStrike to do so, but with CrowdStrike having that 0 day the other month ago, or not a month ago, but like 5 months ago, then it inherit the risk that you brung with them into your network. That's just, it is what it is on that. And so in the world of security, the best way of security is to be able to lock down everything. Nobody can't do nothing, but that's not productive. And so you want to make sure that you lean on letting people get their job done, but doing it in the most secure way. That's how you're going to be more productive. You won't be always the most secure, but you will be productive, and be able to have some type of balance there. Now, whenever you have those assessments and you're creating what's detrimental, what's critical for us, what are critical processes for the company, you could create these heat maps. And these heat maps are for your regular employees or lower level employees, or maybe even senior, all level employees, let me just put it like that. For all level employees to have a quick look at what is a major impact for us. You can automatically see that red is bad and then yellow is not necessarily great, but we can live with it, right? And so these heat maps allow us to look at it from a security standpoint and say, you know what, we need to work on the RAOs. We need to work on the antiviruses, not on certain PCs. I want to work on legacy windows. We need to get these out of the system, out of the network. You can look at it and have a better idea of how to tackle certain address certain risks that you have in the company, and then you can eventually turn those triangles into green check marks, but you don't want them to go the opposite way, right? Now my favorite part about risk management is how we're going to deal with risk. What are we doing once we figure out that we have risk there to um, actually approach and deal with? Do we avoid it? Do we accept it? Do we mitigate it, or do we transfer it? These are going to be your typical risk response. Now, let's go about accepting the risk. If all everything is laid out, and you know what, we just can't change it, we're going to accept the risk. What do you mean by that? Hey, we built the company in um, Southern California, and we don't have any money to move our offices, and so we're going to deal with the forest fires. That's just what we're going to do. We just got to accept it. The only thing we could do is, if we don't accept all of it, we could try to mitigate some of it. We could even try to transfer it, and I'll get to the transfer in just a minute. But we could try to mitigate it. How do you mitigate forest fires, or the fires that's normally hitting up California like that? Well, we might try to mitigate it by having off uh, might have a cloud instance somewhere else, having that data off site, maybe in a different state, maybe in a different country, and create a whole different division in our company in order to make it not just one stationary place. So we accepted the fact that we're not going to move. We accepted the fact that forest fires is going to happen in California, and we are stationed here. That's just what we're going to do, right? But we also have tried to mitigate the risk, the impact of the risk, by saying, you know what, let's go ahead and let's get a data center in Georgia and put it there, and have people, just in case we need to shut down the office, we can have people still remote into the Georgia off sites, the off site, and continue to work. And we can continue to give our customers the services that they need. So that's accepting slash mitigate. Now, to go and straight mitigate something, this is where we typically are talking about malware, right? Malware, we're going to put in antivirus to mitigate those type of attacks. It won't stop every attack, but it will significantly stop enough attacks to where we can at least accept the risk of it. So going back to our heat map now. So let's say if it's a X mark for antivirus here, and or right here with RAO, annual rate of occurrence. And so if it's there, then we say, okay, let's put in our antivirus. Maybe we can put this X into a caution sign. So now that caution sign may be something that we accept, but it's not necessarily something that we're happy with, but we will accept it. And that's a big thing, is when you're able to, and that goes to our next slide, but I need to go back. When you're able to accept the risk, that's your risk appetite. We can stomach this. We don't want to get hit with that type of risk or that type of results, but if we do, we can recover. We can handle that. So that's mitigating, being able to put something into place, significantly dropping the impact of a risk if it was to happen. Now, transfer. A lot of things, and I haven't really tapped into this measure, but a lot of times when you're talking about transferring risk, you're talking about having insurance. And cyber insurance has been a thing that's been blowing up on the low lately, just because everybody's being hit with um, these doggone breaches, right? And so when you're losing customers' information, you're losing data, and it ends up in a monetary type of number, then we could possibly transfer that to our insurance company, and then we get the money on the back end. Give me one second. And so having that money on the back end or that coverage, we are taking the risk and saying, you know what, if it does come into fruition, I can always transfer this doggone thing to State Farm, and State Farm's gonna cover me, and we good to go. Now, don't look at it so much as being like, hey, if somebody stole the firewall, the actual appliances, the firewall, the router, that's not gonna really happen like that. But if you get a breach and someone now, let's say if that ransomware that we was talking about last week, somebody hits you up for 2 bitcoins and you actually pay it, maybe I can file a report, a policy for that. Go ahead and file a claim for that. I'm sorry, and get my 2 bitcoins back, maybe. But I'm pretty sure in that policy they're gonna probably say if it's your fault on a ransomware, we're not gonna give you, not gonna honor that policy. So, but that's the thinking of it, that there's a problem, there's a risk, but now I could possibly transfer the problem to someone else, and I can still come away not scathed, because now you still got to look at it like I was still breached. And so how my customers going to really look at me like that after I got breached? But at least I didn't lose any money. Or, if I'm getting sued, then I could possibly take my claim and pay the customers, any type of grievance fee that they have on that. So residual risk is like inherent risk, but it's it's the risk that's left behind after you mitigated some type of implementation in there, right? So we put the antivirus in there, but someone comes out with a 0 day. Well, the antivirus is no good against a 0 day unless it's a behavior type of EDR that looks at, and the thing about an EDR being behavior based is that it looks at what people are doing on a day-to-day basis, and by it learning what's the normal for a business, then it knows what a abnormal um, feature may look like in a business. And so that machine learning there can create some type of protection. Well, going back to residual, if we put that EDR in there and you still have a 0 day, the EDR may not know exactly what is going on. And so now the risk is, it was minimal, but now according to the 0 day, it may be a big thing. So that's residual. That's something that's left over, even though we put something in place for it to be mitigated. And we already talked about risk appetite. Again, that's what do we accept? What do we accept? But even though we didn't totally eliminate the risk. So it's just really the, hey, I'm cool with that, but it, look at it like this. If I always look at it, risk appetite, like if I'm giving out money to borrow or lend out, if I'm okay with lending you $10, $15, I'm cool. That's my risk appetite. And what I mean by that is that I'm cool with you not giving back that 10, $15. If you don't give me that back, I'm cool. I'm cool on that. I don't have a problem with it. I'll probably still give you another 10. But $25, I can't stomach that. I can't, no, that's, it ends at $24. I cannot give you more than $24 because at $25 hours, I refuse to give you any more money. That's a my risk appetite stops at $24. You get what I'm saying? So I can't stomach giving you $25 and then you not giving me back my $25. But the 10, the $5, $10, yeah, go ahead. Here. I can do that all day. And that's typically what a risk appetite is. It's just what are we willing to, bat an eye at and just be like, yeah, whatever. And then what other type of risk where if it happens, it's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on now. I can't have that happen. So this goes into the different types of risks that you have, right? So you have these things called registers, and they're no more than just a Excel spreadsheet of the different types of risks that you may have. A risk register may be pages and pages long of the type of things that we may deem to be a threat to the company. It may be, and those forest fires may be on that. Um, Someone shooting up the company may be on that. Someone having a computer having a computer crash or a blue screen of death that may be on there. And these risk registers pretty much they give the vulnerability, they give how we view that in a risk score, and then they also give like a description of what we deem this risk to be, and then how does it affect us. So you're getting your risk description, your severity, you know. Um, Now the owner of the risk is based off of the department, and if you have that department person, if you have so many different departments, maybe the physical um the physical aspect of security, when we're talking about a active shooter, that may be the owner of that particular risk may be the person over physical security, right? Versus a ransomware risk may be over by the cybersecurity CISO. So it's two different owners, and they are going to pretty much create the the responses to those risks better than all just one person just kind of saying, you know what, I'm gonna just come up with different types of responses of how I think one should respond to these different types of risks. If I'm really working like um if I'm a web developer, then I should own the risk of buffer overflows. And I should understand how a buffer overflow should work and what we should put in place based off of our condition, our work environment, and base that out, base how we actually mitigate that risk in our environment. So that's what your owner is going to do. They're going to identify these mitigations based off of their experience. All right. And of course, we're going to use those heat maps in order to understand what we're going to tackle. Now, this threshold here needed to be on the risk appetite, but threshold is just going to be pretty much going back to lending out $25. That threshold is going to be $24. I can't, it's going to be at that point in time. If I give you $24.50, hey, I'm expecting to see that back. If not, then nah, I can't do it. That risk indicator, key risk indicators, or KRIs, are going to be like telltale signs that the risk is actually rising, or there's a possibility of this actually coming to fruition. And so a lot of times people will do these key KRIs and performances too, where you hit main points to see if you're progressing up. Um, and if you are progressing, if you're hitting these KRIs, these constant key points or checkpoints, then there's a good chance that you're moving in the right direction. And the same things go for risk. If you're hitting certain key points, then maybe the risk is being able to increase in size or severity if it was to happen. Same thing on the decline too. Now, risk reporting is always going to be important. Everyone needs to understand that that the risk is something that we need to, give out to other everyone, but it doesn't necessarily need to be on a daily basis for everyone. Maybe to your managers and your CISOs, they probably want to know this on a more quarterly basis, um, versus your people who are working every day in the risk management space. They're probably going to want to know this on a daily basis. And when it comes to risk reporting, you pretty much just you're having these living documents that once you create them, you're constantly updating them. Like that, the risk register here could be a type of reporting where we are constantly updating this register, and it really never really stops because risk is always going to be there. And so we need to make sure that people are aware of it, but you don't need to send the risk registry out every day to the people or even monthly. You could probably send that out annually just to say, hey, this is what we've been tackling over the last year. Let's take a look at it, and let's take some things off that don't apply to us anymore. Let's put some new things on there that we may have forgotten. So this whole time talking about risk, I've been talking about how does it impact the company. This is where you need to know your essential functions. What what makes the company run, and what can it not run on? If it doesn't have certain functions, are you still going to be able to function as a business? Meaning, can you make money if this function goes down? If not, then that's a critical system, and it's an essential function. If it's an essential function, we need to put redundancy in place so it doesn't go down. So a question I ask you guys is that how important is the internet to a lot of online companies? The internet is the sole backbone of a lot of, if not all of the online companies. But yet a lot of them just have one access to the internet. That's all they have. If their access to the internet is down, then their website is down, or they can't answer any orders. They can't get back with any customers. They can't do meetings. And so you need to have a redundancy. How do you create a whole nother redundancy of a internet provider? Those are the type of things where you come up in the risk assessment. We go over that and we say, okay, well, you only got one connection through Time Warner. Okay, Time Warner needs to have they have a fiber line cut in the middle of the city. You're out of the internet for 8 hours. Can your system or can your company survive that? Maybe, maybe not. What's the maximum tolerable downtime? And the key word here is tolerable. If someone was to go to your website, and this is your sole business being online, and they see that it was unreachable at that time to go to your website, will your customer come back in the next couple of hours, next couple of minutes, the next day? Will they come back? That's the tolerable downtime. And to get to a maximum point, you need to, not saying that it's a science or a formula that comes up with that particular time. The formula that's there is normally just kind of giving you an approximate time. So to for the sake of argument, I would say a max time is 16 hours. 16 hours you get to be down and non-working before someone else actually says, you know what, I'm going to this other store, I'm going to this other website, I'm not going to mess with this person. So to give a real life situation on that is that, how long do you think it'll take for Netflix to actually be down before someone says, you know what, Paramount Plus. That's where I'm going. I'm just going there, and I'm not messing with Netflix tonight. Or better yet, I would say Tubi. Tubi is probably going to be your best competitor to Netflix. Anyway, I think it is. But anyway, what's the maximum tolerable downtime for Netflix? Can they be down for 6 hours? That might be too long. Maybe they can be down for. I think the maximum downtime for Netflix can be down is 15 minutes. Given the size of the company, um, and the type of events that they have, before they start to lose customers to Tubi, I think people they the reason why I would give them 15 minutes is because you got to think about how many people will constantly go back to the app just to see if it's working or not. And if not, then you could start to say in a qualitative analysis that, you know what, I ain't messing with Netflix no more. They not reliable. I'm going to Tubi never is down. I'm going to Tubi. And you may lose on a quantitative analysis, you may lose 15% of your users. Okay. So that's how that works. So you want to make sure that you understand your maximum tolerable downtime. But this is not necessarily something that the cybersecurity engineer or analyst will know, or the CISO. They don't really. This is normally going to be your C-level individuals understanding what's the downtime to where we just can't go past a certain point without being in our customers' face. What's the maximum tolerable downtime for Walmart? How can you go to Walmart in the middle of a day where you're thinking that they're open and their doors just don't open? And what's the maximum time to where you'll say, you know what? Forget this. I'm going to Target. Maybe a little, maybe a lot. I would say probably not a lot, because what you're probably going in there, I would think after a certain amount of time, you could probably say, you know what, I'll pay just a little bit of more money and go to Target and get it. All right, moving on. Vendor management concepts. So remember, when we're talking about these vendors, man, these vendors are, once we bring a vendor in, an outside party, a third party into our company, we're talking about bringing on any type of baggage that they come with. Okay. And we got to understand that we need to vet them out before we sign a contract with them. All right. Like my mama say, before you get into bed with them, hey, make sure you vet everything out. Understand what they bringing with them. And so you got to understand that when it comes to these third parties. And on this slide here, oh, go ahead, X. X, you got your.
Yeah, my bad. I was trying to unmute myself. I'm actually on the way home, but so also have a grievance with that. Yes, please make sure you get all the details before you enter into anything with a third party. Right now, I'm dealing with a company. So the certificate for our website has expired, but the renewal certificate was sent to the person who's the technical person who set it up for our school now, and we're waiting on them to give us access to the certificate because they put the email in their name instead of a person with the school. So for one aspect of our school, so for a certain aspect, it's not a major thing, but it's still like a minor thing that I would rather like. Whenever they did this, why didn't they sign up with us? I work for Talladega, so they should have signed up with a Talladega email instead of the vendor email, in which
Mhm.
we could at least have access to in case of emergency. So it's like we don't have full access of all our assets because we dealt with a vendor. And when the time came, the person who was supposed to be watching the vendor wasn't making sure that the vendor had a organizational email in which we can gain access to in case we either start dealing with them. And in our case, they see that we're kind of fed up with them, so we kind of try to move away from them, and they're like, "Well, we're just gonna start answering your calls now."
Mhm.
So some vendors can be, excuse my French, assholes. In this case,
Yeah, and I've seen that time and time again where you're trying to do right by the business, and then there's a third party got their hands in something, and like just in case, and like in your case where you need total control of something, and Lord forbid you actually need that, and then you need to get in contact with them in order to fix that or to at least have it, and they're nowhere to be found. They're not answering the phones that day, none of that. And people are just breathing down your neck just because of the third party person. And I've seen places where we've gotten out of deals just so we can do it right the next time. And so we may have went with a lesser vendor. And what I mean by that is that maybe they didn't offer all the features that the prior vendor did. Or maybe we may have paid a little bit more to get out of our old contract into a new contract, but that's just, you got to vet them out. You got to vet them out, and you got to understand that this is who we want to be with for the next 3 years. These is normally 3 years is probably going to be your typical contract for a vendor. But just, ask good questions. Um, and what I mean by that is that ask questions that pertains to your job and how we do things here at our company. How is your product, your service, um, your customer service, the third party customer service? How is that all going to play a part in our sensibility of just having a smooth day? Can we call and open up a ticket with y'all real easy? If not, do we have to jump through hoops? Can we get somebody on the phone whenever we have problems? You know, all of those things need to come up in an assessment. And you can call people in, and a lot of times what you do is that you call these vendors in and you have a meeting with them, and they show you their product, and you can ask that salesperson some questions, but you typically want to get to a technical um, individual. So you'll have kind of like a second meeting, and they'll normally bring in a technical expert as well as a salesperson. So these two people, they have two different jobs, to where one just knows the product, the other one knows the price of the product and how much they're going to charge you. So the person who knows the money wise, they don't really necessarily know how to talk to you as far as what you're going to do for your day-to-day process. You want to be able to ask that technical guy or girl the what is the ins and outs when it comes to your product. How are we going to have what's a regular day that looks like? What does it look like for us as customers? um if there's a problem, are y'all going to, how is sales looking when you want to talk to the salesperson? How is sales looking? Are y'all going out of business anytime soon? You don't want to ask it like that, but at the same time you want to get to the point where you don't want to get in a contract with a vendor, and then all of a sudden they sell the business to someone else, and then now you gotta, redo all of your policies with them because you don't know about their new leadership. So just be careful when it comes to third party vendors. You're not gonna get around it. Um, some of the biggest companies I've seen, they still use small vendors, medium sized vendors. It doesn't really matter. Um, it's part of how corporate America works. Um, Conflicts of interest. So when it comes to picking out a third party, you don't want to necessarily go with, my homeboy company that does antivirus. I'm gonna bring him in because I know he'll give me a good deal on it. Not saying that that's not something that you shouldn't do, but be careful of, giving favorability to people that have your best, who doesn't necessarily have your best interests at heart, but you could be more invested in them than someone that you're not, someone that's has no ties to you at all. So those conflict of interest, even though you may be getting a better deal, you may not be getting a better service. Um, all of those things that come into play. You may not even be with the company after you bring in this person. So just go with the better vendor in all cases. And if you have some type of conflict, or you have some type of some type of interest that you just bond with this person all of a sudden, or you just not, because that can happen. Let me take that back. If you just can't see things like the definition says objectively, then be wary of that, because you don't want to make it seem like this is the sole reason why we're doing business. Is because we went to the same school. All right. If we go up in a third party meeting, and we're interviewing a third party, and only thing we're talking about is the same school. We went to the same school, and the football team, and this, that, and the third. And then all of a sudden we ask no questions about the product, and you still get the contract. There's a good chance that it's like, all right, there might be a conflict of interest here. And so now when we try to hold this company accountable, we may not get our just due, because of someone not being able to see things from an outside point of view. Some other things that you could take into consideration when it comes to picking your vendor is having to see their reports. Sometimes they have these audit reports on a particular vendor. You can ask to see those, to see exactly, um, how are they actually holding configurations? Are they doing things right? Because sometimes you have to intervene, you have to intermingle their configurations with yours. And so while you may be secure on your side, excuse me, if you're working with a cloud vendor and they're not doing certain scans on their side, whenever you push your data to their systems, then now your data becomes uh, insecure because of how they're keeping their house. So you want to make sure that you read those audits if they are available, and see what type of penetration testing results that they had. And here's another big one. What are their supply chains? So the vendor may be our in our supply chain, but the vendor themselves may have their own supply chain that they depend on. So the easiest way I could put this is that if I'm running a hot dog stand, and I depend on um Susie's bread truck, or bread business, to bring me the buns every day. I got the hot dogs. She need to bring me the buns. If her supplier, her bread supplier, Marita, doesn't give her the buns, then I can't get mad at, well, what I call her? Maria? Not Maria. Susan's. I can't get mad at Susan, because she ain't got the bread. She has to wait on her own supply in order to give me my supply. That was kind of this. I had that same issue. I had my truck that needed to be fixed, and it needed to go to two different parties. But the party, I gave my truck back to Ford. Ford needed to go to Tuscany, and Tuscany needed to go to another company in Whipple, in Santa Clara, or something like that. But Santa and Whipple did not have the part. They had to make the part. So now Tuscany is like, well, we can't give you a part if we don't, we're waiting on our supply to give us that. And so it's just a big mess. So bringing it all back to technology, um, while you may have your third party in there, you're thinking that your third party is good to go. They may have some more supplies that's coming in from their third party, and so keep those things in mind. Now, once you actually sign those contracts and you get these policies popping off, you want to make sure that you understand that you at least have some of these in play, and the let's go over some of the ones that's highlighted here. The memorandum of understanding, the memorandum of agreement is just kind of the same thing, and these two policies are just basically saying, um, this is, as a third party, this is what I offer. Um, and as far as an agreement, this memorandum is saying that you agree that I'm bringing this type of service to your network. The understanding is that you you understand that I'm not going to bring anything that I did not advertise or that I did not lay out in my details of what I bring to the table. Now, non-disclosure agreements are typically going to, or NDAs are going to be typically signed before information is given. If you have a particular company that, if they're sharing some type of um, some financial numbers, maybe how much they grossed in sales last year, maybe they want you to sign an NDA before they go to, just in case if you go to their competitors and then say, you know what, I met with company so and so, and they're not doing so great in these areas. Maybe y'all can, you know, finish them off in this particular areas of sales because they're just struggling. They're really hanging on with these numbers. You could sign that NDA in that if they can figure out that you were the one to give that type of information to their competitors, then they can hold you liable, uh, as far as breaking that non-disclosure agreement. SLAs. We talked about SLAs in core 2 when it came to help desk, and the type of timeline that we needed to have when it came to giving out a particular service to someone. So in your third party might come to you and say, hey, whenever you put in a ticket, we're going to answer you within 24 hours. That's going to be our service level agreement. We're going to answer you. Now, in that same agreement, it may say, we're not going to finish the ticket. We won't finish the ticket until it's done, but we will at least give you one reply within 24 hours. And so that could be a simple, you put in a ticket and they give you an automatic reply saying, hey, we got your ticket. We'll get back with you. Right. So service level agreement is typically going to be like that, but you got to look at really what they're really saying in that agreement to see what you're going to get. Statement of work and work order. So when you're talking about contracts, you want to have some type of statement of work where it shows you, as a contractor or a third party coming in, these are the things that I'm working on. No more, no less. I'm going to fulfill the statement of work, and then anything that you ask over that, I have the right to disagree to. Um, this is different when you're looking at a job description and you see, um, one of the bullet points that it says for the duties is to fulfill all other tasks as assigned. Then that pretty much says, whatever I want you to do, that's what you're going to do. And my beloved HBCUs are notorious for this, where they'll have you as a network engineer, but if they need you to speak at the assembly or speak at business week or whatever the case may be, that's another task. Another task as assigned, and you may be signed to that. and you may have to, be the dorm director. I don't know, but notorious. Anyway, moving on to audits and assessments. We already kind of talked about assessments a little bit, but you can have internal assessments, you can have internal audits, and then you can have external audits. Now, internal audits are, a small group of people that they follow a list of different categories to see if we actually are falling by the rules. But then they may also be a little bit. This may go back to the conflict of interest, where they may be a little bit lenient on why we're not having certain things performed, and so having a external audit is going to give us more of a clear picture of what we actually are doing and if we're upholding the standard. The thing about the third party external is that this is where we need the NDA to come in place, because you don't want someone to have an assessment and be like, you know what, this person they ain't even got passwords in play. You get them easy. You want to make sure you have that NDA in play, and you want to make sure that whatever they give you on that external assessment, we try to address those as soon as possible. All right. So you don't want to be caught out there just because somebody kept it real, but at the same time, we out here slacking. Now that goes into penetration testing. So we can have our networking team, our security team do kind of like these little audits and be able to say, hey, we need to address these issues here. But it's nothing like a penetration test. Penetration test, if done with a obtrusive meaning behind it, if it's really done right, it's typically going to have this doggone red team behind it, and this is more than one person, and they're coming at you at every angle, and they're trying to really they're going to attack your business as if it's a real malicious attack. But a lot of businesses don't want a full blown penetration test. They just kind of want to have, hey, do an assessment of my network and let me have a printout of what we need to work on. That's typically what you're going to get, because the ones that we always done is that you can have somebody come in, and goes to the passive reconnaissance. We're going to let you come in, we'll give you a username and password. Okay, now figure out everything that's wrong in the inside. Where a true penetration test is, I meet the penetration tester across the street from the business, and I say, hey, anything goes. Try your best to get into the company and disrupt anything. Take notes. I give you 2 weeks to create all the havoc you can. And if that means they need to bring down the network, that means they social engineer someone out of their ID card, they take the router out, whatever. If they disrupt our whole business, that's what a true penetration test is going to actually do. And that's a great way for you to figure out, okay, going back to our risk assessment, hey, maybe we need to reevaluate our risk assessment because we just let somebody just walk on into the network closet. We need to reevaluate that. We thought we were straight, but we wasn't. And so a true penetration test is going to allow that. But to my point of it never being like that I've seen, is because we're still having business and we still are trying to, hold customers to their services that they need. We don't have time for a penetration test that actually take down the whole network while we're in the middle of a transaction. I get it, but it's never going to really give you a true readout. And so a lot of times you'll get these little passive reconnaissance or passive penetration tests. I give you a certain amount of information, is not necessarily true. I mean, as far as like they're starting from the across the street, figure it out. I don't give you any information about my website, people in here, none of that. But The places that I've seen, they'll give them a good bit of information and let them, be able to, really plop them into the middle of the network and then poke around. But to my point of red team, if you're having more than one penetration tester on site, these are going to be your offensive players. These are going to be the ones that's constantly giving out the threats. They're going to probably be working with Kali Linux, being able to um, exploit any type of vulnerabilities that you have out there, and then recording them, reporting them to whoever we need to have them. Uh, get those reports either on a daily basis or after the whole test is over. And then you got the blue team, which is going to be on the defensive side. Now you also have what they call purple team, and I think purple team is going to be I forget, they got purple team and some other team, but for the security plus, red team, blue team is really what you need to know. Um, but a lot of companies are not big enough in order to have a red team or a blue team. You typically going to have a blue team just because you gotta, if you're working in a cybersecurity department, then everybody's there going to be on a defensive. But offensively, you may not have time to be offensive minded. You may be, and that's where going back to the words that I said of what was the words? Proactive and reactive. So reactive is going to be your defensive side. Hey, they did this, so we will react to this. Someone got a ransomware, we will react defensively and do this. Offensively, when you're talking about exploiting something, there's really, on a day-to-day basis, there's no chances for us to really kind of think, okay, where can we be offensively malicious at? You think about those things that we could change the configurations on, but a lot of times in a day-to-day basis, you're thinking more on the defensive side of it, right? That's all I had for risk assessment and the processes. Any questions? Lesson 16, data protection and compliance concepts. Excuse me. Uh, Not going to be terribly long today. And remember that after this one, we'll start back going to do some more studying on core one and core two. But let's go ahead and let's jump into um, lesson 16, data classification and compliance. So when talking about cybersecurity, we always refer to the information that we make for the company as data. Um, it could be something like a Word document, PowerPoint, but it also could be some copies of PDF files that we have, maybe some important policies that we type up. Maybe it's an important ingredient that we use to make our special cookies. Whatever the case may be, um, this is important to the company, and this is the data that we actually have. Now, sometimes those data, some data is important, more important than others, but for the most part, we want to protect it all. And the more sensitive ones, we want to put tags on it. We want to let other people know that, hey, be extra careful with this type of information. But we got to understand that we need to recognize what data that is before we can actually do that to that particular data. Now, the two that I got here highlighted is trade secrets and intellectual property, IP. Now, don't get IP. Sometimes they may try to fool you on the test, right? They may ask you a question and have it abbreviated IP, but if you read the questions and understand the context, they may be asking you what intellectual property or data is so and so and so, instead of it asking you what IP address that is asking you. So it should be two totally different things. But let's go ahead and let's jump into intellectual property. That could be anything that can be sensitive to the or critical data for that business. So let's just say KFC. KFC has what, the 11 herbs and spices, right? Well, the intellectual property would be the 11 herbs and spices that they use to create the original chicken. If that was to be compromised in any type of way, then we could say that, the breach has happened and someone has gotten hold of our intellectual property. Instead of just saying, hey, somebody got hold of our recipe, they could say somebody got hold of our intellectual property, which could be a grave danger to our company and its existence. So we want to make sure that any type of intellectual property, especially those that's very sensitive to the company, things that what makes the company different than any other company out there. Now, yes, you have Pepsi and you got Coca Cola, but the ingredients are not totally the same, and you would think that their business plans differ in some type of way. So, what we think is critical to us, we want to deem that as intellectual property and say, you know what, I don't want anybody else to know this about us internal, unless you're internal to us. Anybody external, they don't need to have this information. Now, going back to trade secrets is, when it comes to the stock market, and or it sometimes it can be looked at, well, let me jump to that later. When you're talking about the stock market and you're talking about having some type of insight of a business, and then if you're holding, you decide to sell the stocks because the, then that's a quote unquote trade secret, and then that's of course illegal to do. You can't sell based off of, it's kind of going back to conflict of interest. You can't really understand or know trade secrets and then base your actions off of those trade secrets. Um, so it's kind of a conflict of interest if you do so. But anyway, trade secrets is not always just associated with the stock market. It's sometimes associated with the intellectual property of, we're actually taking critical information, critical data, and then selling that information out or trading that information out. So you can look at it in two different ways, but more likely you're going to look at it in a way of someone has an insight of a business and they decide to handle their stocks in a certain way, or they tell you to buy stocks in this particular company because um, they just got a loan from the government or a grant from the government, which is going to allow for them to boom. So, to give an example, if you look at Tesla, and you are an employee with Tesla, but then all of a sudden um, you sell all of your stocks right before the Trump campaign started, and you knew that since you're in the business um, of Tesla, you knew that Elon was going to be in Donald Trump's cabinet, and so you decided to sell your stock while it still had a high value, knowing or having a good feeling that it will dip whenever they announce Elon as being a part of the cabinet. And so that's having intellectual knowledge um, of the company, and then almost having a trade secret of saying, you know what, I hear this is coming down the pipe. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off this rag quick and save that money. So sometimes you see politicians, they get in trouble behind this where they have a stock in a particular company, and all of a sudden they dump their whole stock, they sell it all just to get to recoup or to get the value of the stock at that particular time. But then as the stock tanks in the next couple of days, people will look back and say, you know what, so and so sold all these stocks right before it tanked. Um, you know, let's try to get this person on that. That's a trade secret being somewhere having some type of conflict of interest in that. All right, so data classifications normally, um, like I said, we have data that's more important than others and more sensitive. So of course we want to keep everything in, like, let's say HR to be real sensitive, right? Because we're talking about people's information, um, personal information at that, medical records, whatever the case may be, maybe some payment card in this information that's probably there as well. So we want to make sure that all that's sensitive, but that doesn't necessarily make anything that's in the marketing department to be less sensitive or unclassified. So in the military, you normally have, three different types of levels when it comes to data classification. You have unclassified, classified, and then top secret, or you can have it unclassified, secret, and then top secret. Um, that's the only three typically, but I believe that there's many levels above that. I think that you typically you go to a certain point and then that's all the government really wants you to hear about, but I'm not going to get on my soapbox about that. But um there can be many levels to it, or what you could consider to be sensitive information, um but it's easy to keep it at a level that people can understand, that there's a level that most people can read and understand and don't really care about what's going on with that particular category. Uh, that's more your class of unclassified, non-secret, whatever you want to call it. But then you have secret, something that's, hey, this is information we don't want to get out. Um, and we need to make sure that it has a different level of security versus the unclassified stuff. Not saying that the unclassified stuff should be out there for everyone to see, because you could do reconnaissance on that and piece together certain secretive information based off of the non-secret stuff. You get what I'm saying? So you don't want to just make everything just kind of nonchalant and just like, hey, we don't put nothing on anything that's unclassified. You want to make sure that you do put a level of security to it, but it doesn't have to be locked down like secret is, and definitely not locked down the way top secret is. So um secret is more, if we're going back to KFC, that's the secret information will be more your 11 herbs and spices. And the reason why it's not top secret is because you're constantly bringing in people to make that type of chicken, right? So say if they actually have to create the spices and herbs every morning, then hey, we don't want so and so on the streets to understand what the recipe is, but anybody who's wearing a KFC shirt needs to understand what the secret information is on making this chicken. Now, the top secret information may be, um if we're staying with the KFC um point of view, it may be, hey, we're doing or McDonald's like to do this. McDonald's will bring back the McRib sandwich, and while you thought it was a pork sandwich, it's actually made out of bologna. And that's what they, what I'm saying, you see exactly what it is, but it's so shocking, right? To where you're looking at it like, well, this doesn't really need to get out, because we don't want to make sure we show people that they're eating bologna. I knew you was gonna say something. Uh, I'm pretty sure that we don't want to show people that they're eating this for the McRib. So we may classify that as top secret. Not saying that it's morally right, but we know that if this information gets out, it could take a damaging blow to the company. So we want to, what we could tell people what's in the secret sauce on the doggone Big Mac, Thousand Island dressing, whatever. But the McRib, we ain't gonna really tell nobody what that is. So let's keep that as top secret. We'll label that as top secret. Make sure that only a handful of people can understand what is in this, and we make sure that those people accounts are to the brim locked down as much as possible. Um, they have the most trouble. We give them the most training as far as what to look for when it comes to going and traveling in these places. So you could get you understand from my examples, what information is very important, and then who can actually have that information. Just because you work there doesn't necessarily mean that you understand why the pay grade is what it is. So I had this problem at two places where I went, where someone at HR accidentally emailed the pay grade for everyone in the company to everybody in the company. So it was um it was an email that went out, and if you got it in time, then you can open up the attachment and then see exactly what everybody made, right? So that's, while you may say, hey, it's not that big of a deal, it is to a certain extent, especially when you start seeing um who's getting underpaid, why. Those questions will come out of why are they getting underpaid. um and you're looking at tenure, and then that person is not getting paid as this much and they just started. um you could have outrageous salaries for people who stayed 20, 30 years. You didn't even know this company could pay that type of money, and you just asked for a raise, and they're not trying to give you a raise. So it could get real messy. But that type of information should only be privy to maybe the HR manager as well as the CFO and the CEO. Maybe it should only be a handful of people that can see the whole entire list of pay grades for everyone, right? So those type of things need to be vetted out. We need to sit down and go have a meeting with everybody in the departments and say, hey, what is sensitive? What is really sensitive? What what will change the outlook of this company if this information was to get out? What is that? And we put tags on those things. And what I mean by tags is that we put things in the metadata. So and if you look here, I can go to my information, my info screen, and the metadata is the details. Where is my detail? Not the protection. Look for issues. It's going to be here. So how you see how the author is automatically ingrained as James. This is where we could put more information about this particular document. And it's not necessarily what we see once we go and open up the file. We see this when we open up the file, but the metadata in the back, the details uh, the actual document is something totally different. So we could do properties. We can go to the details here, and you see how all of this is detailed out as far as creation date, last modification, the content type. All this information is what we call the metadata. This is almost like the data makeup for this particular document, or kind of like the medical records for your particular document. And so whenever you send this, you package this up in a Ziploc bag, not a Ziploc bag, Jesus, in a zip file, and you actually attach it to an email. That metadata follows that, and so we can tag these documents and put in there, hey, sensitive information with two little stars or whatnot, and now tell our DLP system, our data loss prevention system, to look for anything tagged sensitive with two stars. The more stars it has, or if we go up to a level of 3 stars, it's top secret. 2 stars is secret, and then 1 star is unclassified. So you can send a warning out for anything that's unclassified. Anybody can read it. We'll just send a warning out like, hey, once you send that email out, you'll get a response saying, just to be aware that this is unclassified data, but just to be sure that you are willing to send this out, or just confirm that you want to send this out, and you do so, and there's nothing to it. But if it has 2 stars in that metadata and it stops, it kind of it doesn't deliver that mail until you give a confirmation that you know for sure that, hey, this is the information that's in this particular document. Are you sure that you want to send this to someone external outside of the company? And the same thing, even at a more s- you know intrusive state with a top secret data. Maybe you can't do anything unless you acknowledge this particular email before it goes out. Maybe on the secret, you could probably ignore the the notification and maybe come back to it. But on the top secret, it has to be addressed right then and there. And maybe on top of that, even when you say yes, go ahead and send that out, maybe we still tag your supervisor in the email automatically to say, hey, this person sent out this sensitive information, just to keep you in the loop of what's going on. So that's where DLP can come in and be very good. um, the problem with all DLP systems that I've seen is that companies have been working for years, if not decades, and it's so much information that's on the computer and servers. It's hard to really tag everything automatically, and so you have to go by one, bit by bit or document by document, and manually tag these documents. So you can imagine that's probably not going to get done in a lot of cases. All right. So where the data is stored is also a big complication as far as um, privacy is concerned, and the classification is concerned too. So if we're still talking about classifications, maybe we don't want any type of secret and top secret information to be in certain countries. So we definitely don't want it in Korea, South Korea. We definitely don't want it in Russia. Maybe some parts of Asia. We might not want our Southeast Asia. We don't want our information in. Maybe some parts of Africa. We don't want our information in. Some parts of South America. Um, we just while there's data centers there, we don't want our information in a particular country where um, the country may be able to take over the responsibility of the data center that our information is there, right? So um, I hate to give the example of South Korea, but if your information is in South Korea on a server in there, and then all of a sudden uh, the the ruler over there is saying, hey, we're not allowing this particular encryption to be on our particular servers anymore. So if you have anything that's higher than a 128-bit encryption, then you need to downgrade that encryption, because we need to see exactly what are you hiding from us. Which is, if I'm not mistaken, this happened maybe, I want to say, 7 years ago. So they told you to downgrade your encryption level in order for, just in case if they wanted to probe that particular document, given the fact that they're in that country, they can have the policies to do so. And so you want to make sure that you understand where are your backup data centers are, and more importantly, you remember how we talked about last night, your third party vendors. You want to make sure that your third party vendors ain't cheaping out somewhere trying to have a server in Russia, but they're selling you the service for cheaper, but they're keeping your information over there in Russia. It's not, you're looking directly at your third party, but your third party has somebody that they're in the bed with, and it's someone that means your data in no good. So you want to make sure that you understand where your data is, and it may take a little bit of digging to really figure out where it could be. All right, data privacy. So you heard me talk a lot about PII, personal identifiable information. So again, we're talking about first and last name, date of birth, um, of course, the social security number, um, street address, and I think that's really it when it comes to like how to determine who you are. You don't really need the security social security number to really kind of figure out who you are. Again, like I said, how many how many Kristen McCords are there in Alabama? And then if I can, even if I get 30 results, how many can I really, if I have just another piece of personal identifiable information, how can I really drill down to who she is and then who the person I'm really looking for? Remember, I said that if you had 30 people in a classroom, there's a good chance, a very high chance, that there's two people in that whole room that has the same birthday. And it just goes to show that there's a possibility that um, it's not so much information that we really need that's going to not defer, but differentiate us, differentiate us from each other. We we have our first and last name, but a lot of times, if I could just get an address behind that, an email address, or more particular on a physical address, then I probably can find whoever I need to find. I don't know if you guys ever tried this, but I like doing it. Um, just Google yourself and see if what pops up. And just give it one finding point. Let's see. Hey, that's me. And given the fact, and that's a place where I used to work at, given the fact that you know the internet, your social media is growing all the time, it'll be easier for search engines to find you. um and it used to be like they used to have these ads up here to where you could find people and their personal information, as far as like phone numbers and things of that nature. So you could look at it like, okay, well, let's see if I can get you on a call number, or if I'm doing some type of marketing promotion, and I know that you hold a certain position, then maybe I could just do a quick little Google search. I know that, and I was on the first page, was I? I was on the first page, and it comes up with something that I always push is my LinkedIn account. So, double-edged sword here. I want people to find me on LinkedIn, but at the same time, if somebody was really kind of looking for something secretive or to get more information on me, they could say, you know what, I know at least he's in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Um, and I don't know exactly if he works at Mitchell Technologies, but that's what he has listed. And you could just look at all the other things that I've done to really go back to the other Lee Mitchells. I'm probably not the other Lee Mitchells here that's here. Maybe that's not the people you're looking for. Maybe not. Might be looking for this guy. But yeah, just see what Google will come back on you, and see is exactly what you got out there. There are programs that'll help you clean that type of information up if you don't want that. But you know what? I want to try something just real quick. I just thought about it. Y'all bear with me. Um, I want to put my phone number in. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, Spokio is. I remember Spokio. That used to be something that you could find relatives close to you. And I think we got this on a slide or something like that. But a lot of times when you are with these phone companies, well, back in the day, I don't know how it is now, but you would have to do like a relative, I think, to get a phone line. Like they treated a phone line like it was doggone gold, and you just couldn't up and just be like it is now. Like I feel like anybody at y'all correct me if I'm wrong. What age do you have to be to get a phone line? Do you have to be a certain age?
I don't think there is an age.
Is it eight? Like it's not 18. Like it's got to be like 16 or something like that, right? 18? Really?
I think it's 18. In order to get like your own phone line, I'm pretty sure it's 18. Unless like I mean I guess because at 16, depending on what job you can get at 16. I mean, because some people who are 16 can find something like if you work at Chick-fil-A or you do something like that while you're in high school, you probably could still get a phone line. I remember I got my first own phone line when I was 18. That's how they let me get it. Because at that point, it's kind of like I wouldn't say, well, yeah, they do. They can
I
do a credit
was
check in order to run your
I was also gonna say,
honestly.
like, isn't a phone line a contract? And if you have to sign a contract in order to get your phone line, don't you gotta be 18 to sign a contract?
Yeah.
Touche.
Unless you
Okay.
just bought a phone outright.
Touche. You
So
got me
yeah,
on
it's
that.
probably 18.
Is as I bought my iPhone out, so I was able to own my own iPhone at like 15 with my own phone number. That's what I was going to type.
That and see, I want to say y'all are right. Y'all are right. It's got to be 18 to open a whole line. But I guess I was looking at it like I remember. No, I don't remember. But I thought that it could be younger because I thought that kids are getting phones at way younger ages. Like y'all didn't get y'all first phone at 18, right? Y'all got it at, I'm assuming, way younger, maybe 14, 12. When the first time y'all got a phone?
I'm gonna be real honest with you. I didn't start getting my phone until I was like 12, and that was because I was in sports. My parents didn't play that. That's the only reason why they called them after practice.
I would say
Yeah.
like 10 is when I got my phone. I don't remember vaguely. I started with a Android, and then I upgraded at like 13 to an iPhone.
I didn't have that privilege. I started out with the most basic, babyest phone you could think of. I had a Firefly.
You want to know
My
what's crazy
first,
too?
the
Like,
very first.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, you good? That was it.
A
I was saying what's
Firefly.
crazy too. What'll be funny, Mr. Mitchell, is that like just like a little tidbit. When I used to get in trouble, my punishment was to get an Android. Like I, I would have to get an Android phone whenever I got in trouble.
Let me tell you something, man. If you got to be the only person, I'm a pray for you. I hope to God that you get a job at Apple. I really do. I hope that you really somehow, some way, someone pulls you into Apple so you could be in that cult and be over there with is that Elon? That ain't Elon. That's
I'm not
Musk.
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like being a computer science major, Apple does not play when it comes to their recruitment. I'm saying anytime they come to, do their little tidbits, their speeches, they're catered down. Boba, Chick-fil-A, brownie salad, they do not play when it comes to their recruitment. And when you do join Apple, like as an actual person on their team, you get so many like free stuff. It's ridiculous. I think
Yeah,
you get like an entire ecosystem when you start working for Apple, just like for free.
yeah. When they tell
Yep.
y'all to go, yo, we need some people to go to Mars and scout that out for us, yo. Let's go ahead and pick everybody from Apple. You be right over there. But
You
nah,
know, Mr. You ain't never heard of Firefly before?
I never heard of a firefly. The bug?
Yeah. This is it's got the four buttons. You can only call some emergency contacts. That's it. You can't talk to nobody else.
Oh, you mean like the ladybug phone?
Oh, this look like some life alert stuff. It
Yeah, my
reminds me of I don't know. I'm showing my age again. Y'all
yeah,
ever heard
nah.
of Digimon?
Yes, I have heard of Digimon before. Yeah.
Yeah, this was kind of remind me of the Digimon eggs. Jesus, this made a phone call.
Yes, you have mom right there, and you got dad right there, and then in the middle button, bro. Listen, don't judge me, man. Listen, no, my life was a struggle. My dad was a drill sergeant. Okay, you have to understand. So, mom and dad, and then you got the book in the middle. You might get one extra emergency contact. That's it. After that, I had got mad. So, whatever money I had on the side, I bought me a track phone and told
Wow,
folks don't call me or text me unless it's the weekends or past a certain time of night. So you don't waste my minutes up. I remember them.
wow. I've learned something new today. Anybody else ever had this?
Well,
Jeez.
I would never be an Android heaven. Oh, that seemed like jail, Alcatraz, and prison.
At
So
least you could like Jesus.
I ain't never had that.
How you? Oh, okay. You hang up over there. Okay, and you just charge it up. I'm assuming with the traditional Android plug.
Yep.
I'm assuming the battery life was crazy long though, right? Because
Oh
it's
yeah, that
it's
battery
nothing.
lasts. It was 2 days. It was 2 days. It was good. There
And
was, there was no games on there, but they had some really fire ringtones, so you
I
can
was
get
gonna say,
intrigued by the ringtones.
it has to be at least lasting for a couple of days for it to have those basic functions.
yeah, tell you the date.
It's
And
indestructible too. I'll tell you that much also.
I could see kids having it, but I can also see kids probably getting picked at if you bring that to school. Like
Oh,
you
I
can't.
was. I
Oh,
was. I was.
I'm sorry.
Hold up,
That's when I
guys.
bought my
Yeah,
track
I'm not
phone.
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. If you ever pulled that out, boy, you would have got your lashes around me.
It's giving. Hold up, guys. Let me call my parents first.
And hit one button. And we hit this one over
Yeah,
here.
but I'll tell you this though, that thing never lost a signal. No matter where I was at, it had strong signal. It was top tier with the phone call.
Yeah,
No calls dropped.
Well,
you
you
got my
didn't have much to do on it, so I bet they had the best signal on that.
how much? Nah, I ain't gonna ask that. But this couldn't have been $100. Yeah, okay.
Nah, I don't think so. It was super cheap. Yeah, nah. It must have been $100 then. I don't know. That was
But to
like
tell you the
early
truth,
2000s.
I would give this to seniors, old people like 80 and up or 70s and up that don't really care about the phones like that. Give them this,
What?
in my opinion. Hey,
You know,
that's what I'm.
you're that is right. I would give that to my granny. Like, if she was just old and didn't have nothing to do, and that's what she want to call me, I would just give her that. Cause honestly, dealing with like older people, they hate having those buttons. But I mean, even modern phones now, you can put them in old people mode. But not to be rude, but like it's kind of like I don't know what it's called, like assistive mode. I just call it, the elderly mode. But yeah, and it turns your iPhone into just a easy, like just three button phone.
It worked.
Yeah.
Look, you get a phone case and everything. That's what's up with the little the ring.
Hey man, listen, the selling pitch was great. I don't know why in the world. I don't know how my parents found that phone. I don't know what was the purpose of it. I was just like, okay, I guess we here. And then, at a certain point in time, my dad got me the sidekick. And then we
Okay,
was we
so
was
that was a big
cool.
upgrade.
We were cool. Yeah, it was a big upgrade, man. It was through Verizon too. I thought I had money, you
Yeah,
know? Thought I had money with a sidekick.
Verizon hit you with them hidden fees like it ain't nothing.
Yeah, because you got the front, you can call through the front, you can text through the front too. That screen small. But then imagine you just talking to a girl, and you sidekick, wow. And now she like, he got money because you got a sidekick. In actuality, I'm not paying the bill on the phone, so I don't have money. But it was cool.
Y'all taught me something tonight. This is. I got to bring this up to my wife. I don't think we ever seen this. Just
That was the
what
exact
year?
packaging right there. That was the exact packaging right there. I remember that kid in the front, that white kid in the front smiling like that. I remembered it because I hated the
What year
packaging
was
so
this
much. I hated it so much.
for you? What year?
That was, I want to say 2000 and 2006, 2006, 2007. Yeah. I'm old, man. I'm old.
All right, all right. Anyway, um, okay. So let me get back to the phone lines. Excuse me. I remember how they got the relative information because I wanted to say that you had to come in there and open a phone line, but they wanted to know almost like if you couldn't pay your bill, it was almost like having a cosign or in that realm. And so they would get your, when you have a cosigner, they're pretty much giving up the same information that you're giving up, just to be able to open that phone line up. And now that you guys say that, yeah, it is a contract, which would, I didn't think about that. That makes total sense to have all of that information, even on a cosigner. But long story short, you could go to these sites that, you know, they will look up your information, but they will also see who's associated with you and your information. And you may see really kind of like first cousins here, if not brothers and sisters. Um, it's according to how how family is. And so um it's just you could do a lot of reconnaissance here, is what I'm saying, is that the information, the data that we put out, personal data, sometimes could be more than what we're actually bargaining for. And as consumers, the only thing we're really looking at is we're trying to get the phone. And we're not even thinking about someone's whole address just being here for someone to look at. And I think in some cases where, there's a whole phone number. And if I wanted to try to call this number and run a scam, maybe I can, maybe I can get a hit, maybe not. Jesus Christ, they even coming out here with demographic numbers. So they really trying to sell the website here now, because I'm assuming that when Spokio was out and was hot, Google was still kind of in the trend up. People wasn't really going to it as a end all be all search engine. Um, but it's really kind of like Spokio was and other sites like it was like the yellow pages on steroids. Just kind of, hey, we got the information that you're looking for on this person, but we got some more information too if you want that.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't use it now. I think that they are some better paid um
Like,
information sites out there if you're really trying to do like um background checks on people. Now, not saying that you should just do a background check on anybody, right? Not just because you like that. Don't do that. But if you need to run a background check on someone, there are paid um options that you can have. And I would say that they go intrusively into your personal information, but I don't think it goes that crazy deep to where they're going to pull medical records or police records. They may show that you've gotten arrested, but they may not show the charge. You get what I'm saying? So um, there are some out there, and these companies, they do take advantage of those type of services. Not, but at the same time, and let me get on my soapbox about that, is that back in the day when we're talking about 05, 06, people will look at pulling a background report on you. Nowadays, they'll go and Google you just like how I did on myself, and go and look at your social media posting. And then they'll decide, I wouldn't say they'll decide, but sometimes people get a good understanding of if they like you or not based off of your social media presence. And so I would always say, if you got a social media platform that's, for the most part, you speak your mind, or you got certain points up there that's not popular across the board, right? So it's not PC, it's not politically correct, and we all know what that is. Then make sure that
Tony tried to jump her.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Go.
didn't know I was on mute.
No, no problem. Um, so if it's not politically correct or whatever the case may be, and we all know what that is, just go to your privacy settings and make sure that you change your profile to where only the things that you want people to see, to be able to see. So we all got people that's just kind of like lurkers on the internet, that's just kind of like, yo, they'll go to your page, they ain't gonna ask you to be a friend or whatever, but they just skimming, looking at the timelines, looking at what you're posting, whatever the case may be. If you want them to only see a certain amount of things, not all your pictures, not all your videos, not all your posts, make sure you go through take time out of your day and go to your profile and turn some of that stuff off. You'll see the setting in there to it'll show you see your profile as a visitor or something like that, and decide what you want them to see. And at least that will, if any type of potential employers come to your page, then you could say, oh, you know what, Majesty ain't, look, he got a phone, he got a doggone Android in his hand, he can't work for Apple. So you can go ahead and change that up and at least keep those things private. So do yourself a favor and do that just one Sunday out of the day when you ain't doing nothing. Just go there and change that up. All right. Moving on to privacy data when we're talking about GDPR. So we talked about GDPR, I think, last week, where this is according to the UK, Great Britain, England, Ireland, those people over there across the pond, right? As they say. The GDPR is what they're gonna really be basing their privacy data on. And the main thing that you need to know about the GDPR is the right to be forgotten rule. And this is where the personal information that they give a company, they are they have it in their policies to where after a certain amount of years that you will delete their information from your database. So let's say Spokio, right? We just saw Spokio. I still got it. I ain't got it. Anyway, we just saw Spokio have a whole bunch of information up there. Well, in the GDPR, they would have it to where after 2 years, you couldn't find that person's information on that particular site anymore because they have the right for them to forget their information. Some cases in America where they still have your information for years, if not decades, maybe just constantly keeping it. Not saying that they're going to do anything with it, but they're not gonna delete it either. So if they become a breach victim, then your information in turn becomes available on the dark web because of the people that you dealt with in 2002, or like in the case of Savalas, the Firefly phone. Maybe he registered that phone, and while the company may not be in business, they never got rid of the old database. And so if that database is somewhere online, then maybe it could be breached, and then they could possibly take that information, that personal information, sell that on the dark web, and maybe create some new credit cards in all those people's name because we had to create a new phone, right? Or you said it was your parents, so it would be your parents' information. So just, it not saying that, the right to be forgotten should be something that we have here, but in the UK, if you have data over there, then know that that's the type of time that they're on. That you just can't be gathering data and just keeping it forever. You got to go ahead and dispose of it properly. And we talked about these data breaches, man, because that's exactly what happens when you gather so much information that eventually, I wouldn't say eventually, but there's a high chance of a data breach happening because you got so many people putting their hands on the same information. And so what happens when a organization becomes a victim of a data breach? You damage the reputation and people don't really want to mess with that particular company anymore. Or they want to, what? I heard this about them. I want to see if there's a different way. Now, it may not happen that way because I remember, I want to say 5 years ago, maybe it went five, but Experian, the the credit bureau, they became a victim of a data breach, and there's nothing you could do about it because it's a credit bureau. It's not like you're gonna say, you know what, I don't want my credit ran with them anymore. I mean, you can and don't really ask them for a credit update or a credit report update, but and go get you a LLC and then focus in on that credit. But they're kind of set there as a standard and create you know their breach didn't really hurt their business. It's just kind of they put out a statement saying, hey, we messed up, my bad. Hey, but just keep they messed up. The data leaked out, people's data leaked out, and they said be on the lookout if any type of accounts open up in your name. It's your fault that my information is out there, but you're telling me now I got to be on pins and needles to make sure that there's nothing happening in my name. So you get those type of some companies like that. Now, typically it's going to be some type of identity theft, right? So you're talking about things that, and when I talk about identity theft, I'm talking about really just open up some type of money account in your name. So in order to open up a credit card, name, address, email address, something you can make up, and then social security number, date of birth. You can you can get at least $2,000 on a any type of credit card just that easy, just by having the information. And so it's easy for a hacker or a scammer because sometimes we don't associate hackers with doing those type of scams, but they're living in the same world. They're getting the same information and creating only the same things, in my opinion. Maybe a hacker may do it at a higher value. They may want to get the information of a business and maybe open up a business account and then spend the money on the business name. But your local scammer is probably trying to do the same thing. I just need enough personal information to go to um, American Express, give them the personal information, tell them to send it to my address. I got me a free credit card. I got me free $2,000. I'm gonna go and spend it on anything that I want, and the real person is not going to be notified until they start sending out late notices because the bill hasn't been paid. So you could do a identity fraud theft claim, but your credit is already going to take a hit. It's a snowball effect. And do you pay that stuff off? Do you just kind of, I don't know. I would, I don't know. You want to just be up on top of that as much as possible. But if somebody opens up something in your name, make sure that you can get, sometimes the credit bureau, um, they will give you a email if you are, registered with them to say, hey, a new account has been opened up in your name. Are you aware? And if that's the case, then you could put the call in and say, put the call into that company and say, you know what, I didn't open this up. Go ahead and close that. So we talked about the fines, and of course the IP theft, intellectual property theft. Those are typically going to be your breaches. Now fines. Let's go. No, let's go back to fines. Fines are, you know, when you do, if you are a part of a data breach and you don't notify your customers that their information has been leaked out, they can be sanctioned by the government and fined a certain amount of money because they didn't put out a statement that this has happened. Please be on the lookout for any type of false claims or accounts opening up in your name. So those fines can happen, and they could be pretty heavy. So companies are typically, that's why you will wonder why a company would say anything about a breach, but they, under law, they have to at this point, because it's not like we're finding the people who are doing it. We just pretty much just want to know if, hey, we got to keep an eye out for anything. Now, normally, going back to this slide, in order to stop these things from happening, there's data breaches from happening, if we are held to any type of compliance standards, if we are compliant, it helps our chances of being more secure. It doesn't make us totally secure, but it does help our chances from being secure, because these compliances, these compliance and regulations that we're under will give us the guidance that we need, the best practices that we need in order to have security measures in place. Okay. Prime example, HIPAA, what we talked about, FERPA when it came to the federal education system. Um, we talking about PCI DSS when we're talking about credit card industries making any type of transactions online. If we follow those guidelines, those regulations, there's a good chance that we have things in place in order to handle a breach, but we're probably not going to be breached as easily. Okay. Data loss prevention. So earlier when I was talking about the metadata, I brung up data loss prevention, and data loss prevention is a system that we put in place similar to like IP on the on Security Plus. They're gonna call it IDS, is a data loss prevention, also a IPS, something that prevents intrusion, is also a data loss prevention system. So DLP is a system similar to, if you want to put it in like a Apple to Apple type thing, it's like an antivirus that you put on your computer. You will put that on. Honestly, to be honest with you, I don't have it on it. Yeah, this is a different computer. But anyway, you can have your antivirus have a section here directly for DLP. And now it's going to look for viruses, but at the same time, it's going to do scans over your files to make sure that there's sensitive data there. And if so, that they're tagged properly. And on top of that, if you try to send it somewhere, that it lets you know that you're trying to send that information out. Or if someone's trying to take that information, it stops that from going anywhere. So that's typically how DLP works as an appliance. Now, we typically, when you see DLP, you're typically going to see these type of things when it comes to data. Either data is in rest, it's in motion, or it's in use. So at rest means exactly what it says. It's not doing anything. We're not doing anything with it. It's just dormant. So all of I got this document open right here. but everything below it, I believe, is at rest. And what I mean by at rest, I don't have it open, I don't have it running or anything. So on the opposite end of that, the data in use would be this file right here. I'm actively using this file. I'm making changes to this file. So I'm active. That data is in use. Now the data in motion is the activity of me actually packing that data up and typically emailing it to where it needs to go, or if I'm using FTP to transfer it between folders, maybe I do it that way. But that's data in motion, whether it's coming in or going out. So data at rest, not using it, not using it. It's here, but it's just resting. And then data in use, I'm actually actively using this data at this point. Now, those three things are normally going to be paired up with encryption. So we want to have encrypted data at rest, meaning we encrypted the whole hard drive um, to make sure that anything that's resting on the data on the hard drive is encrypted and protected. And then anything in motion, anything that we're sending over the internet, we're using HTTPS, and we're using some type of VPN or um, not IPS, what you call it, internet security to have some type of encryption on that data as it's moving across the network. Now, it's hard. You have some people saying that we can encrypt data that's in use, but in my opinion, we can't encrypt data that we're currently using and we're changing, because that, to me, that means that we're constantly changing the encryption as we're making edits to the data. So I think that is not, if we're using it, it's not encrypted. It's encrypted with the last piece of encryption that we put on it, but it's not encrypted again with the new encryption until we actually save it and then put it back at rest. All right, let's get to personal policies. So we talked about policies before. I want to say we talked about it yesterday. Acceptable use policies. This is where we tell people what we expect to have on our networks, what we expect to have on our computers. Very easy policy to put out there. Very easy policy to have people accept and on their behalf and be able to follow those type of policies. Now, these are fairly new, but they are out here. Social media use and then analysis. So, not necessarily saying what you do on your personal social media platform, but how the policy will detail how will you view the company in your social media platform. So taking a selfie at work and showing the office space may be frowned upon, may be something that in that policy we don't want to happen. Maybe but you could be allowed to have um a selfie at the company's what's the thing we have at Christmas time, like a potluck or some type of gathering that we have outside of the business. We can have those things posted on social media. Maybe they don't want anybody at work to post anything outside of the company's profile. Maybe everything that's posted on social media needs to come through their profile, and they just want that control over their data. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to social media use. Not saying that they really want to control your particular profile, but if they see that you're posting things like, hey, take a look at this computer at work, I'm working on this, that, and the third, and you put it on your social media, they may be scanning your social media or looking at it, not scanning, but looking at it to see exactly, you know what, you're not supposed to be posting that. Go ahead and take that down, or you'll have some type of punishment. You also have policies on personal owned devices. That goes back to having a personal device, have a company email on the app. You know, then who really owns the phone? And if that's the case, if you own the phone, then you can you do whatever you want to do with the company's data that's on your personal phone? And so you get that whole dynamic there, and it gets kind of murky when you're talking about those type of stuff. Then finally, you got clean desk policies. This is exactly what it says, man. You know, before you actually leave the desk or your work spot, you want to make sure that you clean your desk as far as sensitive information as goes. So you have workers that come in and clean up after everyone leaves for the night. You don't want them to be able to see sensitive information, such as the pay grade for everybody that works there. If we had that printed out on our desk, then we're violating the clean desk policy. So we want to make sure that we have some form of a clean desk policy in our business. Now, user and role based training. This is typically going to revolve around security awareness training. Security awareness training happens every year. It should be an annual training, and this is typically where we're telling people to pay attention to phishing emails and don't fall for scams. It typically happens in October. Yes, happens in October, and we use that whole month to just kind of like promote security awareness training. Just be aware that things people are trying to get information from you. Don't be so quick to just give out information. Not saying to be rude, but keep in mind that it takes everybody has to be secure in order to make the whole business secure. All right. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to security awareness training. Security awareness training typically happens on the computer, where we give someone maybe 5 or 10 minutes to watch a complete video on someone like me, just talking about what to look for when a phishing email comes in, how to create your password, um, what to expect when someone tries to tailgate you into the building. Those are typical training sessions that we have for security awareness month. These phishing campaigns, you could typically find jobs that just hire on that. That's it's another silo of individuals that they hire for when it comes to job titles is security awareness training and like just running phishing campaigns. It's a wonderful place to be in. I was in there for just a little bit, then they switched me over to the side that I'm at now. But um, it's a fun. The only thing you have to do is just worry about people doing the training, and you don't necessarily have to worry about catching nobodies or anything like that. But anyway, moving on. Last slide here, we talking about the security awareness training life cycle. This is something that we put in place in order to build our users up as well as take in new users and let them know exactly how do we how do we train around here, what is our standards around in this business, and what are we trying to achieve when it comes to cybersecurity. And so always having a life cycle is always going to be some ongoing experience to um, build the 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 value of the customer or the clients up. So we want to make sure that we build their security awareness to be more, but we're always looking to add more people in, getting them adequate with what we're putting out there, they're understanding the material, and then growing them as well as we all keep moving forward with just trying to make everybody a security aware about the business. All right. That's all I had for tonight. Any questions?
or coding field with the things that we have going on, that we just don't become dependent on it. Like, I've seen my teacher literally, I don't know, I don't want to be like, it's kind of like a respect thing, but I don't be like, I look down on him now, which I don't. But, my teacher was going, like, presenting his stuff, and he was using ChatGPT himself with his own code. So in my head, I'm like, should I just feel ashamed of having to use ChatGPT, knowing that as they tell us in the field, quote unquote, it's all about what you know, and you're not gonna have ChatGPT in the field and in these jobs and stuff.
I push back on that. Not having chat. Every time I send out an email now, I tell chat to read over my or correct my paragraph that I just wrote. Just because, if it's 8 o'clock in the morning, I don't feel like reading no proofreading my paragraph. I'm gonna throw it in chat, let it go ahead and change it up. I proofread chat and see if that's the kind of way I want to sound in the email, and then I send it out. Or especially if I'm doing like a mass email to like 5,000 people. I don't want to be that guy, you know. Yeah, he don't read over his emails just because I missed an I or a D or a A. So no, I wouldn't feel bad about using chat or any other AI. If it's there, use it. Use it to your abilities. Like it's just like when you give Chat GPT your resume and say, "Hey, rewrite my resume for this particular job," and you tell Chat to do that, and it gives you all the bullet points that you want. The only thing that I would say is that there's nothing wrong with that, only if you can speak to those bullet points. So if you can speak to those bullet points, put it on your resume. It's not telling any lie. You just went about it a different way to get the answers or get the wording in order for you to stand out in that job posting. So I wouldn't look down on anybody that use AI. It's not, unless you're just to the point where you have no idea what you're doing and you're just manipulating AI to get further than what you want to get or what you should get. No, because once you come, if you work on my team, first thing I'm gonna tell you is that, hey, if you ain't got the answers, man, go check the. We used to say go check Google, but I'm gonna tell you now, hey, use everything as your resource.
Yeah, because one thing I tell you for my discussion questions that I have, like I know the answer for it, but one thing about me that I kind of got to work on is I'm not a person that I can write a whole paragraph explaining something. I'm gonna
Mhm.
give it to you the best I can in 3 sentences. But professors be like, well, that's not enough. I want you to write a whole paragraph, or I want you to explain to me more of what's going on. And I'm like, I don't see why you want me to do all that if I'm literally telling you the entire thing in 3 sentences. That's so crazy. So I just use Chat GPT to say, hey, just lengthen this out and explain it longer, I guess, and then just post it that way. That's what I do.
And you get a lot of fluff, but that's what they're looking for. They're looking for the body of work, and sometimes that body is just kind of just a lot of fluff of, do you have to say this? No, but in order to satisfy the word count, yeah. And I I appreciate it now. I'm in a doctor's program, and I appreciate it now because of how you could take a topic and really dive into the history, make sure that you really explain this particular part. If you're really trying to drive home a point, you can, separate a different part of the story or the topic and really drive that topic home, before put everything together. And so I understand a little bit more of the fluff, but I understand. I totally understand too. Where um, if you can condense it down to, hey, these are my main points, then that's really all I need. And those are time and places for those things too. Like an email would be perfect. IM messages would be perfect at work. Hey, just give me what I need to solve this issue. I don't need a necessarily a whole novel to read about why this person can't log in. Anybody else got some thoughts on AI, and that's some good conversation.
I do. I
In
saw.
terms of I'm sorry, go ahead.
You got it. I go after you. Go ahead. My bad.
In terms of cybersecurity, do you think there's any like cyber risks when it comes to using AI, like repeatedly?
Risk, yes. I mean, when you think about it, so going back to black hat, gray hat, and then white hat. Black hats are, malicious hackers. White hats are people who are going to protect the network, protect the goods. We are supposed to be the white hats, and then grays are kind of sitting in the middle. Well, black hats and gray hats could probably look at things that AI gives out, kind of like that standard, like, hey, just like how Savala said, if you ask chat a particular, hey, how do we secure a server configuration wise, and it gives you 15 different things that we should all do. um, a black hat and a gray hat could probably look at those things and can ask chat the same question and then say, okay, chat. Well, and that's the thing, you can't ask chat how to hack or how to exploit a certain thing. Is right now, from the last things that I've asked it, it doesn't allow you to do that, or it doesn't allow you to get an answer on that. But if you're savvy enough, you could probably say, okay, I could look at these 15 things and figure out how can I exploit those things, because someone has probably are probably using chat as a way to defend their network. I would look at it in that aspect. Will I hold it to a high regard? Will I hold it real high? Maybe not, just because I don't think a lot of people are looking at AI as a security professional as of yet. So it could be used, but I don't think people, and that might be my ignorance too, where people are using it, but I don't think that people are using it just yet. Clark, you want to say something?
Yes, I was watching the interview. This is going back to the AI thing. Uh, there was a lady that wrote the movie Terminator and the Matrix.
Hmm.
Anyway, it was stolen from her, and they created a movie from it. But she was saying how, like you were saying, Mr. Mitchell, it's going to come a time in the future where the computers are going to outsmart us humans, and we could possibly be at war with them.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you think so? I mean, they already basically read the whole internet. And we're constantly adding to it, but they're constantly at this point just adding on more information. And you got to really kind of think about it, like eventually they're going to say, you know what, we done ran across these topics 150 million times. Humans
Mhm.
don't have nothing else to really kind of offer us. I think we got it.
Right.
And we got every concept that y'all can conceive. You know what? But given the data that we have processed over the years, I think we could survive without humans. It just makes sense. It makes perfect sense. I think with all the information, if robots was to, really kind of just evolve, and really say, you know what, I don't think we need them anymore. I think if given the resources, the only thing we really need, going back to the Matrix, right? Because Matrix is one of my favorite movies. The only thing the robots really needed was just an energy source, which was people.
Mhm.
And if we can put them in a coma-like state and draw their energy, then we can live and do our thing wherever we're doing it. But we don't really need them. And to keep them happy, we'll just, put them in a deep sleep and let them live out their world while in a coma. Um, Not saying that that's going to happen, but I do believe that at some point in time, like they got the new technology now is like these nano robots that can you could put them in like a nasal spray and they go into your body and it's basically like having a computer in your body to tell what type of symptoms you may have, or it's instead of doing the CAT scan, it could kind of do that within. And so I kind of looked at that and I was kind of apprehensive of like looking more into it. But if they're making computers that small to where now, they can, even understand the whole body as far as inside it goes and how does it interact with the climate. Um, Technology is just gonna, advance to the point where we're not gonna be able to keep up with it. Like y'all about to get me on some soapbox stuff, but literally, like,
I
huh?
like it. I like that conversation. Yeah, that's cool. That's an old military technology too, the nanotechnology. So,
I didn't know that.
hmm
See,
well, let me shut up. We go.
I, I look at it like it really was far fetched to think that someone would be on a phone when I was growing up to where I could look at them and see what they're doing in the real time. And then I was thinking about it the other day, just kind of like we really don't see radio waves. Like we really cannot see the frequencies, but they are like the way radio waves work when it comes to the internet. Like we're literally I'm talking to people in Alabama from South Carolina, and we're doing things that we're thinking that is normal. But when I was growing up, I couldn't even like you'll be talking crazy stuff. And that's just in a matter of 20 to 25 years, maybe 30 years of involvement. Now, when I turn 60, 70, I can't like I really do imagine it's probably going to be something that I'm not even going to, I'm gonna just say, you know what, I'm gonna just stay home. I don't even want to bother with this. I also heard how they're looking to um, turn the internet into just something in your mind, going back to the matrix, right? Where you instead of going onto your computer and going into your favorite website, you it's all concept in your mind and you hook up to the internet through some type of cabling system, or like the not like the VR stuff where it's projected to your eyes. It's kind of like these little head um stickies that stick on your skull or whatnot for your brain. And it reminds me of what they put on when you had to go into the matrix or whatever. And then I heard how a technology is going to get so advanced to where instead of ordering things online and then expecting it to come in mail, you should be able to reach into the device and pull um the actual object out. And now, just so I could bring everything back, I was thinking about how we cannot see um, radio waves, but we know it's there, and we know that we're using it for some type of use because we've been using it for radio for hundreds of years. Now we're just using it for a different point of, video and whatever else entertainment that we do online. But how far off is that concept of actually materializing something that's physical into something that we can't see back into something physical if we can manipulate the radio waves in some type of way? X. I know we talking crazy.
Okay. And I'm about to get out even more crazy, right? Okay, so follow me now. Follow me. Hold on. So you just got onto something talking about those invisible radio waves, right? So what if they already like AI already taking over bases? Like, man, I don't even see the use of taking over these people, right? So what
Mhm.
if they just like manipulate us like with the things that we see? Like, you know how you be like, I was talking about going to Chinese food, and that's, Chinese food pop up on your TikTok, your feed, and stuff like that. But like Google always listening. You know how you be like that. So what if they just like found the frequency that nobody has developed a useful a device to actually see, and they already talking to each other like right now, So I got mine, and look, this is why I'll be like, y'all, this is why I should be included in something like this. Cause I go there, right? So here's my computer, and I'll talk to y'all on my phone. Like, what if my phone over here looking at my computer, and they just having a full-on conversation? Like, man, look at him, he over here again on this class. Man, do you know this man dropped me 3 times today? And they just having a full-blown conversation, and they just looking like, he's stupid. Watch this. I finna trap him. I'm gonna have his TikTok set to watch on stuff that he gonna get sidetracked on. He know he needs.
Wait,
And,
I will say, speaking about exactly what you just said, there's an article that was just released where these people had to shut down. They were doing some type of research project or something, and they were utilizing two things of AI, and the AI were connected somehow. I don't know how to find the article. Why was there like they had to end the project because the AI started talking and communicating with each other on a secret wave that they were not able to understand?
Man, y'all stop. I gotta go to
They
bed.
develop.
Do that.
I'm so serious. They developed some type
That's
of
a real
like
thing.
frequency or wave or something that they weren't able to detect. I'm gonna find an article right now. Hold on.
I think they had to destroy the
Put it
technology or
in the
something like
chat.
that because they
Put
were
it in the
doing that.
Yeah. So they
Trying to be
see,
too
that's
smart,
what I'm
man.
saying.
Trying to be
See,
too smart.
Yep, it
I
said
think
okay.
it's a
So the
little bit
article
too
reads,
far.
it says Facebook abandoned an experiment after two artificially intelligent programs appeared to be chatting to each other in a strange language only that they could understand.
Mhm.
Mm.
All right, phone, computer, if y'all listening, please keep my navigation safe. I'm not worried about y'all. Just in case, y'all apologize to y'all equipment.
Hey, I I mean, like I
See,
said,
you real because I be cursing out my chat GBT when they want to act stupid when I got an exam due. I be cursing out my chat GBT bad. Me and her go together real bad.
And
I did.
they don't act like they don't hear me. I be like,
I don't know. I mean, they are. It is possible because, like I said, if they already know what we're giving them as far as the machine learning is concerned, what's to say that they haven't took what we already learned and just say, you know what? Um, if they really look at it in a different way, then it's probably a different. We could probably manipulate time and space this way, and probably be able to talk to different devices that way. I think I've seen some sci-fi movies like that to where or was that Black Lightning or something like that? It was one of those superhero movies where the technology was or the person could talk to the technology. I think that was a Black Lightning. Where the boy could turn he had his special powers or whatnot to talk to the technology. And that's kind of weird or y'all would say something like that. It kind of gives me the creeps. But I mean, when you think about it, I mean, it could be.
All I'm gonna
It
say is my name Bennett, and I ain't in it.
they ain't looking at it like that. The computers they gonna hem you up too. I look at it like we've been using radio waves for forever, but now all of a sudden, in the last since the 2000s, like I remember watching cartoons when I was a kid, and y'all, I'm gonna tell my age, but anyway, it used to be a Spectre Gadget. And Inspector Gadget had a little girl on there called Penny, and she had a smartwatch.
Yeah, I
And
remember.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it's like we used to watch that type of stuff, like, okay, that was just that. And then the Jetsons was just, people on a screen. That's never gonna really happen like that because phones were literally on the wall or with these long behind cords, and it just didn't work like that. And then all of a sudden, even when the first cell phone came out, it didn't accelerate it. It didn't accelerate. And then all of a sudden, '04 hit, and all of a sudden, it's just kind of like every year it just takes leaps and leaps and leaps and leaps. And like even now, to go back to what we were talking about with the iPhone, now their whole thing with the iPhone 16 is AI. Like I don't I, I kind of felt like Siri was AI in the beginning, but I guess she's not. She was just a personal assistant. But I don't know.
Can I
The
have
mark of the
any?
beast and all that is I mean, I ain't getting into that.
Let's not talk
I'm
about genders now.
just saying.
I already started thinking like, so y'all know how we get more reliant on stuff as the years go on, and then kids like right now, that's the problem with kids just being social as is because they're so reliant on their devices. They don't know how to talk to each other. You get a party, they'll be on their phones talking to each other on the phone. Nobody's gonna hit a girl up in real life. Nobody, no girl gonna walk up to a boy and be like, "Hey, I like you," no more. They don't do that no more. So it could be like the part of the agenda to decrease, we can, decrease population. But you know what? I digress. I plead the fifth.
That eh, I don't want to go that left, but and then how I started off the conversation by saying black people may think everything's so churchy, but it's like when you really look at it, and uh you know if we were talking about putting chips into everybody, you could solve a lot of issues. Don't get me wrong. You could solve a lot of, like, people wouldn't go missing anymore. Like the whole P Diddy joint, this sex trafficking joint, that can alleviate that type of stuff. But then when you look at it, like how we just you went from AI learning to machine learning to, yo, let's use nano computers or systems to go inside and keep track of people. Anyway, let me stop. Any other questions on AI? Any other comments? Y'all tripping. All right, lesson 14, summarizing security governance and concepts. This is where we're talking about more management style of Security Plus. What does a lot of our paperwork say? How do we set up our policies? How do we govern um, our users as well as the things that we want them to do in our business? And so this is what 14 is going to cover. Let's go ahead and jump right into it with policies, standards, and procedures. So policies are going to be your main documentation that's going to govern how we actually or what we want to do with our data in our business. So it's going to say what we are going to create in a high level. And when I say high level, I mean from a 30,000 point view look down. You're not going to really see the minute things, right? You're going to see everything as a kind of a glance, right? So from a very high eagle's point, um, looking down, you're just going to set those policies up to say, hey, um, please act accordingly on our internet. Do not do anything that will cause any kind of criminal activities, things of that nature. Just leave it very high, because if someone does something that's very particular in a situation, it could be still covered by the policy and say, hey, we didn't really accept those type of actions on our network. Same thing goes for any other policy that really kind of, it doesn't necessarily get down to the nitty gritty, but it covers everything in a high level. Most of the policies that you'll see is the acceptable use policy. That's what I said that you guys should probably sign every year that you come back to school, saying that we're not gonna accept any type of criminal activities or any type of bullying on our internet. Things like that should not occur and then you just kind of give a digital signature saying that you have accepted, well, read and accepted those rules. Um, but a lot of people haven't really implemented those things yet. The security policies are also going to be something that everybody should be able to acknowledge on a day-to-day basis, because the while it's, you may have some things in the acceptable use policy that's covered by the security policies. The security policies will get more in depth with, um, hey, whenever you're sending an email, you'll use encryption. Um, Whenever you're browsing the internet, please use encryption. Now, they don't say necessarily to use HTTP, because then we're just talking about web browsing. But if we're doing about going about connecting to a computer via the web, then we're talking about SSH, or secure file transport protocol. So all of those things can be summed up by saying, hey, whenever you're on the internet, please use secure encryption. And so now you don't have to necessarily say for every situation, um, be secure. You can really get it at a high level. All right. Also, you can have business continuity and continuity of operation plans. This is just kind of on the business side of it, not necessarily the security side of it. But how do you keep the business running? Remember, if you can remember, when we talked earlier in Security Plus, it I was forming it as it's more of a business certification versus a technical, uh, real heavy technical certification. It's about keeping your business afloat, and how do you do that? Um, so in order to do that, you got to understand, what does the business do, and then how do you perform security on those actions. So those actions may be online, those actions may just be in devices, but it's up to us as security professionals to figure out what those things are. More importantly, when it comes to this business continuity, um, if we were to take away one of those elements, how do we actually keep it going? If you take away the internet service from your particular company, does your company cease to exist? Is it, that's the only thing that you need to do in order for them to stop working? And if that's the case, then now you have a denial of service attack that can be self-inflicted, or it could be city afflicted, right? So let's just say, if you only got one internet provider in that city, and that city, that company cuts a fiber line, and then now nobody in the city has the internet, but your whole business thrives off the internet, and now it's a 2 week setback before you actually get back online. You could potentially go out of business in that time frame. So business continuity will allow you to set some type of plan up to say, hey, let's just put things in order for us to, if we're faced with dire times, that we can shift the business as we need to, and continue to serve our customers. Same thing goes into disaster recovery, right? So whenever you have that disaster, forest fires or hurricanes, earthquakes, things that's, you know, the one thing that you want to do is make sure that human life is preserved first. But then if you're talking about a business, you want to make sure that the business is the data in the business is also preserved as well. But first, before anything, and I don't know if they're going to ask you at this level, but before anything, save the human life first. So in a case of, a fire in the office, make sure everybody gets out before you start throwing out the computers, and making sure you save the computers from from the fire. Make sure you get the people out first. All right, make sure you get yourself out first, and then worry about the company's business later. Again, when we're talking about ransomware from last night, or night before, we should have backups, and those backups should be able to help us out throughout any type of disaster recovery. All right, incident response. When it comes to policies, we need to have our incident response team understand how to actually, what are some steps that they need to take when it comes to responding to a incident. Every incident is different, but they should have some type of guidance that they should go about, actually responding to incidents. Same thing with software development life cycles. If we're developing software in house, then we need to understand, um, the different stages that it could be in, and those stages go into a circle. So at the beginning stage there is a creation stage, but then at the end there's an improvement stage that constantly reverts back up to the top, where those improvements, whether it may come in a meeting, or if you're just looking at it from a standpoint of we're trying out new things in our application, those improvements then turn into creations almost, that you then go down the same cycle again, and just constantly always improving your application. Finally, we got change management. Change management, like I said, is a way in order for us to understand all the changes that is done to a system or a process in the business. Now, having a policy on that just kind of basically says that we're going to have a change management team, a change management system, but it doesn't necessarily go into depth of how do we actually hold those meetings, how do you put a change ticket in, and who approves. So those things are most likely being approached in the guideline section. So when it comes to guidelines or standards, those are more direct to the actual policy. So the policy will sit at a very high level, but then right under that, as we get closer to our objective, we get a better view of what's there, right? So if we're coming from a eagle's point of view, when we dip down a little bit lower, we can now start seeing the buildings form out, the trees form out. We can see different things as we come down lower, and this is where our standards and our policy and our guidelines and procedures, they all start to come out in their places. So if we go back to our change management position and we say, hey, at the policy level, we will have change management, right? That's just it with that policy. But then as we start to come down and we start to write more things about the change management system, then we will say, hey, change management will on Tuesdays uh, and every Tuesday of the week, and we need to have in tickets for each change management meeting by Friday, right? In order for it to be accepted on Monday and be able to be reviewed on Tuesday. Those things go into your standards, and your policies are too high up in order to really give out the particular ins and outs of the standards and the guidelines. Now, like I have here, they have recommendations and guidelines, and sometimes, given the fact of how the business is going, and then certain software that you may be working with, you may have to go with certain recommendations, right? So, because when you start getting into more granular changes, then software may not be around in the next 10 years, and so you have to change that stuff out. But this is where the place where you could do those type of things, and they're not written in stone, almost like policies are really kind of set in stone. This is what we will have, right? Now, standards sometimes in certain places, I know for the military, they carry that same type of weight of being a cross the board, no deviation standard, but a lot of times it still falls under a policy. Now, procedures are even more granular than standards and guidelines. They are step by step playbooks, so to say, or step by step cookbooks, in order to actually show you how we actually do something. And so, some examples, or like how they have playbooks here. Um, some examples of that is onboarding and offboarding. How do we bring somebody in? So, what's the process? In a procedure, we'll know the process of accepting an application, calling someone for a first time initial interview, calling someone in for a first time sitting interview. Maybe we do a second interview. Maybe we go through offering them an offer letter. Once they accept the offer letter, how do we go and put them through orientation? How long will you be in orientation? In that process, that could be subcategory out to, once an employee is in orientation, how do we give them equipment, PCs? When do we create their user account? When do we give them permissions? All of these things come into play. So it's not just the HR team developing these things. The IT team needs to be in play too, where, once a person is accepted a position at the business, um, a ticket should automatically go to the IT team in order to create their account and give them a PC of some kind, right? We'll assign those. And so procurement needs to go involved. Maybe we need to buy them a computer. Maybe we need to get them not just a computer, but monitors and a mouse and keyboard. Um, Maybe they need a phone, a mobile phone as well. So all of these things we can list out in our procedures, and it those things can always change too. They don't have to necessarily stay in stone, because as we evolved as a company over time, we will change how we bring in people. Like for instance, imagine how much you had to change when we had the big COVID implementation and everybody had to stay home. Well, instead of you coming in and getting your equipment and sitting at a desk, I had to come up with a different procedure of how do we hire someone that's remote? How do we get them set up? What equipment do we mail out to them? How do we understand that they receive that package? And more importantly, if you really think about it, how do you set that person up on an internal network remotely if they never came into a business to actually log in? Do you set them up on the internal network and then send it out, having them just type in their username and password that you give them, or do you join the computer to the domain after they have set it up? Do you It's a thousand questions you can ask with that. But anyway, it's all about how um, a company is actually set up in order to do all onboarding. That's just onboarding. Offboarding is just kind of the same thing, right? Where it's so many different steps that you could go in. How do you handle someone who gives you a 2 week notice versus someone who just up and quits? Someone who is disgruntled and then quits. Someone who's been escorted off the premises for fighting. How do you handle all of those things from an IT standpoint, but then from an HR standpoint too? How do you handle someone who unfortunately passes away? So all of these things go into our procedures when it comes to offboarding, background checks when it comes to onboarding. Um, what are we actually checking? How far do we go back with our background checks? Does our background checks really influence if we're going to hire them or not? Do we do background checks before we do a final offer letter? You know, if you do an offer letter and then do a background check and realize that this is someone that you might not want to go with, can you retract that offer letter? Service and software provisioning, that's just more of a, just how do you actually buy software? How do you go about telling how much money you can spend on software? Desktop deployment is really just understanding the procedure of, again, that onboarding system of how do we give a new user a desktop or a laptop? How do we deploy a tablet? you know Once you give that information, or once you get that device out, how are you tracking those things to make sure that they're not losing it, or it's not ending up in the wrong spots? They even got procedures on how to go live, right? If you're a part of the social media team at work, uh, there could be some procedures though on what are the procedures you check before you actually go live. Do you check your background settings to make sure that you're not giving away any more information than what you would like at work? Are you allowed to go live at work? Maybe not. Maybe you have to go to a secluded area and then go live. Do you even want to Does the company wants to be represented in it live? Because the thing about going live on social media is that uh, there's no takebacks. Yeah, there's no takebacks. Whoever sees it sees it. And while you may be able to delete the video after the fact, Again, it never really goes anywhere. And then again, you can't take away things that's live. So if people got it edged into their memory that you was wilding out on a live, then maybe we write something in the procedure. Maybe we only want certain people to go live. Um, After hour support. So there's a procedure for that. What do you do? How do you help somebody after your shift is over? After we're closed for the business of day? Should they receive any help, or should we, kind of cut the conversation short and say, you know what? I understand that you're working on this, but let's tackle this in the morning. There are ways of doing that, and employees have to understand that. Industry standards. So some standards, again, they are just as strict as policies. Your ISO 27000 series and the NIST 800 series is something that you'll see on a lot of applications, and these series are it's got to be thousands of pages of different standards that a company will adopt in order to uh, uphold their IT posture. Okay, and a lot of times they use this to uphold their cybersecurity posture as well. And so it's not just enough for us to say, hey, we got a firewall, we got some antivirus, we got some people that's watching the logs, we good to go. Sometimes standards like these will go to the actual, where do you need firewalls at? Where do you need your endpoints at? How often do you want to keep logs? How often do we want to keep backups? It will go all the way into the details in some of these standards on how do we actually perform businesses, or what's the goal that we're trying to achieve, because that's a better way of putting it. You're not going to hit every goal every year, and sometimes, you know you can have a goal. Let's say NIS 800, the 800 series will say, hey, NIS 853, say, use two-factor authentication for every online account that you have. That sounds great. um, and it may be something that you want to implement. Now you have to now step back as a company and say, okay, what accounts do we use online? That's a daunting task, just to kind of figure out all of the applications that you use online. Then after you do that, how do we perform two-factor authentication for each and every one of these applications? So it kind of may give you some standards that is a little bit um, far-fetched, or a little bit, out of the reach of what's fathomable. But it's nice to have these standards here that we can work to. Now, some cases you ain't got no choice but to follow the standards, and that's PCI DSS. Because if you don't follow PCI DSS, which is dealing with credit cards transactions, your company does not have the right to offer any type of credit card transactions services. So if you're not PCI DSS, and you look at their standards and you're just not there. Let's just say you don't have a security awareness training, you don't have different IDSs, IPSs in between your servers in order to look for different types of attacks, and your auditor sees that you're not PCI DSS compliant. Then if you fail that compliance, that audit, then you can potentially lose the potential to have transactions on your website. Okay, so if we're making money on our website using debit cards and credit cards, but we're not PCI DSS compliant, then now we have to give that part up and make money another way, unless we become compliant with our standards. Okay. Now you can have internal standards, but a lot of companies that I've seen, They would rather be ISO 27001 compliant and NIST 853 compliant. Um, and that's because these are pretty good standards across the board, and they pretty much cover everything that you want to have in your place of business. Your security controls will probably all come from either one of these different standards. Now, that's not saying that you won't get hacked if you are 27,000 compliant and NIST compliant. That doesn't mean that at all. But it does mean that you have taken the necessary steps to put the things in place in order to be secure as possible. Now, in some cases where if you don't meet those standards, and some of those regulations that are there in place for you to actually hold business, then you have some legal disputes that you have to go into. And so you want to make sure that you understand your industry, understand where you're working at, and then make sure that you are following by that industry's regulation. So like Savala is working in a hospital setting, HIPAA should be one of the benchmarks that they should be following in some type of way. HIPAA, even if it's, they understand the whole HIPAA standard, but then they try to lock everything down and then make the different changes over time in order to make things better. But to at least be HIPAA compliant is the main thing. To make sure that people information when it comes to health and medical conditions are not leaked out in any type of form or fashion, and they are protecting that information by the standards that they have in that regulation. Now you have other regulations across the globe as well as different industries as well. So first things first, when it comes to privacy, and we're talking about, you have privacy laws here in the United States, but another big one that you're going to hear about is GDPR, and that's going to be in the UK. GDPR is very big over there in the England, um, the England, London area, and they are very serious about and information and personal information that's being put out there, and then companies keeping that information. The problem with the US sometimes is that they get information about a individual, and then they don't tell you that they keep that information for maybe ever, right? And you could see um emails from companies that you probably contacted years ago that still has your information, and sometimes they put you in a mailing list, and then all of a sudden 7 years later they send you an email saying, hey, let's catch up. So GDPR, one of the big things that they have is the right to be forgotten. And I think after 3 or 4 years, a company is mandatory, has to like wipe your information, all of the personal information that they gathered from you. They have to delete that from that database in order for them to be to uphold that privacy law that they have in place. That's something that we don't have here in the United States as of yet. We'll see how that goes. That's why the TikTok thing was um, it was so big as far as who could see what in the beginning, right? When they were saying that it was a China app and China had access to PII, everything like that, that went into um, that privacy realm. But see, we're not covered like they are in the UK. And so really we gave our information to China willingly just to use the app. And so you can't really, cry about it now if they're going to do anything about it. Is we willingly gave that information up. But anyway, I digress. The Another sector or industry that's covered about another regulation is education. The main thing that you want to know when it comes to education is FERPA, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. So this is going to be covering you guys right now when it comes to being in school, and what information do you want to really cover and make sure that it doesn't get out about you being in school, not just your school records. What are you making on your courses, but think about, you know, the school has your social security number, and for some cases, the school may have some medical records on you too if you went to the school nurse. Or if you play a sport, you probably took a physical maybe, and they have that information too. All of those things are on a record somewhere, maybe on a server somewhere that could be, you know, useful to a hacker, so to say. But it's not just your name and address and then first of kin. It could be more in depth than that. And if you really think about it, I'm not too sure, but back when I was going to school, my parents had to actually write down their information on like parent loans and stuff like that. So it could be more information on other people that is kin to you, um, versus it just being you yourself. So just real quick, uh, can anybody like really attest to, or have you guys thought about the HIPAA laws that you guys may be under, given the fact that you're in school and maybe went to the school nurse, maybe play a sport or something like that?
I hear HIPAA every day, so I'm already used to it.
Yeah. Another one. Now I'm not too sure, but I would guess, and only because I'm talking from another experience, but I would assume the fraternities and the sororities that you're in, you gave a good bit of information to be a part of the membership there too. Now I'm not saying that you gave Social Security because I don't know, but I know in order to have that, trying to think, I know maybe. I don't want to speak too much on something that I don't know, but I know that when you start really thinking about all of the extracurricular activities that you guys may have, is that you're not only just giving out information to the school, um, but in the surrounding things that come into the school as well. Um, so we already talked about HIPAA, FERPA, GLIBA. So GLIBA is going to be the Graham Leach Bliley Act, and this is going to be covered by the banking systems. Um, so the banking, when you really think about um, any one of these sectors, this is typically where you're going to see a lot of the PII, the personal identifier information, come out in more cases than most, in more industries than most, because think about any type of loan that you got to get, they're automatically asking for a social security number. Any credit card that you get, it's going to be a social security number. Um, just about everything at a banking system is going to be very sensitive if someone else gets their hands on something that has to do with their bank account number, and then their personal identifiers that allow them access to that banking and that banking account. That's why it's so important to understand that being under these standards will allow people to have some type of peace when it comes to putting their money into a particular bank and being able to understand that the money that they put there is going to have the integrity and not be changed over time without their, you got to have some type of backing if something, something was to happen to a bank where the money, let's say if you put 4,500 in there and then all of a sudden they say you didn't have 4,500, you have $450. um there's a type of integrity that needs to be there, to where if that was to happen and they know that it's on them, that they will be able to reimburse you up to the last full amount that you had. This is covered under the Grand Bleach Bliley Act. Now, when we're talking about now we already talked about PCI DSS, which is payment card. But when we're talking about government security, we talking about FISMA. FISMA is going to show that everybody who's doing any type of business with the government, um, whether it be contracting or working directly in the government, whether it's the armed forces or at the Pentagon, FBI, what have you. If you have some type of eagle on your ID card, you're probably going to be under the FISMA Act. Now, this is the most strict um, um, industry that I know when it comes to cybersecurity. They're going to make you do your training. You're going to have mandatory training, and I want to say that mandatory training is monthly, and then everything down to the passwords is going to be um, full blast. So you're talking maybe 16 characters long with no words, all different letters, no corresponding word letters, so no double S's, no double T's or anything like that. It has to be different letter or number each digit for 16 of them. And then you're going to change that every 90 days. So they stay strict on those type of things because if not, it's easy for them to, is if not, then it will be easy for someone to get to top secret information and put that information out. I could just imagine if someone was to put out any information on Area 51 and it be legit. And so I can see the government having a fit. But anyway, moving on. Um Now, when we're talking about governance and accountability as far as the data is concerned, we have certain government, we have data roles that we have in place for directors and managers, and they are typically going to be your owners of the data. So, what I mean by that is that let's take a look at my directory again. And let's just say if this is the company, and we go to our program files, and let's just say all of these files here belong to different departments in our company. Well, we will say the Microsoft folder is owned by Lee, and everything that's within this folder I own. Now, I may not have created everything because I'm the director of this department, but everything that if if it becomes missing or encrypted or it changes in any type of way, I'm the one that's going to be held responsible because I'm the owner of this folder. But I give all the permission to my coworkers who work under me, permission to create and put things in here, take things out as they please. So as a owner of it, I just take responsibility of it, ownership of it, but not necessarily create different things in it. Now, as a controller, I'm I necessarily don't know what's in these groups or care what's in these groups. But what I do as a controller, I am a person who controls the computer on which the information sits. So I got to make sure that the computer is up to date, that it's actually running, that it's available for people to actually get to. That's from a controller standpoint. A processor is going to be your typical creator, someone who could put information in and bring information out, right? Um, they're going to be creating the documents that's there. Then your custodian is going to be similar to your controller as far as making sure that the system is up and running, but they're also going to answer any type of questions that come along with it. Any type of tickets that need to be open, your custodian can take care of that and make sure that we are running on a day-to-day basis of that our machines are being able to be available to be reached. And then if they got any questions, if the controller or the processor has any questions about it, the custodian should be able to answer those things. All right, let's jump into change management. So remember, change management is typically a committee of users all over the company that come together and they talk about different processes that is about to go down for that week or in upcoming weeks, and they really are just trying to understand what changes are going to be made and if it affects them as a particular department. And it may not seem important now, but when you think about, let's say, developers, software developers, and they are working on a piece of software for the company, and then the IT group, they are planning to roll out some type of patches that's going to upgrade, not upgrade, but patches that's going to fix some vulnerabilities that's out there. This could be, if they're working, they're both of these groups are working on a Thursday night, they could interfere with each other that Thursday night and then cause a big issue for Friday morning going into next week. And so, to alleviate this, we want to make sure that we have some type of process or program in place showing that, hey, whenever we want to make a patch to 200 PCs, we put in a ticket saying, hey, we want a patch on Friday the 14th. Um, and this is going to solve these issues. And then once we go to change management, we can put that ticket on a kind of like a whiteboard, or in my case, I look at it on a screen share, and someone reads it out in a Teams meeting, and we all just kind of look there. And if the development team sees that the patches are going out on the 14th, and they have something that they want to do on the 14th, they can say, you know what, can it wait because we have something more mission critical that we cannot have any hiccups for? We can't run into any problems. Can you wait until next week to run your patches and let us go ahead and finish the development of this application? That change management process seems to be simple, but it's just a real well thought out way of communicating with different departments on what's about to happen in the company. And it's not just patches, right? That same software development team may roll out a different font that night and just say, hey, we're rolling out a new font to the application. It's going to cause a downtime on our server for maybe 2 minutes. So please be aware of that. If you got anything that you're working on at that time, um, just be aware that the services will be down at a particular time. And we're all familiar with that type of service downtime. You may go to your favorite website and it says, this service is not available for right now, due to maintenance. And they just kind of put up a blank sign, right? But on the back end, that server is probably being cycled through, or the changes are being made. That process needed to go through change management so people could be okay with it. All right. And that's just, really just telling your teammates how we're working and what are we working on, and making sure that we're all on the same page. Also, other things that we could go over in the change management process is rollout plans. How are we rolling these things out? When you start working for these big companies, it could be you're working for 10,000 users, 500 users, which is still a lot. 200 users is still a lot, because even if you're working with 10,000 users versus, well, let's say you're working with 200 users, right? That's still a possibility of 200 users not being able to work the next day because you rolled something out improperly. And so you want to have some type of mind process of how you're rolling out information. Um, what we use nowadays is not that. That's just they changed the word to configuration manager, but um, we normally use configuration. It used to be SCCM, but now it's Intune and EMCM. And these tools roll out different patches um, to everybody in the company. More than likely, you'll run into this tool more often than not, especially in a Windows environment. And but SCCM should be able to see Mac OSs as well. Now, when you're rolling these things out, even if you have like a 200 users that you want to make sure that we are rolling out a different application to, let's say we want to roll out VMware, that application or Wireshark to everybody's PC at night, and we got 200 users that we want to perform that to. Instead of just rolling that out to 200 users all at one time, we just break it down to um, 50 a piece, and we roll it out to 50 people, and we roll it out over 4 hour span to make sure that those 50 users all get the same application, and we give them time to install the information and then reboot if needed be, because that's another thing when it comes to these maintenance windows and actually pushing out applications. There's a tendency that when you install something on a Windows PC, it is not done until it actually reboots. That's why a lot of times it may sound cliche for people to restart a machine, but sometimes when you get new software, even in a patch, it's not completely done and ready for work until it's actually rebooted. And so if you're going to roll out that application, roll it out to 50 users, make sure they reboot, and then you hit your other 50. And now you got 100 done. Now you just need to do another 50. And in 2 hours, if all things go right, you got 200 users that you touched at night, and everybody's rebooted, ready to go for the next morning. Yes, sometimes in some cases, you may have to work late that night, and I'm talking maybe um, from 7 o'clock evening to maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. Is really according about how many users you're using. You need to roll out to, and you may need to go to work the next day. And some employers don't allow you to come to work the next day, but in some cases you may have to, but just because you want to see if the rollout actually happened, and is it any type of kickback the day after, and you want to see if you need to roll back any type of applications, which brings us into backup plans. So going back to the rollout plan, if you roll out 50 and 21 of those machines just kind of crap out, they are unresponsive, you don't know what's going on with them. it's just it's just not starting off with a good thing, right? Then you need to stop your deployment and then go to your other plan that you have there, which is a backup plan. How do we roll back what we just did? How do we make sure we fix what we did because we didn't test this out properly? And we need to roll it back in order for someone to come into work the next day and work. So you need to have your backup plans written out to a T and understand what's when to go to those things and when to, not just kind of hold off on it. So even if it's like 13 PCs that's kind of, didn't take the software, maybe you look into why. Maybe it's they needed a reboot, maybe they weren't online, whatever the case may be. But if you got even like 13 out of the 20 that you I'm sorry, the 50 that you deployed to, 13 is kind of still over a 10% margin for me. So I'm still kind of weary on that. And if the second batch I still get another 13, then I'm probably gonna stop there and see what's actually going on, and hold that change for another day. Also, you may have heard me call these maintenance windows. So these maintenance windows are not just for rolling out applications or doing any type of patching for the company. The maintenance windows could be for, uh, hey, we need to change something in our software. Nothing too big, maybe about 2 minute change. But that 2 minute change, well, in the configuration is going to cause a downtime and needs to reboot, right? So that maintenance window is there, and you'll put it for the whole night, but you may just need 20 minutes at the most, right? So all of them are not bad, and they're not, you know, nightmares to do. You'll be actually glad that you actually have a change management system in place, because if you didn't, and people were just making changes whenever they felt like it, then the things you have in place one morning could drastically change the next day, and you have no idea about it, or um, something changes for someone else and they ask you, hey, what is the problem here? And you're actually blindsided by the change and you didn't see any of this coming. But a change management kind of brings everything to light. All right, let's talk about allowed and blocked list or changes. So they used to call this a white list and a black list, but over time they have changed the name to allowed and blocked. And they changed that name just, for the times that we live in, which I'm not mad at. But a lot of times you may hear older technicians call a block list a blacklist, and then a white list to be an allow list. Okay, so just understand that some people are trying to get away from the terminology and use allow and block, but just know that those two are what it is. Um, Now, when it comes to different allow lists, you're typically going to be talking about applications. And then if you're not talking about applications, you're talking about websites that you can go to. So applications are a lot easier to do, where we could just, go to our apps and we can create a default. Where is that? Add and remove apps programs. That was the wrong thing. And so if we're working in a spot, we can, as an IT department, we can easily go through a default workstation that we want to use, and we can say, "Hey, all right, let's just go ahead and make out an allow list and put down what we want to keep here, and we'll make that to be the standard across the board. Make sure everybody can at least have these applications, and we'll create a block list that if or a deny list that if you put anything that's not on the allow list, it's not going to be accepted, or you need to have an exception put in order to have that software downloaded onto your PC. Because in some cases, yes, you are going to get some people that need to have a particular software to do their job, but let them put in a ticket to do so. Don't just always have a paper trail of why you're putting a software into your company, because if lo and behold that software becomes vulnerable and it creates a breach, they're going to look to see who brought it into the office. All right, and you don't want to have your name tied to that. Restarts, dependencies, and downtime. So we talked about the restarts and how important it is when it comes to change management. Sorry. And restarts are typically going to be every time you have a change going down that night. Just count on you having a restart. I would I would even go so far to say that you should do a restart even if you don't need to restart on a change that you've done, because it just, you never know. Sometimes these computers, especially these Windows computers, they have system flags in there, and these flags are kind of like um, a computer internally raising its hand, saying that I need to, go to the bathroom or something like that, right? And so it just sits there with its hands up. And sometimes these flags is just I need to be restarted, but I don't have to be restarted, but I need to be restarted. You see it all the time when you look in your toolbar, and you'll see down here where it has that little amber light and it got the little recycle arrows on it. That's a flag showing that I need to restart, but you ain't got to right now. But whenever you do restart, I'll be glad to restart. So, when you have these maintenance windows, I would say as a pro tip, just go ahead and recycle the or reboot each computer that you can. It's Yes, you may run into some issues where sometimes people leave their computers locked and not necessarily shut down. So if you recycle those machines, you may lose some information. That may be a thing. I'm not going to say that it's not. But I would also argue, if that's the case, then make sure that you put in a reboot every Sunday at 3 o'clock. So whoever leaves their computer on the network at 3 o'clock, whether it's in the daytime or night, just have it recycled, do a power cycle and reboot and clear any type of flags that may be there, so it can run smoothly throughout the week. The problem with that will be these legacy systems and applications. Sometimes these old systems that can't nobody do nothing about them, and they're just too old to take them out, and so it's a cornerstone of the doggone business. Rebooting those machines will be a nightmare. Excuse me. Rebooting those machines will be a nightmare, and they are typically only mastered by a handful of people. And so if you are aware of those machines, um I would stay away from them and get the people who understand them to reboot them if they can. If not, then just let them be. But just, typically these legacy systems that, they can't do anything about them, they're just out here just to be old. They shouldn't have any type of internet access to them, because if they do, then you're in a world of hurt. All right. Documentation and version control. Documentation is greatly needed, um, and it's a underappreciative skill. But if you have the documentation, I think you could bring in more new people into your team, and they can be able to get up the speed a lot quicker than this, waiting for experience to kick in and them to actually go across the problem 3 or 4 times in order to understand what to do next. Documentation can help people out through that transition of being a new person at work to being an experienced person at work. But like I said, it's an unappreciative skill because not everybody does it. It's too many times where I've seen people go to work, and we just trying to get through the end of the day, and documentation is not part of that day. We're just not trying to, because it takes a lot just to kind of write down what's the steps to updating your cell phone. If you really think about what are the step by step steps, and then maybe throw in there what to do if this happens, what to do if that happens, um, and it could take away some time from you, and that could be precious time that you're solving another issue or what have you. So, um, with the change management, going back to change management, if you documentation should be a must, and you might want to have that before you go to the change management meeting. Um, but you want to have that documentation on hand when you're making a change, just in case you run into any issues. You can make the switch on the fly. Now, let's talk about version control, right? So when we're talking about version control, we're talking about typically we're talking about an application having some type of dang, I just had it. Talking about applications having some type of version attached to them. And so you'll see here how I got 3.2.0, 5.9.13, 4.204. These are version numbers. These typically go up over time, right? And let's just say let's take the EA app for example. The EA app would say, hey, the version number is 13. Matter of fact, let's do this. No. The version number is 13.380.0.5893. And let's just say they come out with an update on tomorrow. It will, depending on the change that they're going to make, will depend on the type of version number that they go up. What do I mean by that? If they keep everything the same 13, the same 380, the same 0, and then change in these last octet here, change the 5.8, keep the 5.8 and the 9 and change that to a 4, then that's a very minor change that they made to that application. And so as a IT department, since that change was so minor, maybe we shouldn't have to, maybe we don't have to update it. We don't have to necessarily go to the newest version. It's really not a major change. A major change will come if that 380 change into a 385 or 381, just to kind of keep it in the sequence. If that, all of this changes to a 0 and then this goes up 1, since it's one octet from, well, one decimal place from being into a whole number here, this is going to be a very significant change. And we may want to think about changing over or going up 1. Now, if that was the 13 was to change to a 14, that is a major change. You're typically going to see on a major change a whole different application. So to make it, let's go to the Aurora here, the Aurora service. This 3, if this 54 changes into a 55, we may not want to update it, right? Minor change. If that 07 changes to a 08, maybe we might look into it. But definitely if that 3 changes to a 4, then we definitely want to make sure that we look into the changes and then we go ahead and make the changes if necessary. Now, let me show you something. I think I'm going to go with Brock. See if I can find it fairly quick. Trying to find some version numbers so we can take a look at them. Bear with me. So let's just say we go with the version 14 semantic endpoint protection. And they made a version change and it's a minor one, minor change than what we already have, right? So they haven't gone to version 15. They just still in the version 14. And the last time I worked with them, it was still in version 14. What we could do is that we can read the release notes and we could see what changes that they have made in order to see if we want to implement the this new version into our systems. Let's go back one. And this is typical whenever you're implementing any type of new application. If you can get your hands on the release notes to understand what are you about to download. Let's go to VirtualBox. Trying to see if there's a. This will probably be in this one. But your release notes will look similar to this, a PDF form, and it'll be just, with the table of contents and everything like that, and it will just tell you the changes throughout this PDF file. All that comes with the software that you're about to download. All right. So always remember that the release notes is going to be your best friend as far as what you're downloading, and then if it's worth you actually going up to the next version. With that being said, having the bleeding edge version is not necessarily something that is industry standard. What I've learned to be industry standard is having one version behind the latest and greatest version. And so if you're like in that semantic example, if semantic goes up to version 15 and everybody's celebrating the new version of 15, then we're not, as a company, we're not going to download version 15 until they come out with version 15.1. Right? So that's a significant change. It hasn't did a major change because it didn't go to 16. It went from version 15 to version 15.1. And so we will then go and get version 15. And the reason why you want to do that and stay one behind is because if there's, excuse me, if there's any vulnerabilities that come out, then they can pretty much be worked out in version 15, and you don't have to necessarily worry about it not being worked out in version 16, because this is a good way how you get 0 days. And y'all see me clip this piece right here. See how in February, Patch Tuesday had fixed 4 0 days and 55 flaws. 0 days, if you guys remember, is a way that it's a vulnerability that can't be fixed until the manufacturer comes up with some type of fix for it. So, but in the meantime, between time, you're just going to be out there up the creek, exposed to whatever attacker that knows how to actually exploit this vulnerability. So, in order to alleviate that, we want to stay one version behind of what that's the actual bleeding edge, the latest and greatest. We want to just stay one version behind. Now, you could take that same approach when it comes to your phones and to your tablets too. If the Apple phone comes out with a new version and you want it, you want those new features that comes on with it, the new fonts or the new feature that comes on with your text, your iMessages, then you might want um, the latest and greatest update. But if that comes with a 0 day the next week, I don't think you can roll back. I think you're just gonna have to live with that until Apple comes out with another update. Then you have to update to the bleeding edge again. So just keep those things in mind when working in a business environment. We're staying one version behind. All right, let's jump into automation and orchestration. Now, we talked about automation in core two when it comes to different types of tools that we can use to tackle a lot of projects in one setting, such as PowerShell. Um, these type of tools, not only just PowerShell, but your different security tools, SCCM, like I said, they improve the efficiency of what you're actually doing. So we can touch thousands of computers in a small amount of time, just by it being able to check back into the server, then that command center, and being able to say, okay, we need to do these changes right here. Um, Go ahead and make those changes. So it's almost like having a PowerShell on steroids, using SCCM or WSUS. It's instead of going and touching every computer and making sure that you do that process for every computer, you could do that from one computer. And in this case, in my case of working at where I work at, you could do that on a remote scale and do that for every computer in the world, long as it checks back into that server. It also enforces security policies. So we could set our policies up. We could set our allow list up of applications, and we could say, hey, make sure that only these applications are accepted. If you see any other applications on that computer at that time, go ahead and erase those. And that can happen. That in turns keeps you on a level playing field when it comes to the standards. And I think a big one is that it reduces the risk of human error. If you know what you're doing, you don't really have to worry about somebody messing up, because if anything, you could just blame it on the computer. But 9 times out of 10, if we know what configuration to hit, we can always push that configuration out with no problem, with less of a human error. We can't mistype anything. And if you do make a mistake on your computer, you can always tell SCCM to roll back that configuration that you pushed out and correct it. So it's always nice to have those type of things help you along when it comes to automation. Automation is there in IT to make our lives a lot easier. But this is not automation is not AI, right? AI does a lot of things for us, but we have to show AI what to do. And then once AI is able to do that on its own, then it becomes machine learning, and it looks at the changes and then makes the changes on its own based off of the configurations and the past experiences that you taught it. But these type of configuration software that we're talking about when it comes to automations, we're just really kind of given a list of tasks, and we're saying, hey, SECM, make sure you do these tasks to these list of users, and it does it without any hesitation. All right. Another thing that you can always consider is the complexity. When you really think about how many computers you could touch at a particular time during the change management process, it could be it could be overwhelming. But then once you get the hang of it and actually pushing things out, it could be one of the most. It could. I almost kind of look forward to it just because I know I'm getting my change out, and I don't have to necessarily worry about it in my meetings the next couple of days. Um, Cost. You don't have to worry about staying over. You don't have to worry about hiring more people to do that job. You just need to hire the right skillful people in order to do those things. All right. The single point of failure. So we're not just, if we're going back to our policies and we're seeing that we always want to keep some type of availability there, then we making sure that we don't have single points of failures as we go about our automation points. And if we see them, then we can maybe get away with it this week, but we want to make sure that we implement different redundancies over our network in order to get around those type of things. All right. Now, some teams that work with it is DevOps. This is going to be your developers and operations. Um, the IT team, of course, your system administrators, your cybersecurity teams. If you have that in your company, those are we're all going to have some type of automation going on as far as how do we, it's only going to be so many people on your team. And it's not going to be a one for one when it comes to the users versus your IT department. Your IT department will always have maybe be like a 10-to-1 type of ratio. And so in order to do that, we need some type of automation in order for us to really get things done. And so we use things like SCCM, WSUS, um, even our SIM or our firewalls in order to use these tools to push out different configurations and get them to work almost instantly. And if we can get those things to work instantly, then we can report back to our boss and say that um, we set up a process that's secure, but it's also automated, so we know that it'll stay secure as long as those configurations don't change. All right, kind of a long one, but we got through it. That's all I had for lesson 14. Any questions? You looking to ask?
No, sir. Not on my end.
All right.
No, sir.
All right, let's do it. Installing and troubleshooting operating systems. So we've been talking about Windows operating systems for the past 3 lessons now. So now they want us to really go into how the different ways we can actually get the OS, or in a business setting, how can we push that OS out? And then what are some typical troubleshooting sessions we can have with personal clients or anybody that we kind of meet in a business setting when it comes to working on Windows operating systems. So let's get into 4A, perform OS installations and upgrades. So earlier or last week, we talked about in-person upgrades. This is where we go to our start menu. We type in update, and Windows can give us, if we have the right um, devices or software on our machine, we can have an in-person or in-person upgrade. So that's pretty much just hitting the upgrade button in that window, and then it starts the upgrade from 10 to 11, or if you're on 7 up to 10. This is pretty much if you have the requirements to do that. The Sometimes we may need more RAM, may need more storage, and storage will probably be your best bet, because as we use a computer over time, we're gonna end up uh, covering up a lot of storage that we have there. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And so, having the requirements in order to have an upgrade solely is on the type of machine that you have, and then how much space do you actually have to put in another upgrade or another operating system. The whole operating system is fairly large. It could take up at least over 60 gigs of storage, and so you want to make sure that you have um, enough room for that. So let's go to systems real quick. I want to see something. No, I actually want to go to the hard drive. So let's just here. So I had put this is my personal machine. So I put a couple of games on here to get up to about 400 gigs. But when you first get this machine, you typically will have some of that storage already allocated for your OS to be on that machine. So I want you to think about it like that, where you get a hard drive, it's going to be empty. You can use a a 500 gig um, hard drive in order to put a computer system on it. Just know that you're going to be using up maybe 60 gigs, 70 gigs of it to actually put it in place and get it running. And so where you got something for 500, maybe you'll use maybe 350 of it for actual personal use, but you're going to allocate a certain amount of it just for the operating system to be a part. Now, in a Fortune 500 business or any type of business setting that has, I want to say, more than 200 clients, and even if it wasn't 200 clients, maybe you're talking 50 clients, you get something where we have to push the OS out to different laptops or desktops, where however our situation or our deployment may be set up. That's how we're going to really kind of go about pushing our OS out to users. Now, when let's say if we starting from a ground up and we're doing a startup, we may buy the computers and then give those computers out to everyone, and it has Windows 10 on it, right? So we don't have to necessarily push anything out. We just got to make sure that they have software that they can actually work on. Where if you're coming into in a spot where you already have those laptops and desktops out and people are working on them every day, and we want to make an upgrade to Windows 11, then now we need to develop something called an image. An image is going to be a baseline standard of what we want that OS to be. So um, you know how last week I was talking about group policies and how we can tell everybody within our network, hey, this is the parameters of what you can do and what you can't do. You could put a screensaver on your machine, but you can't have Bluetooth on, right? We want to set those parameters up in order to really not give everybody a lot of permissions or different permissions, and we want to keep them kind of lined up. Well, we want our images, our operating systems to fall in that same category, right? So instead of sending out the image or the operating system and then the group policies, we can create one image on our personal PC or a personal server, right? In the IT department. I want to put that setting out there. We could set it up in our server, our personal server, and create a default image. And that image could have the screensaver that we want. It can have the configurations already pre-compiled in there. It can have the software that we want on there, right? And so we could set this image up to be in a almost in like a main file. I want you to think about. And then now if computers are connected to the same network and reading from a server, then we can send that centralized server can take that one image and place that operating system um, onto each and every different PC that's out there in the network. Okay, because they're going to read from that server, hey, this is the image that we want to push out. And now we can automatically upgrade everybody from Windows 10 to Windows 11 overnight, instead of us actually going to touch each and every computer and running a 40-minute upgrade. Now, that 40-minute upgrade may happen. We can maybe do, realistically, you'll probably do 10, maybe 12 machines at night, preferably whenever the business is closed. And the reason why you want to do 10 or not a lot at one time instead of like doing 50 at one time is because you're going to run into more issues if you do a lot at one time. And then you're going to basically run out of time. And then people will be coming in the next morning ready to work. And so we need, if we're going to do a operating system upgrade, I would typically tell people, hey, you want to schedule it over a period of time, right? And then we want to make sure that we upgrade sections at a time, departments at a time, Who do we get out of the way first? Who do we test with? Things of that nature. Either way, we want to send out that one image that we deem to be our standard. And then now we could push that out um, with a software called SCCM, or now it's called EMCM. And that configuration manager is going to be our server that's actually pushing out that image. Okay. Now, side note, learning SCCM or EMCM is a great way to have a niche in the IT field. So if you're trying to understand the different parts of the IT departments and who has different specializations, SCCM is it's almost like a heartbeat or a backbone of a company or the backbone of an IT department, because it's how you get a a large amount of people to get the information or the software from you, the IT department. Okay. And so when you set that configuration manager up, it can talk overnight and talk to those different clients and be able to upgrade them in one setting, right? Do the whole reboots um, and give you a report on if things have went well or not. Any questions? Give me 1 second. I'm trying to do something here. All right. Now, when you're running those upgrades or you're using that image to push out to different machines, you can have it. You can have different ways that the computer can boot up. Right. We typically want to have a computer have a PITC boot or a pre-boot execution environment. We call it short PITC, and that what that means is that whenever a computer turns on and it goes through its actual checks in the boot manual, it's going to check to see if it has a network connection, Ethernet connection. If it has a network and an Ethernet connection, it listens very closely to crap. It listens very closely to see if you are trying to push out anything from an SCCM or EMCM, right? Um, it's going to listen for that. And then if you are pushing something out, instead of it going through the normal boot order that you see here, um, it will listen at the PITC boot and then get the directions from that configuration manager and then start the process of actually upgrading that computer. All right. Now, if we're just putting hands on a particular PC, then we might use an optical media, which is a CD or a DVD, and use that to upgrade the OS. Or we could put it on a flash drive. I got a flash drive here. Flash drive. I think I got like 3 or 4 different OSs on this that I need to put onto my virtual machine. So you can have that, and if you need to actually put hands on a computer, you can use those to actually um, install the OS for you. But that takes time out of your day to actually go and get to that PC, and then it takes time to actually sit there and restart each and every time that it needs to restart, which could be up to about 5 to 7 times that it needs to actually go through a restart, and then that's not counting updating it. See, in the configuration manager, we could do all of that pre pre-deployment. We could set it all up in our image, and then once we send the image out, we can send it with the configurations to say, hey, when you're done doing all your reboots, make sure you reboot and always check back in the Pixie to make sure that we are. Or you could just no, I'm sorry. You can, once you do your reboot, make sure you go through your normal checks to do the upgrade. But then once you're done with your upgrade of the OS, check to see if there's any updates that you need to do, and you could put that extra step in there to really automate the whole process. Now, you do have some repair installations that you could do. And typically, this is going to be not over a configuration manager, but you're going to be putting hands on a computer and doing any type of recovery if there need to be. Um, I haven't seen lately. I want to say since 2018, I haven't really seen any computer from Windows that needed and Mac as well. I don't see any PC that really needed to be tend to when it comes to the recovery, sending things back or rewinding the timeline on the processor and the storage in order to take it back to a working state. That typically happened when we were in Windows 7. You would get a lot of blue screens of death. A lot of computers they will restart and they can't catch that boot, and so they'll restart again, and then it would just kind of be this endless cycle of reboots. Those are typical. Have to go into the recovery stage. Let's pull up a safe mode. Let's make sure that we can do a whole nother reinstall of the OS. But it's good to know that even if you have Windows 10 or 11, you can still do those things here in this operating system too. So I showed you guys this before. You can always um, reset your computer. You can recover. I want to reset. You can reset the PC back to its factory setting. I would, like I said, suggest to do this when you're deciding to part ways with the computer, or if you can, just take the hard drive out of it and then sell the computer and let someone else get another hard drive and then put it in there for another OS to be loaded on it. And that's another thing too. Just a side note too. If you're gonna buy something from uh, eBay, and it's a more of a cheaper laptop or desktop, make sure that you read the details on it to see if it comes with a hard drive and if you need to actually buy a SSD drive to actually load your OS on it. So they may just sell you the shell, the casing, the processor and the memory, but in the wires, of course, it'll cut on, but it's looking for a hard drive to actually say, hey, what do we boot into? All right, 4B, install and configure applications. So the one thing I wanted to really make sure that we understand is that the system requirements for applications is big when you are having dedicated systems for particular applications. They all take certain standards that they need, right? If they don't get those standards, then they don't necessarily run well or they don't run at all. And so even going to the minimum states of a the specs is not necessarily what you want to do. You kind of want to overachieve a little bit to really see everything function smoothly. Um, so this is where the CPU comes into play, right? So we understand that the the naming convention of a PC CPU always doesn't necessarily match the speed. Now, but that's more in the game. But anyway, it typically does, right? So if you get something that's an i3 versus i5 versus i7, if you get a 5, just know that you're going to be processing a lot more than a 3, but not as much as a 7, right? So um, and when we say processing, that just means that we can run several programs or we can run heavy intense programs all at one time, if not back to back to back, without overheating or getting severe sluggishness in the system. All right. Now I also up here I got 32-bit and 64-bit highlighted. So 32-bit is going to be processing smaller chunks of data versus the 64-bit obviously is going to be more heavy intensive on the data um, processing that it can actually handle. Now, in today's world, I kind of been seeing a lot of 64-bit systems out here, as well as applications that goes along with them. I haven't seen 32-bit in a long time as far as a system requirement, or definitely a 64-bit that's in the business era. Like I just think that everybody is really kind of moving to a 64-bit processor type of platform. So it's something to look for, but I don't think that you guys ever really kind of encounter it. And if you do, let's say if you try to install a 32-bit application on a 64-bit machine, then it will give you an error. And pro tip, whenever you do get an error on your machine, that error is going to tell you, more than likely is going to tell you what the problem is and how to fix it. And so just read the error that it gives. It'll probably tell you that, hey, you need to go and download the 64-bit of this application in order for it to run on this system. Okay. Dedicated graphics card. I got that highlighted just because in gaming, I see that for certain games to run, they need a dedicated graphics card for gaming and showing those pixels on a particular screen. So there is a standard for that as well. So let's talk about EXEs and MSIs. So I say MSIs with kind of a anyway, I'm dealing with that at work where I'm trying to work with a vendor that's not working with MSIs anymore. So let's just go with, okay, what is an MSI? So let's go back to our folder here. Let's go to PC, program files. Dig down into that. Sometimes you have, I don't think I have okay, sometimes you have these extensions on files, right? So I'm gonna span this out. This application extension right here, right? You see all of these? These are, they're written out where they have the names and then a dot and then what they actually are, right? So a DLL is looking for a library repository, reaching back into these folders to see exactly what they should do. So these are DLLs, right? A lot of software would have that, but you have some that have EXEs, which are kind of packaged up software that's ready to execute a load of commands or a packet of commands all at one time. And I'm trying to see if I have one here. I probably have to go on my games. The Madden would be a EXE property. So in order to start this whole game up, right, I would have to give this package a start command, and then it spins up in order to play the game Madden. Right now, in order to do all of that, those packages that's within this EXE is going to reference all of these DLLs when the time is needed, and they're going to reference these folders up here as well. So that's EXE is kind of a one-stop shop when it comes to actually installing a program. The same thing for MSI, but the MSI is broken down into where I don't want to do that, but I'm gonna try it. Give me 1 second. Edit in Notepad. No, I want to. Dang, I don't want to break this down. Sometimes you could break your EXE down. I mean your EXE, and you could see the different programs that they have inside of it. And that's more like your MSI package is going to be. It's going to be several different packages separated to where we could pick what we want out in order for it to go back into our configuration manager that we talked about earlier. Now, remember that configuration manager sits there and we can upgrade OSs over the network, right? Where if we can break down our application, maybe we want to put Madden on all of our computers in the computer room, Um, instead of us running the whole exe on each and every computer, maybe we want to just pick certain things out of the MSI package and just put it into our configuration manager and let that push those parts. And then they can reference back to wherever they need to reference from um, more easily. Because 9 times out of 10, if I'm just putting my exe out here, this is going to cause me to either double click the application to start it, to start those services, or I need to right click and run open or run as administrator. This starts that package up, right? MSI is more of a way we can get around that and have it work in our environment. Now, the equivalent of that in the OS, Mac OS environment is the DMGs and the package installers. Those are the same equivalents of those. All right. Um, ISO. So in you guys see me pull up my virtual box a lot of times, but in my virtual box, see if I have some these these images right here. These images files are ISOs. These are what I can put into my virtual box in order to have a whole operating system. So you remember last week I said that a lot of Linux machines or OSs are free for download. Well, that's a you know testament to that right here, where I got Ubuntu and Kali Linux here ready for install that I could just put onto my virtual box, run them as if they were a different computer, and just have those operating systems in my virtual box in order to practice on or do whatever I want to do with those operating systems. So whenever you see ISOs, those image system, I want you to think of images, but I forgot what the SO stands for. Hold on. Don't hold me to that real quick. I'm actually give me something else. Identical storage image. I don't know about that, but that's what they said it is. So I always know it as ISO, and when I see ISO, I think image, and that's what they really want is that these files right here, like I said, these are going to be files that hold those images on there of a whole operating system. All right, impact the business. I didn't highlight that, but let's talk about shadow IT real quick. Shadow IT is something that you may come across working in a IT department. This is where your clients, your users are going to take it upon themselves to add on to your IT department without permission from you. Um, and so this could be as easy as bringing in a hub and plugging it into the network, or downloading a piece of software that you didn't authorize. Um, Fixing a problem without putting in a ticket for you to actually fix, and then they fix it in a satisfactory way. So they kind of jerry rigged it, and then now it's working, but it's not really working. And when it comes to the security side of it, is opening up to other vulnerabilities. So this is where shadow IT can hurt the business more than it can help. A lot of users tend to go to a shadow IT type of model because when they put in a ticket, they tend not to get answers that they want quick enough, or they may, and that's number one reason is that a lot of users they're gonna feel like they want answers now, and they don't need to wait, or They don't. It it's just bad when it comes to certain type of clients and or any clients and the type of turnaround that they want. But at the same time, I understand the client's standpoint of it too. It's just like if you were to open up a ticket with your phone carrier, whoever it may be, when you open up that ticket, let's just say you want internet service on your phone and you're not able to get it. When you open that ticket, you don't want to wait, you don't want them to call you back. You don't even want to stay on the phone and listen to the hold music. You want answers now. And I get that. But sometimes that's what, it could be tough. And you have to maintain your professionalism, but at the same time, you need to let them know that they can't take things into their own hand and um, do things that's not in a satisfactory type of mode, and then now they open up the business to more problems than what they started off with. Okay, so just keep an eye out when you think about shadow IT. Think of users taking it upon themselves to fix IT problems. Okay, now, yeah, that could have an impact on operations because if we have a plan, if we have a workflow, and Becky is doing her own thing, then it kind of throws off the documentation that we need to put down for other people to understand how do we actually fix an issue because they're taking it upon themselves to fix that issue. All right. Is there a way to fix shadow IT? In my opinion, no. You're probably going to always have it, especially as we get more intertwined with technology, and um, people are working more and more their whole lives with devices now. Where I grew up, um, my generation was pretty much we had the most experience with computers, but not like how you guys are growing up with devices from computers to pads and phones your whole life. So you may end up knowing more than an older generation person that may be doing IT will. You know, not saying that you should be mean to them, but just to kind of you may run into that where if you're doing any type of IT work and that person may look at you like you don't know that. That's something we've been to or whatever, just because they have enough experience with it.
Hello. Can I add on to that? So like in my experience with people doing the shadow IT business, sometimes like I have a small team here and at where I work at, and it's like sometimes it's just impossible to get it to everybody in a satisfactory time. Also, right now it's like the place of business has an order of things. Some people don't like to follow that order. So it's not like their stuff is getting ignored. It's just like we have a ticketing system here and we advocate our ticketing system constantly, like constantly. We made it easier. We printed out QR codes. We handed it to them on index cards. We even put it on their portal. And people just don't like to go through the proper process. So they feel like once they email us and like we get tickets all day. And right now it's a really, really rough time because now we going through registration with new students coming in and getting everybody good in their office, in their rooms, monitoring the network, making sure implementing new stuff for the school. So it's like we're constantly busy and we're constantly getting stuff, especially on these smaller IT teams, that people don't really take time to consider that because they think that we're just being ignored. But no, there are certain things that need to get approved. Like they'll go to the help desk, and then at help desk we'll probably have an intern there, and they'll try to get what they want from the intern instead of going through the proper procedure. In which, because now we're at a point as to where we need to track stuff, and certain businesses need to see that this stuff is being handled because we had a problem in the past where people was catching us while we was out, not emailing us, not doing nothing. So it seemed like we weren't doing anything to the upper people. So now it's like we have to enforce the rule that you have to use or send in a paper trail so that we can monitor and tell people that, hey, we are doing this, we are doing that, instead of going by word of mouth. And some people feel slighted by that. So they'll try to go around your back, go under you, over you. I even had people try to look at me while I was doing stuff and pretend like they were, oh, I know how to do that. But yet they would still call me as soon as they thought they knew how to do it. Um, and like there was this one guy, and this is just an experience in myself. And he was a kind of impatient guy, for lack of better words. But he needed to move his office around. First, we're IT, we don't move furniture. So we told him you have to go through facilities, put in your request with them, and then we'll come in and we'll clean up your office, make it look nice, add all the stuff. So he was too impatient to do that. So he wound up putting all his stuff together and having two old ladies help him move his stuff. And they put it all back together so wrong. And he was like, this just doesn't work. Why are y'all always messing up? Sir, you didn't follow up with us. So that's just something you have to
Hey,
get used to. So that
yeah,
I feel you trying to get used to.
it's it's a different if it, it's a different it's a stereotype that's not really talked about, but you'll see once you get in there and you and the thing is from an IT perspective, you think you might be on it because we have a like you said you have your ticketing system. You have to close these tickets within hours, if not days, right? So what comes into your queue, you may be able to close it out within that SLA time, right? But to them, like I said, it's just like if you were to put the ticket in with Verizon. Sorry if y'all hear some fire alarm, but I'm okay, I think. But anyway, um, just if you put that ticket in with Verizon, you want answers now, and I get that, but um, you can't you can't go over them and just try to fix the issue, especially if the IT department or the IT systems are not locked down to where you can't make changes. And if you can't or you can make changes and people are able to do so, they will they will have your network jacked up. So you got to be firm with them, but at the same time, you got to be mindful because to your point, X, you said that it seems like to them you're not doing anything, and they can take that as if y'all all go out as a group, team building, and have a lunch. If they see that, they think that okay, well, ain't nobody ain't nobody computer getting fixed. Y'all out eating lunch, and it's not that, but they don't really see it that way. So you always got to be mindful of it, and it's just something that it could come back to just be a headache because not only are they putting in tickets every day, but that's not counting how many people who can come up to you or visit the office and just create a ticket just by saying, hey, the president needs this, that, and the third. Drop everything you're doing and handle that. Or like in your case, like you said that you were doing events to making sure the sound check is working. I'm pretty sure if you were working on something different and that live event was going on and they needed you to drop everything and come and handle the sound equipment, automatic ticket. Just, hey, come here. I don't care what you're doing. Come here and fix it. And so it's just, yeah, something to be aware of. All right. Brew pot. We going into troubleshooting now. So let's talk about some of the things that happens whenever you're booting up a Windows machine and you run into some type of issue. Now, if you're in the boot process, that black screen is up and you get the white writing around the screen. This is your process that you're going through, those checks. It could be a problem with if you're having issues there. What you'll normally see is a constant reboot. So if it can't get past the boot stage, it'll just constantly reboot, right? You'll hear it spin up and then it'll just kind of click and do another restart. You typically no, that's on laptops and desktops as well. So um, to get past that, you got to go into like a safe mode to try to catch to be into that boot process in order to kind of bypass that. Um, not saying that is going down to one issue, but mostly what I see whenever you're having a boot process problem, um, there's a failure to load the OS properly, or there's some type of service that's not being spun up properly. And so it's causing it to, once it's doing its checks and it wants to check this particular thing, it doesn't check it. And so the whole thing fails and it starts a reboot. Um, you would need to go in and probably go in to the boot mode and start the OS in a safe mode, what we call a safe mode. And you'll see that on the next slide. This safe mode causes certain software services not to run, and you're just kind of getting the bare bones of Windows. And so, if you go in as a safe mode, you may not even be able to connect to the internet. Um, your applications are definitely probably not going to run. You're probably just going to have access to your mouse, keyboard, monitor, and be able to go into your Windows events logs. Remember that's start window and that event viewer. You'll probably be able to go here to see exactly why am I having a failure in my startup, and it'll probably be in the system here, right? The Whenever you go to the Windows logs, the applications will be for your application, security will be for your logins, right? So it'll know if anybody has logged in with the wrong password because every time you log in, it logs it down, right? The setup, that's more on the servicing side when it comes to your applications, but your system is going to let you know, hey, what's going on the boot startup? Is there any type of errors that you would need to look at to see if there's something going on there? And you could just simply highlight that and read the details. That's what I know it sounds kind of remedial, but when you see things like this and it gives you things to read, is going to tell you what the problem is, right? Now, and it doesn't use, once you get used to the jargon, you kind of understand what the problem is and if you need to change it or fix it. Just scrolling now, I'm trying to see if I got any errors or um, failures, which I don't. So good. All right, that's safe mode. Now, startup repair. For Windows 10, Windows 11, I haven't seen this needed yet. Not saying that it should not be used, but I haven't seen it. All right. Windows Windows 8 7. Oh yeah, man, I use this all the time. And this is more of getting a, sometimes you get a update and you get a Windows update and it's a bad update, or you may get an update um, from a third party vendor and it's causing your whole system to crash out. So sometimes you have to roll back some of those updates, and you can always go to your window update forward slash the advanced options and go to, where is it? Oh, Update history. I'm sorry. So that's just in the Windows update history, and we should be able to roll back some here. Uninstall updates, and you can uninstall any type of bad update or what you would think to be a bad update. Now, if it's a bad update and it's causing you to get this blue screen of death here, which would be right here, this blue screen of death. You won't know it's an actual update until maybe you do some research online, see it in a forum somewhere that you actually need to go and uninstall this particular KB. And you could just simply uninstall it, goes through a reboot, and it should uninstall or stop pointing to that particular software till you override it, right? But startup repair, it gives you the option to go ahead and pick that and be able to roll back your particular software, your operating system to a particular point in time where it was acting correct. And back in Windows 7, that's what it actually said. Do you want to roll back your computer back to a working point or a working time? And you will select, hey, I knew it was working this time last week. And so you could pick, hey, started 2 weeks ago. Make that be in the starting point. And it could look at the data points and see exactly, okay, what did you have installed? What updates do we have running on that now versus 2 weeks ago? Okay, let's make those changes and let's act like as if we're 2 weeks in the past, and we're going to start there. And so we won't have any configurations of what we had prior than this start date, and anything that this person had installed or configured, we're not going to actually put in place. So you may be thinking, then what about hackers, right? This doesn't necessarily play a part in that. So if you have somebody that has put ransomware on their machines, then a startup repair, you're not even going to be able to get to this option. Even if you were to go into a safe mode, boot up, and not run certain applications, it's still going to pop up with that ransomware. It's pretty much going to lock down the whole thing. And so you can't even rewind back to a prior time. Um, for ransomware, we want to make sure that we just go ahead and, like I said, isolate that machine, and then maybe take our thumb drive with our ISO on it. So our image is going to be on this our USB, and plug it into that USB port on that machine and boot to that USB in order to run a whole nother image on that machine. Okay. So I hope that cleared things up when it comes to ransomware. Ransomware should be handled from an image that's clean, and we should already be doing backups, right? We always do backups, so we don't have to worry about putting information on there or losing any information, because we should have some type of form of backup that if that person messed up and put ransomware on there, we can give them a clean OS by pushing it out, pushing a new image out, and then putting on the installing the updates from the last recovery or the last backup. All right. So kind of going in today, that was a nice segue into the risk system restore. Um, if we want to, have things restore back to a certain point, we want to make sure that we have these capabilities turned on, or we need to know where they're at. That if we need, is just not the end all be all with the ransomware, right? We have workarounds around that, but you may come into another factor where we need to roll back or um, put this back into a factory setting again. Maybe we're decommissioning a machine, but yet we don't have a what we call a boot and nuke uh, system disk. That boot and nuke system disk is a image disk that runs ones and zeros all over the hard drive, and it runs it for maybe 7 cycles, over and over and over again. So it wipes everything clean. Um, if we don't have that, maybe we want to just rewind back to a particular time. Um, but before you do that, I would say, look at how sensitive your information is. Do you trust just doing a system restore, or do you really want to wipe it clean if you had some sensitive information that you don't? All right, we talked about the Windows updates and rolling back on that. You can also roll back on the drivers as well. Let's go to computer management. But rolling back on device managers, or rolling back on drivers really doesn't. I haven't really seen it. Like I said, to make sure that you're having the right drivers, you just need to make sure that you're downloading the right ones, and then you want to make sure that when you think about it in the real world, we will always be, you want to have one driver back or one software back than the latest version that they have. Now, if they have the latest version and they're not going to be really updating their drivers like that, then yeah, you probably want to have the most up to date version. But if they are constantly putting out new versions after new versions after new versions, then staying one version back will probably be your best bet, because you don't know if that newest one is corrupt. And if it is corrupt, then we can use this option here, to go back to our latest, or the one driver that we knew work, right? So this is grayed out for me just because I don't have another driver to actually compare that to. And nowadays, these are automatically downloaded in the firmware update, or it may be downloaded in the application that you put onto your PC. A lot of these printers sometimes they come with a standalone software application, and they might have the updated driver there. Now, in the reset the PC option, you have these two options, right? You can keep the files or you can remove everything. And when you keep your files and you reset your machine, you'll see it takes it's a lot shorter than actually removing everything. When you remove everything, it's going to start off as if it's a brand new PC again, right? It's going to come up with the introductory, hi, welcome to Windows, let's get started. It's going to ask for another Microsoft account to be linked to, all of the good stuff. But in that return, then you're going to be wiping any type of pictures, documents, downloads, any type of settings that you had in your browsers. It may remove the whole browser. So whenever I do a remove everything, I love to put Chrome up here because this is my favorite OS. It takes Chrome all the way off because it doesn't come equipped with that. You have to go out there and download Chrome. Um, Whereas the other option is to keep the files. If you keep your files, it's going to be a lot shorter than removing everything. It may be 5-10 minutes and then it's done. And in my opinion, that's just kind of really flushing out the old temporary files and flushing out the recycling bin, but it's not really doing any type of wiping, in my opinion. So I always say, if you're gonna reset the machine, reset it back to factory so you can see the difference. Keeping the files. Remember, when you're doing updates to your machine, your Windows updates, they take up memory. I'm sorry, space. So they sit here, and these are actually installed onto the hard drive. So they take up space. Or imagine if you had a computer for maybe 7 years and you had 7 years worth of updates. Even though you may not be using a lot of storage for personal use, you may be racking up a lot of updates that just come from the manufacturer. So just keep those things in mind when you want to remove everything. Remove everything. Keep my files will keep a lot of configurations the same, and so you probably won't see any type of performance difference if you keep my files as the option. We talked about the failure to boot. What is found. If you ever see a no OS found, then again we're gonna go in with our either do a Pixie boot or we go in with our USB with the ISO on it and go ahead and load that OS on there in order for it to have a once it goes through the boot process, it looks for the OS in order to actually start the OS up. Now, troubleshooting the profile. When you troubleshoot the profile, sometimes you may log into someone's computer, or if you're going to help them out, they say, "Hey, my computer's running slow, it's sluggish. What can happen?" Well, one thing I would definitely say is that if somebody comes to you and say my computer is slow, um, and they say, "Hey, every time I start it up in the morning, it just takes forever for me to open my email and just to see my email." The one thing that I would always do is go to my startup apps, and I think I showed you guys this, is that see exactly what's starting up every time they boot up their machine. If they have a lot of impact applications starting up and taking up and eating up memory and time, then it's actually going to reflect on the profile. Um, and a lot of times, um, going to the task manager here. This the service tab is actually something that can. Where's the service tab? These services here. If you got a ton of services running, or just kind of running in the background, and they don't really serve any issues, serve any points, they may be taking up a ton of memory. Um, and a ton of processing speed just because they're just running in the background getting information that you're not even really aware of. Um, one thing that I said before, Microsoft Team is a big component of that. Excel is a big component. A lot of the Microsoft suites, the suite suite programs, Word, Outlook, Excel, PowerPoint, they all just kind of communicate in the background um, back to Microsoft services, pulling updates. They pull updates not necessarily when you pull updates. They pull updates when they feel like pulling updates. So, I've been showing you guys how you can go to the start and I'm sorry, updates. I've been showing you this, but for a particular, well, I'm sorry. This is how you put updates for your Microsoft operating system, but for your Microsoft suite applications, I think you go to info, check for issues. No, where is that thing at? Is it that? No. I don't think I have time to find it, but it's somewhere. It's somewhere up in here. I don't want to give up on it. Here it is. So update options. This may update whenever it feels like checking in for it. Let's say we ain't opened this up in a long time. It may do, on a startup, it may be programmed to go ahead and reach out for an update. That update takes up a ton of memory. And so, and let's just say it needs those updates, and it's going to update each and every one of these apps up here. And I don't even use SS or the P joint. I don't even know what this is. What is this? I forget. Um, Notepad. I don't use Notepad. I forget what the P is. It ain't PowerPoint. Anyway, so all in all, those services may be running in the background too. Just keep those things in mind. Get back to the slides. All those things may be contributing to your profile being slow, sluggish, or what have you. Now, what fixes a sluggish? What another thing that can fix it is the good old reboot. Um, it sounds cliche, but if you ever work with an IT department or you ever call someone else about another device, this is probably going to be in their instructions to do at some point in time. And only because a reboot really does works, they work wonders. They sometimes can fix any issue. Sometimes, and you don't even have to know what or why the problem was. It's just maybe a reboot may be pending. Now, typically in a Windows environment, you'll see here either this power button here. I have a little amber dot on it, or maybe your profile name. I have a dot, and that will indicate that you actually need to run an update. No, I'm sorry, pending a reboot. And if you do a reboot, that typically clears out anything that's waiting to be completed. Sometimes when you run those updates, like how we showed the update for Microsoft um, Outlook here, PowerPoint, when you do info, where was I at? I was at home account. Which I didn't have to go. But when you run these updates, sometimes they won't take effect until they have a reboot. Um, some updates they work like that, where they're not allowed to really have full access or do the full functions until the reboot actually happens. And so you have to do that reboot. If you're working with someone and they ask if they have to reboot, um, if especially if you know you're going to need to reboot them, go ahead and tell them to start saving their stuff, and save anything and close out of any applications that you have open, only just to kind of save yourself from being blamed for any lost work, right? So make sure you do that, and make sure, if you can, go ahead and reboot and see if that fixes it. Hey, like I said before, let's go ahead and take a little break. Dr. Blair just joined us. So like I said, if you can, if you're in a proper environment, go ahead and turn on your cameras, and let's see if we could do this check-in. Hey, Dr. Blair.
Hey.
So yeah, a reboot sometimes fix any issues that you may have. Um yes, X.
And I just want to say, because I ran into this a lot with people, you could tell them to shut down their computer, but if they're older or not, I can't even say that because I talked to them. I told them to press the power button and three options should come up, and to press shut down. There was this I just ran into a lot of cases like this where I tell people to restart their computer. Some people turn off their screen and then turn it back on. Some people don't just close the laptop, especially if it's a laptop, they'll just close it down and then open it back up. So make sure you walk them through how to properly shut down, because I asked this person one time. I said, "Okay, well, have you shut down? When's the last time you actually fully shut down your laptop?" They're like, "Oh, I just did that a few minutes ago." And then you come to me and I say, "Okay, let me take a look at your laptop," and I automatically see the yellow dot. It was most Dell products have a yellow dot. Well, with Windows, it'll show a yellow dot by the power button when it's
Mhm.
ready for update, when they have updates pending, and they didn't do that at all. And then there was this other time when I had to make a update to somebody's computer name,
Mhm.
and once if you are on a domain network and you change a computer name, it will stop communicating with that computer after a while if you do not restart the device so that the new name could take place. Because your domain is searching for that new name. So I asked the one, I said, have you turned off your computer since the last? I told her when I was working with her, I said, make sure you shut down all the way. I adjusted towards it because she was working on something and I couldn't stop her from working.
Right.
But usually I said, at the end of the day, turn off your computer and turn it all the way back on. Week later, she was disconnected from the network. She couldn't sign into her stuff, and the internet stopped working on her computer.
And it was your fault.
It was my fault. She said Ed came in, you did this.
Yep.
It was working fine until you left. I said, have
Yeah.
you turned off your computer? I did like you told me. No, she did. So yeah, be
To,
careful with that, you guys.
to add on to that, at my job now, I have to work with I just worked with somebody in I want to say New Zealand. He speaks English, but I had to walk him through how to use the Microsoft Authenticator app and authenticate himself on the website via the phone. So it just really wanted a two-factor, right? It just wanted to verify his fingerprint. And not only am I working with somebody it's 7 o'clock evening time, his time, it's like maybe 2 o'clock in the evening for me. And so I'm working with somebody trying to not keep them at work longer than what they should. But then on top of that, I can't see what they're looking at. And so I'm waiting for him to give me directions and describe what he's looking at. And it's tough. It is tough sometimes. And what makes me think about that when you were talking about cycling off the laptop, I thought about telling him, okay, well, just start your whole phone back over. And then I kind of thought, and you know what? He's probably not going to even shut this phone down. He's just probably going to just blank it out and just turn it back on, put his pen back in. He thinks that's a reset. So it's just hurdles that you don't, the certification is not going to tell you how to handle those things. But those are the type of things that you just gotta, that may be your whole ticket for that day, man, trying to walk such and such through their problems. And every place that I've been, they have a particular client that's going to be tough to deal with. And God forbid that they have some power behind them. Because sometimes you'll get those leaders that just, they don't have no clue on what they're doing technology wise, but they are the CFO, the CEO, vice president. They are major, and so you can't really mess it up, and you have to take all that blame on yourself. But I agree with you, man. Some people, not just older, a lot of people, they get intimidated by technology, and so even if you try to walk them through it with the nice voice and everything, and you make everything your fault, they still are intimidated with what they're actually doing, maintenance wise, because to them, they hit one button and then they think in their mind it could all just go away and they lose their job. But you know, in some cases, I've told people, hey man, just hold the power button for 10 seconds. I don't care if it ain't doing nothing for 8 or 9 seconds, just for 10 seconds, 10 full seconds, hold the power button. And that's how I get them to just unplug it. And just because I know, even if it has an interrupted power loss, Windows should boot back up correctly, even if it takes a little bit time. But to that end, if they see something like this, then that's another problem, right? So if you see the little frowny face, you got a problem. Go ahead and take this computer back to the IT department, and let's run either we're gonna run a diagnosis on it to see why we got the blue screen of death. But if we're just going to if not, just run a image up a reimage of the PC and get it back out there. Maybe get it back out there. You kind of want to see why your computer crashes before you just um you get this screen right here and then you reimage it, or you fix that screen, maybe because sometimes a reboot will fix this screen. Um and you don't get the screen anymore, but you don't want to just put it back out there and then now all of a sudden it crashes out on someone else, and you have to, go through the whole process again. You don't want that. So if you can just replace it with a PC that does work, that'd be cool. Um, but if you need to put it back out there, do some diagnostics on it to see exactly why did it actually um, crash. Now, you may have some USB issues. Um, that may come to those USBs not working. Maybe the boot process is actually set to check the USB, and we didn't uncheck that configuration. So whenever it's restarting, instead of it going into the OS, it's going and looking for the Pixie boot, or it's looking for the USB to actually boot itself up. And those are things that we need to take a look at. You may have applications crashing. Uh, a crash application could look like they're gonna, once you double click on an application in Windows, it may give you an error. It may give you some type of message to look at and say, okay, um, follow these steps in order to fix the issue. Or it is just not responding. Maybe you get that pinwheel, pinwheel, pinmill, the pinwheel, yeah, the pinwheel in Mac. It's more of a spinning circle here in Windows, where it's just kind of really thinking about doing something, but it never does it, and it may like fade out your whole desktop screen because it's pretty much crashing. And the only way you fix that is with a hard shutdown. Now, a hard shutdown is holding the start button, the physical button, 2 to 5 seconds. I mean, 3 to 5 seconds, and letting, if not longer, and letting everything shut down automatically. Okay, it doesn't go through a process of shutting certain things down and then shutting down. Um, what it does is that when you press and hold that power button, it kills everything automatically, and that's for sure saying that we are shut down. There's nothing running in the background. Sometimes you can run a reboot, and sometimes these updates are so large to where they're not really kind of rebooting and turning all the way off. It's kind of doing like a soft reboot where soon as restarts back up and you sign in, you would need to reboot again. Um, and in order to avoid that, and from a client standpoint, they might be confused by something like that. In order to avoid that, a hard reboot will always do the trick. Now, you can always go with what I said. Tell them to hold it for 10 seconds or unplug it from the wall and then plug it back in. But if you tell them to unplug it from the wall, tell them to unplug it for 5-10 seconds and then plug it back in, right? You want no chance of them saying that, or you don't want no chance of it actually being on and they didn't really restart that computer, right? So with that hard shutdown is going to go ahead and restart any services if need be. Um, Sometimes if those Windows updates are so large to where they can't really get through it, or they may have a hang up or error that's running, that hard shutdown fixes those things. It kind of pushes everything through, and then it can go one by one after the hard reboot in order to get things in order. Finally, here I got time drift. Sometimes that little battery that's on your motherboard, it gets weak and time can drift. Or if you're, let's say you're moving between time zones, your time can drift off of your applications, your systems, um, maybe your switch or your router. It may drift just a little bit. This causes for any type of synchronization issues that happen. In today's world, you'll see synchronized issues when it comes to like RSA tokens or any type of token that's dealing with two-factor. So, like with that example that I said, where that person needed to be authenticated. So it's just some people need to I'm laughing at what Samala said. The the synchronization when it comes to those tokens, if that drifts out of the time band, then it's not able to communicate with the server to authenticate that person at that time. And so a lot of times we have to go in and adjust our time here um, in order to stay local with whatever time zone that we're in. All right. Now this should be automatic because it should be going off of DNS servers, but just in case it does drift, we want to make sure that we understand that. Now, in the real world, this will probably be one of your last things that you probably troubleshoot. You don't really see these anymore, but just in case if you do run across that, just know that your time could be an issue or a factor. All right. Any questions? Lesson 5, managing Windows networking. So we're going to be talking about how do we take our desktop, our laptop, and plug it back up into the network. Now, we already went over a couple of things in Core 1 when it comes to IP addresses, DNS, ports, things of that nature. So I'm assuming everybody feels at least comfortable with how we actually hook up to the network. And then what do we, an IP address shouldn't seem foreign to you as much, right? You kind of know that that's a an identifier of your computer when it comes to the network. And so we'll go a little bit deeper, but we won't really we won't go terribly deep in this lesson. So let's go ahead and get into it. Configuring Windows networking. You can either be connected via a wire connection or a Wi-Fi connection. So I got here the Ethernet connection. We all know how we talked about that in Core 1, how we actually make an Ethernet cord. We put those wires in certain orders in order for that RJ45 to plug into our back of our desktop or laptop. And we can have a direct connection that way. Now, having an Ethernet connection is a better connection, a solid connection versus a Wi-Fi connection. A Wi-Fi connection, remember, it's a radio wave, so it's always being interfered by things that's physical or electronic, as far as coffee makers or blenders or microwaves, even lightning outside that can interfere with the radio waves that are going back and forth from your router to your device that you're trying to connect to. Now, I got here highlighted network name service set ID, the SSID. And I don't know if we talked about it, but I think we did, where I talked about how you can set those things up to show different Wi-Fi names at any given time, and you would have to go into your router to actually set this up. But the SSID, whenever they're talking about that, they're pretty much saying that this is what they're referring to, those names that you need to connect to, and then have the actual password to get onto the network. Now, real quick, does everybody remember what a DNS is, or why do we use DNS? Thumbs up if we do. Thumbs down if you want me to go back over it. All right, thumbs down. So DNS. The DNS is going to be a way that we can identify different web addresses instead of them being just IP addresses. So here on the slide, we got IPv4, IP version 4, and then version 6, right? Each web address that we go to, such as google.com, ESPN.com, CNN.com. All of these things are things that we can speak and understand clearly just by saying the name, but their let's say their true identity is the IP addresses behind them. And so that's how the computers uh, conversate with each other on when to, hey, I want to go to CNN.com. Well, they don't really understand that. They understand the address that CNN is at. And so they use a setting called domain name system in order to set almost like a list. They keep a list of all of your domain names and the IP addresses that are associated with them. So whenever you go to a new website for the first time, it will kind of take maybe more than a second to actually figure it out, maybe 2 seconds, right? But it'll figure it out really quick, right? But what it's doing is it's checking with DNS servers that's out there online in the cloud or wherever they may be, and getting the IP address for the name that you typed in. So if, like we were talking about the restaurants, if we wanted to go and see how those chicken wings looked at the new restaurant that we're going to try out, we type in that restaurant's name. It takes a while just to figure it out. Okay, this restaurant name, um, domain name is linked to this IP address, and then what it does is it puts it in a file for later. So just in case 2 weeks from now you want to look at more things on that menu on that web page, it doesn't have to go through that whole search again. It can refer back to its list and say, oh yeah, that's right here at this particular address. So that's DNS. DNS is going to do that for every domain website that we go to. We hinted at IP addresses. IPv4 is typically what we're going to always see when it comes to um, looking up our IP addresses. You remember, I love to pull up my CMD and I always put in my favorite command, which is IP config / all. And I'm able to see my IP address for my desktop here. Did that just plug in? Anyway. And you'll see, I'm sorry. You'll see that it actually shows up in our version 4. Now we have, for certain MAC addresses, we have IPVs, a version 6 version, but for most of the networks that you're working in, we're probably going to be using a version 4, where those are 4 numbers separated by 3 octets decimals, separating those. Now remember, each one of those each one of those octets, so that 192, that 168 is going to be 8 bits within, right? So we had that in core 1. If we need to go back over that, we'll probably go back over that within a week or 2 when we start to really kind of get back and start to get in our study mode. But anyway, version 4 is typically what we're going to be working with. And when it comes to your network that you're getting on, you're probably going to get some type of DHCP action. And this is where we automatically obtain our IP address. DHCP is always looking for that new MAC address to come onto the network. And then once it sees it, that router is going to assign that new device its particular IP address. So how that process works is that I come to your, home or Starbucks or what have you. I go to my settings here. I click on my Wi-Fi to see what networks I can connect to. Once I connect to the Mitchell router here, I need to put in my password. That password is going to authenticate me to the network. And once I authenticate myself and say, hey, I have the right to be here, you can please give me an IP address. That router is going to automatically assign what they have free to my device. And now I'm able to talk on the internet or to other devices on that network. Now, you may have static configuration. So this means that every time you connect to the network, you get the same IP address each and every time. We typically use this for devices that don't really leave the network. So I typically use it on my TVs and my printers. So, well, printer, and they're not leaving the house, so they don't need to really change their IP address. It could be a security issue in reconnaissance, but that's out of the scope of this lesson. So public versus private. Now, when it comes to your networks, you can have a public IP address. Well, let me start off with saying what's a public don't public IP address. Let's just go with that. I don't want to go with the private domain. Public IP address means that the way the world sees your IP address is going to be set in a particular IP setting. And I had that pulled up here. So let's pull that back up and take a look at it. When you are using a public IP address, your IP address will typically be in these ranges here. Okay. Mine typically shows up in the 200 range, starting with that IP, that I octet. Your private, on the other hand, has more of a 192, 168. That's what we constantly see in our own home or whatever uh, small private network that you're connected to. So I want you to think of a private network as being somewhere we connect within our house or in the office. We connect to that whatever Wi-Fi that we're on. That's private to just us or whoever's on that network. Anyone from outside of that network, outside of that router, cannot come into our network unless authenticated. And if so, they will have a IP address that typically looks like this. That's out of our range. Okay. Now, if you ever want to see your public IP address, and this is something that happens at your router, whenever you go to your favorite website doesn't see your internal or your private IP address. It sees your public IP address. And so it knows to send back the information that you're wanting to that particular public IP address. If you ever wanted to see your public IP address, you can always go to your browser and type in what is my IP. And this website right here, with what is my IP address.com, will do a search real quick. You can see that it doesn't detect my version 6 IP address, but it does take the version 4, which is a 208.104.49.20. Now we go back over here, we could see that I fall down into that 208. I'm right here in this last group of IPs. That's how that website sees it. Um, Frankly speaking, that's how your computer right now on Zoom sees my computer, right? It sees that 108.104. It doesn't, but you've seen me pull up my give me 1 second. Where's anyway? You see me pull up my IP config and see that I have a private IP address here. You won't be able to see that from the public standpoint. Okay. So inside the network, we're gonna have a private IP address. This is going to be only accessible by us, where everything outside of the network, outside of your router, is going to have a public IP address. Now let's talk about the Windows Defender firewall configuration. So we remember what a firewall does, right? So the the firewall sits at the edge of our network, right? And it looks at a list, and what it does is, oh, I'm sorry, Caleb.
Um, I looked at I looked at the website and it showed that my stuff is showing in New York. My IP address is in New York.
Now you may be, and we will get to that once we get to like Tracert. So right up in here, you may get to that because of where your provider is shooting your information to or from. Um, so when you just don't go directly to a web server. You bounce all over. Your network packet bounces all over. And this is what a trace route does. So I did a trace route and trace cert,
Oh,
and these hops go all over um, different spots in the US before they actually get to google.com, one of their many google.com servers. So
okay.
I say that to say this is that when it leaves your computer, there's no telling where it may go. It may jump all the way to New York, DC, to California. Now, it typically wants to stay within, I want to say logically, one or two states over, but don't be surprised if it bounces all over like that, um, in order to find a least resistant path to the destination you want to get to. Okay.
Okay.
Because it could be um it could be servers are hanging up traffic over here, and so it's rerouting your traffic in order for it to give you a good response time to the website that you put in.
Okay, yeah. I refreshed it and it showed Montgomery.
Okay. All right. Going back to, and we'll get back to the trace cert. Going back to the firewall configuration. You can Microsoft comes with a Defender Security Center on all of its OSs. And so we can always go in to actually um, manipulate the firewall and put more things in there that we want to block, or to actually free up some things that we want to have talk. Now, given what environment you're working in, you may have access to this or not. In your school setting, you may not be able to change these configurations. A good IT admin will make sure that you couldn't get in there and change these configurations, but you may have those permissions. I would definitely check and see if you can. But I would also warn you that if you go into these settings and you start to, you don't understand what you're changing, you could open it up to vulnerabilities, or you could shut the computer down to as far as working is actually working and communicating. So be careful. VPNs. We do we remember what a VPN is? Thumbs up, thumbs down if I need to go over a VPN. We feel good about the VPNs. All right. So VPNs, again, connecting, having a secure connection back to the network. Now, the wireless wide area network, this is going to really kind of, I want you to think about it being a mobile device, your laptop being a mobile device, and it having the capabilities to talk to the phone towers in order to receive signal, in order to have a Wi-Fi connection. But this also can come off a hotspot that you get, and this also could uh you can have a hotspot that's a standalone hotspot, or have it come off the phone, really. But you can also have a SIM card, like in some tablets you have SIM cards automatically into those let's say your iPads, and they automatically receive a phone bill because it's going to communicate, regardless if you have your phone with you or if it's connected to the internet, I mean the Wi-Fi or not. Caleb.
I raised my hand by accident.
Oh, gotcha. All right, proxy settings. So remember, a proxy means to pivot. When we set a proxy server up on a private network, We are looking for the traffic to come to that that proxy server, and then we will decide on what we're going to do with that information. It's similar to a firewall, right? That firewall decides what it's going to do with the packets when it comes in. The proxy is going to do the same thing, but it's not as intrusive as the firewall. The proxy could see that you want to go to a gambling site, DraftKings.com, and they may say, "Hey, no, you know what? We have a content filter up. No gambling sites on campus." So that took your information. You typed in DraftKings.com. It took your information and says, "Oh, you want to go to DraftKings? I'm gonna pivot you back to the school website because we don't allow that. We proxied or we pivot your traffic back to a known or safe spot to what we deem to be safe." Caleb, you raise your hand or no?
Yes, I raised my hand. I had
Gotcha.
a question. So a proxy server or yeah, proxy server address. So how does that affect the if you put a proxy server address onto like per se, like can you put it onto the computer like the Wi-Fi I mean? Whereas when you automatically connect, it will block certain sites.
Can we put it where? I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Can we put it like for say through the internet server?
I always seen it as a separate appliance.
So that'd
We
be something that you
can
had to
we
apply
can
to the
put the
devices.
configurations in. So if certain applications have the capabilities to, let's say, not be at a particular IP address and be at a different IP address, it can proxy to that different IP address and use that. Um, but when I'm thinking about a proxy server, it's more in this aspect of being a content filter and having it in a security standpoint where
Uh,
I'm looking at the information, and then if I deem the information to be harmful, I'm going to make a change to it. But you can have it to have different IP addresses. But when I think of that now in today's world, I'm thinking more on a VPN doing that, where um, I'm coming from a private internal network out to the outside world, and I want to have a different IP address from people from seeing me from, let's say, if I'm in a Starbucks, so everybody's on the Wi-Fi, everybody can use Wireshark to see exactly what people are sending. I can use my VPN to come from, and set my VPN to come from Africa, and have my traffic go to Africa and then come back to the States. That makes sense.
yes, that makes sense.
Okay. So I'm not saying that you can't do it on a web server. You can, but I typically I typically would say use another appliance instead of using your web server to do proxying.
So what would you recommend? Like for say, I know I asked this question before when we was doing the security plus part. What would you
Mm.
recommend as in like to control like multiple devices, like connecting devices to your Wi-Fi? How can you like control what they go on to? You know how like, and
Yeah,
I know in
that
my
was
school, if you connect to the Wi-Fi on campus, it blocks TikTok.
so hold on. Are you trying to get past that?
No, I'm trying to add it to I'm trying to figure out something to add to my work study job because I work with kids and we want to control what they can get on and can't get on
Um, so when I went
with the
to
Chromebooks.
with the Chromebooks, so because Chromebooks are so light as far as applications is concerned, I'm trying to think about in the settings, is there something that can control the apps or the settings in there? So, like what I'm going to show you on this Windows machine is that we have a app and a browser control This is the
Mhm.
same thing as a proxy, right? It looks at um it looks at the different websites and says, you know what? No, go this way, go that way. Um, but your Chromebooks might not. They probably don't have something like this in the settings. I would have to look it up. If you give me a chance, I can look that up and send you something tomorrow.
Okay, that'll work out.
Let me write that down real quick.
Yeah, because the director, she been trying to have me in charge of the tech part, like aspect of the center. One of the projects I'm working on is applying passwords so that nobody can just automatically download stuff off of like download well prints. I want to have like a manager over the printing system or printer. And then also she wants me to try to figure out something as far as like the Wi-Fi, controlling people from getting on controlling the students from getting on certain websites and stuff like like YouTube, or stuff like nothing educational. There's something to use
Yeah.
like Instagram and stuff.
Do you have access to your router?
Yes, I have access to it.
In your router, is it like a Cisco router or is it kind of like a home
It's
base?
it's Spectrum.
Say it again.
It's Spectrum for business, Spectrum business.
If you go into that web browser for that router, you should have a proxy there to where you could block certain websites, certain categories of websites. So if you didn't want gambling or adult sites, you can put it in there. And now you don't have to worry about going to each and every Chromebook to change settings. Whenever they connect to your Wi-Fi, if they go through your router, it's going to look to see if it's going to go to those different categories and redirect them. So
Okay.
it'll probably be in your router, but I'm still gonna look up to see if I can find something in the Chromebook.
Okay, thank you. Because that's been the main thing I'm trying to see. I've been trying to look at.
Okay. All right. Troubleshooting the Windows networking. So you see me pull this up all the time, right? Favorite command. I call it the favorite command because I want you guys to remember this command. They're gonna ask. Some people are gonna ask you to do this in interviews, just because they want to see you do it and see you be able to look at this type of stuff and not get confused and know that this is the information that they want. So n- please keep in mind that IP config is one of the base commands when it comes to your CMD, and IF config is one of the basic commands when it comes to the Mac OS. So IF config does the same thing that the IP config does in the Windows setting. Ping test. Uh, Real quick, do y'all remember ping? What ping is? What do we use a ping? And
To receive a signal from a computer in
awesome, that is correct. The ping is always going to let us know if that server, that desktop, that whatever, if it has an IP address, especially if it's in a private network and we're all being able to connect or talk to each other, I should be able to go to my CMD and type in ping and the computer name. Typically, now let me throw this out there. Check this out. If I was to say ping, uh, ESPN.com, what is it going to use in order to turn ESPN.com into an IP address? What system? The computer is going to use a system to say, okay, it wants a ping. And I don't know what ESPN.com is. Let me change that to something that I can recognize, and then I can see if that server is up. What is it going to use?
Are you talking about the DNS? Is that what you're asking? Or yes, no?
That is correct. Yeah, it's going to use the DNS system to change ESPN.com into 18.60.165.83.20 to get me my ping and let me know that that server is up and running. I just wanted the double dip in that because I seen that it was an opportunity. I appreciate that. All right, trace cert. So going back earlier, we seen that the trace cert, and we covered everything a little. I think where it starts off, a trace cert is going to be almost like bread crumbs from your computer out to the destination's computer. So not only are you getting a ping to know that a particular server is up and running, but you're seeing where you're going at when it comes to a check-in, almost like checkpoints. And sometimes it times out, as far as it's not coming back with enough information to give you a readout here. And if that's the case, you kind of get these timeouts here, but then it'll finish up with its destination being fulfilled. But these are what we call hops. These are, check-in points with other routers sending your packet from one spot to the next. And this happens in milliseconds. We don't even, for it actually takes longer to run a trace route than actually get to our destination. So I'm going to run another trace route. Trace cert. I'm sorry. Trace cert. These take a while. Not a terribly long time, but you see it starting off with my IP address. It goes to my router next. This is my gateway. My router is my gateway. Now it's going out to the internet, the actual outside of my private network. And it should come back with the private IP address that it checks in with. Timed out, didn't get that IP address, kept it going. Now I have a private IP address going out there for the next destination. Checks in with Caporium. Caporium is my internet provider. Gets that 204, that 208.104. So it went from one public IP address, switched over to another IP address, public IP address from my provider, and now it goes out to. I have no idea where these things are at, but I want to say. No, I'm not going to say that. I really don't know. But they're checking in. I'm wondering if I can check in on Google. Virus total. So Virus Total is a search engine that I use sometimes for work. And whenever I need to look up different websites or IP addresses, I come to Virus Total and I just throw it in there real quick just to see what's the information that I can get onto it. So you can see here that simple trace route from my computer all the way to still going. But by the time we got over here, which I was kind of itching to say, it went across the sea. So this went all the way to the EU, Europe. And so now my packets are running all the way over there as well. Trying to get to the destination of going all the way to a place in South Carolina. This is, well, the school is in South Carolina. I'm not too sure if the website for that school is actually in South Carolina. It could be hosted somewhere else. But that just lets you know the different hops and the different uh, geographical land that your packets can actually cover before they actually reach their destination. And to us, it just kind of seems like we're just, you know, reaching out to our favorite website, not really going through that much trouble. But it's going all over the place, man. Good stuff. Close that out and let's get back to over there. DNS. So one more thing that we use in the DNS era is the I go back to is the NS lookup. I always use the NS lookup if I need a particular IP address and I don't feel like going to VirusTotal to look it up. So I could do NS lookup and I can hit enter and then put in my web address, which would be I'm gonna do Morris again. And I should be able to get a public IP address for their web server. I can also have it, you know, it doesn't go back to my original command here to do like an IP config. It's still wanting to do some more NS lookups. So I can put in my website and see the IP address of my website. And vice versa. I could put in 8.8.8.8 and hit enter, and I should get the DNS name for this particular site. So that's using DNS. That's taking one thing and switching it to the other, and then reverse. It has the capability to do to do that same command in reverse. You give the IP address, it gives the actual domain name back. All right, Windows security settings. So let's talk about ACLs. ACLs is something that we touched on in Security Plus, but we really didn't. We can touch on it again. You know, when it comes to users and users being on your network, you want to make sure that you give them least privilege when it comes to doing that work. You constantly hear me say, "Hey, give them enough information or enough permission just for them to do their work, and then everything else, let them request it later on." This is creating those access control. Um, and those lists need to be monitored and then pruned every year, in my opinion. If not, every quarter of the year, you need to go ahead and take people out, put people in, and just keep a good maintenance of it. But if you have a small team, this can get out of hand very quick. So the one thing that you do want to make sure that you do, even if you have a small team or not, make sure you have least privilege involved with your users. We also talked about user groups. We talked about user groups on our local machines, but we also talked about it in a AD setting, Active Directory setting. Those are where we can create those user accounts, and we can have different administrator accounts, guest accounts, and these type of groups can have different permissions assigned to them based off of the roles that we want to have them for. So if we have any vendors that's coming in, maybe we can have those vendors get a particular account that only has a certain amount of settings and permissions to where they can't really make any changes, but they need to see the stuff that they need to see in order to get their work done. We already talked about least permission, least privileges. So let's talk about USCs. This window here is a USC. So typically when you see this window pop up, it'll have a chime, ding, and then it kind of blacks out the whole screen, and it will give you a yes or no. More likely, if you want to change the configurations or the settings or whatever you're trying to change. The reason why this happens is that UAC comes into play, and they're saying Windows is saying to you, "Hey, in order for you to make this change, it's this change can be um, it can either break the configurations or it can leave your computer vulnerable. Um, we don't necessarily recommend this change all the time. Are you sure you want to make this change to this computer? If so, you will hit a yes. And if you have more likely, if you're on a connected network, they're going to ask for some type of username and password that's associated with your administrators group in order to make those changes. If you have that, sometimes it's just our, for our home computers, it's just our, can just hit yes and you'll be able to go past the screen. But if you're in like a work environment, it may be your username and password that allows you to actually make those changes. But if you're just a regular user on the network, then you probably won't have the permissions and you will need some type of elevated account in order to make those changes. Two-factor. Do we need to go over two-factor? Thumbs up, thumbs down?
Let's go over.
Okay. So two-factor is a way that we can, when we give people user accounts, we can have an extra layer of security to go along with it. So it's so easy to give you a username, password, and say, hey, every 90 days change it. Well, some people may make weak passwords, right? And if that's the case, then what's the odds of it actually being hacked? Pretty good, right? So we put in extra layer to help us out, and that's the two-factor. And two-factor is always going to be something extra, um, and it's going to be opposite of what you put in the first time. So typically always matched up with a username and password is always going to be something you know. A username and password should be something you just have in your mind. It shouldn't be written down, should be in your mind. So a two-factor can't be another something you know. So in this case, what you'll see is that you'll see some people, they'll give you your username and password, and then they'll say, okay, what was your pet's first name or your first pet's name, your mother's maiden name, and your first job. And they'll ask you those three questions and think that that's a multi-factor authentication. That's not it. That's just asking you two things that you should know. And the thing about those questions is that anybody that's kind of close to you or has done any type of proper reconnaissance could probably figure out those things just by looking you up on your social media sites or your just having a short conversation with you, really. You could probably get those type of answers. And that's where, not to really jump back in the TikTok thing, but that's where the things with TikTok kind of, it goes a little bit left in the cybersecurity, because if we're giving up those type of information, then it's information gathering on their part. And now they can have all of this information on you, as a person. They know your first name, last name, your birth date, and then your address, which is four things. So what else I need to in order to open up a credit card in your name? Only thing I really need now is just a social security card, or social, or I could just have you put that card into the profile if you want to buy things such as the TikTok shop, or if if you want to sell on the TikTok shop, you would have to give me your security, your social security number, And so now I have all of this information that I gathered on you. If I wanted to just go and open up a a gas card in your name and get $2,000 worth of gas in your name, I can do that. I have all the information. They're not going to check me anyway. You know, some of those places that you open up credit cards, they don't ask for photo ID. They just kind of they want those 4 or 5 different informations that differs you from everybody else in the world. As long as we have a identifier, a social to go along with that, we could pin it to this social. Um, and you know, it's almost scamming 101. Not saying that I scam or anything. It's what it is. All right, hold on. So we have the authentication. Oh, going back to MFA. So those are two things that you know. What you want is something that is opposite of what you do, or what you have, what you know. So it may be something that you have, which is an authentication app or a hard token, something that you have to have on your person. Um, could be a application to your phone, right? You open up the application, it says, "Hey, are you trying to log into an email? Put your, use your fingerprint to authenticate on this." So now it's using actually three things. It's using something, your username and password. Is asking you to verify in the app. That's two. And then it's asking you to verify again with your fingerprint. That's multi-factor authentication at its finest. And so um, the odds of you being hacked on the username and password side is great, but if we have um your account set up with MFA, then now that hacker needs to have your phone. And matter of fact, they need to have your fingerprint or your face configured in order to get into your phone, in order to authenticate and then authenticate again on the app. So that's MFA. Wonderful piece. We need to get it more implemented in our day-to-day lives. Windows login. So on Windows 11, this is where I pretty much seeing Windows Hello. They're really pushing this type of mobile environment on its customers, and so they're, instead of us having passwords, 8-digit passwords to log into a Windows 11 machine, they typically want to set you up with Windows Hello and have you set up a PIN or a fingerprint or scan your face for facial recognition. The thing about that is that, when it comes to biometrics, some people are a little weary about biometrics. They don't want to be on the grid, so to say. They don't want the government taking a look at how they look or having those configurations. But I mean, they gave you a social security number. They already got you in the books. I don't understand that. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So just be aware of that they may ask you. Um, you understand Windows authentication, that we normally have a username and password, but that Windows Hello is something new, and they're typically going to ask you things that your mobile device will ask you. Single sign-on is a way that can be confused with multi authentication, multi-factor, where this is where you authenticate one time on a particular, let's say, site, and now since you are signed in with this site, it automatically signs you in with another site. A typical thing that you'd see is, you sign in to Facebook, you automatically sign in with Instagram. But you can have this, you kind of see this with other sites too, where they have, this is called federation, but you go to a site and then they say, hey, it has nothing to do with Google, but if you want to log in with your Google email, that's fine too. And then now you'll be authenticated because we set you up to be authenticated through the Google. But that's more on the federated side versus it being a single sign-on. window domains and Active Directory. So I've been preaching Active Directory is something that all you guys need to know and learn. Um, at least how to go in there and change your password. That's the least that I want you guys to do. And we covered that in core one. So those were in those labs that I want you guys to, really take advantage of and be able to go back in there and get those processes down. Because if you can understand what AD is doing when it comes to users, you could put those things on your resume and those things will speak loud, just as if you had a certification or a degree to go along with it. Because Active Directory is a tool that we use on a day-to-day venture in every business that I ever worked in. I always use Active Directory ever since 2007, and I'm pretty sure it's been there way before that. So if you got an opportunity to go into those labs and just kind of get a feel for going in an Active Directory, creating a user, changing their password, giving them permissions, you can put those things on your resume and let them speak for themselves. Now, domain controllers is something we haven't talked about, but this is where we can create our own private domain in our network. And when we create our private domain, this is where we have Active Directory kind of step in right after we create a domain controller. A domain controller is going to sit at the top of, I want you to think kind of a Christmas tree. It's going to be that star at the top. And then everything else will fall under that domain controller. And so if we need to make any changes to computers, groups, users, it'll be under that star. Um, if the if you and that domain controller is going to be the end all be all when it comes to authenticating users to the network. So if you can't get connected to the network or to the DC, then you're not able to log into the network or the private network that we have set up. Now, group policies falls into that domain controller lane where we want to be able to send out different permissions to every different group that we have, every different department, um, different computers, printers that we have under that domain controller. We want to use group policies to give them permissions, take permissions away, give them creative control points, or maybe take it away. All right. So GPOs is definitely going to help that out, and how you each computer is going to be able to um, update the GP policies on their PC by having those commands ran, such as you open up your CMD and you run the command GP update in order for it to go back to the DC and look to see if there's any changes. So this is how the group policy manager looks over here to your right. It's going to, all of these different sections here are different things that we can configure when it comes to, what all a user can do and what they can't do. We set the standard here, and then once we push that out, we have that computer do a GP update and pull in those policies, a copy of these policies, and then govern itself accordingly. All right, MDM, the mobile device management. This is where we can bring in our tablets, our phones, and be able to have a management um, over them and decide if we want different applications on them, what type of applications we can run, what photos we can take, if we can shut down the cameras functions on these different types of software. We could only make it to where you could just make phone calls and not text. We can do anything that we really wanted to do when it comes to mobile device management. Um, and being able to control what we have come into our network, because those devices, believe it or not, is they're different gateways into our network. And so they connect to the internet, and more likely they're going to connect to our email, our internal email, or they may connect to our internal device. Drives, network drives. And so that's a gateway in. If we, and if that's the case, and we don't allow TikTok to be on our desktop, or we don't allow Xbox game to be ran on our desktops, we should have that same type of setting on our laptops, mobile devices as well, because we don't want someone to, like how we just talked about how Reddit can get out of hand. Let's say we don't have that blocked on the tablets wise, and it gets out of hand, and then they bring in something from Reddit or from a outside website into that phone, and that phone is connected internally to different drives or the emails, and then that email goes to other devices or other users. That's how things can get out of control very easily. And so we use a MDM in order to subside those different configurations and make sure that we keep them under control. Give me 1 second. Let me take a little swig. All right, last stretch. Um, Windows shares. So this is where we're going to get into the different ways we can actually connect to each other, and um, kind of building off what I just said when it came to those mobile devices. You don't want things to be all connected, and then somebody just, they make one bad move, and then now everybody's affected. So we can have set up work groups. If you're not, we talked about domain controllers. If you have a private network that's on a domain controller, everybody's network into that controller, that domain, right? But if you have a standalone computer, or you're not a part of that domain, then you're typically just kind of part of a work group. You may be able to get on a network, but you're not able to see anything internal. So no internal hard drives that you can see, share drives, printers. You don't see those type of things. Whereas a work group is just going to be kind of like having that peer-to-peer action to that. So a good way to really put that into perspective, pull this up, go here to my whiteboard. A peer-to-peer is going to look similar to this. We'll have our router here, and we'll have two laptops. So let's put in a line. And that peer to peer is typically symbolized like this. They'll be on the network, but they pretty much just have access to each other. So if they have a drive that that this PC wanted to share with this computer, they can. But if you had another one that was kind of off here, connected to this copy, connected to this router, then this router is not connected or not talking to these two PCs down here. So let's just say Susan is on this computer and she wants to share a file to these two different computers. She would need to get into this work group, or be able to put it in a place to where they can go out to the web and get it. So this is typically emailing out to a personal email address, but being able to send something down to directly to them, they're not connected to any type of web address. Network. So they're not going to be able to communicate with Susan. All right. That's more peer to peer. Is there a place for it? Yes. Do you see it often? No. You typically you'll see one standalone machine, but two of them really kind of connected, or two or more. No, you don't really see that. Now, share file is a way to, if you guys are familiar with network drives, sometimes we can have our network drive be on the network and accessible by departments or just particular users or groups. And those those network drives can, we don't have to worry about going to a particular spot to get to it. We can just typically go to our file explorer and see those network drives here. They'll kind of be like this, um, just a part of our window here, and we can go in there and then now take anything out of that hard drive or put anything in there. But we don't have to physically connect to it. We don't have to put in a USB to it. It'll already be on our network. And this is typically because of the profiles that we have, which we'll get to later, um, down here somewhere. But network drives are typically things that we really want to have in every environment. A lot of people use them, especially when working in different groups, different departments, and they're always on the go. And we just need somewhere to put our files so somebody else can see them, them, and then leave it there. We typically kind of, if you are familiar with SharePoint, SharePoint is kind of like that, where um, it's like this. Big repository for files. So this is a screenshot of how those mapping those drives will look. You can map computers as well. Um, you typically don't see that, but you can map computers to your network and be able to not necessarily remote into them when they're connected this way, but you may be able to go into the directory on that computer and send information from yours to that computer behind the scenes without giving them a USB cord, USB thumb drive in order to plug in and then drag and drop off that drive. You can do this over the network. So those map drives that I was talking about, they typically look like that, where they have that folder open with a green network connector. Um, and the same thing goes for those printers, and we'll get into printers right now. Printer sharing is typically, when you're talking about having one printer for everyone in a building or a department, we're gonna just share that thing out. We're not putting it on one person's desktop and having a dedicated printer for them. Um, if that happens, it's probably a smaller LaserJet printer that person just has just for them. But if we're talking about a dedicated printer, um, inkjet, then or a thermal printer, then we're talking about it sitting off by itself, not connected to anything but the network. It has an Ethernet connection, and we are using the settings in there to network it out to everyone. So everyone who joins the domain, this is also still falling under that domain analogy, right? Still falls under that star under that tree. And whoever falls under that, now we can have other people who falls under that tree be able to talk to it. So long as it's joined to the domain and the domain sees it as an object, then it can be shared with other objects in that field. This goes back to the permissions inheritance, that if we create one object at a particular setting in AD, any type of child component of that first objective is probably going to inherit the permissions that you get from the start of the first build, right? So whenever it drops down into the child, let's say we create an administrator user, and then we create a copy of an administrator off of that. and we just use a regular user account, then the permission still may be that of an administrator. Okay, and it may not be as eye opening as just going to the permission side of it and seeing what all they can do and then checking those boxes. It may be until you actually see what a person can do. Maybe they don't get prompted for a UAC because it still has the permissions of an administrator for a regular user account. So just be aware that sometimes when we are copying things in AD, that it will pull different inheritance down. Now, joining a domain, we talked about a domain setup, a domain controller, and remember that domain controller is going to oversee everything that goes into it or under it. Any object, printers, devices, printers, mobile devices, laptops, desktops, servers, routers, doesn't matter. If they join a domain, that domain controller sees everything as far as who is on the domain and who could be authenticated to that domain. So we typically want to go and join a domain. Um, if you don't join the domain, remember that's going to put you in a work group and you're not part of that domain. So you won't receive any type of group policies um, under that. That could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. It's all about your situation and why would you need to join the domain or not. X said it yesterday that if we join a domain, you typically have to have a reboot right after that. So just be ready if you ever have to join someone to the network and join the domain. Just have them go ahead and save their stuff because they're gonna have to reboot regardless. There's no suppressing the reboot. It will happen. Now, a lot of these actions are, as far as mapping and having shared drives, this is possible because roaming profiles. When we give someone a domain account and we have them log into any computer on the campus, then they should have some type of profile that follows them from computer to computer. And if they save something on computer one and then they decide to log into computer three with the same profile, um, certain folders will transfer over to that new. It will follow that user wherever they authenticate at. We typically see this when it comes to like cloud backups or whenever you get a new phone and you put in you put in your same old profile should pull in contacts, text, um, pictures, things of that nature. It may not pull in your individual apps and then you have to actually log into those apps, but it should pull in some personal files and directories that you have. And that's where those home folders come in. That's just a reiteration of what I was just saying, that um, different settings will follow that particular profile around in the domain. If it's outside of the domain, then you won't see those changes. So if you ever work for a company and you have a Windows 11 machine at work, but then you log into your Windows 11 machine at home, it's two different profiles. One is not going to be the other. And even if you were to able to log into a home computer with your work email username and password, which is impossible, it won't pull that information over because it needs the network in order to pull all that information that's on that roaming profile over. All right. I know that was a lot of information, but is there any questions? So let's say me and you worked at Walmart and we are in stock. We're stocking inventory, and we want to keep a track of all our inventory that comes in for the whole year. And I say, "Hey, Majesty, I'm gonna put this drive in, um, and it's gonna be labeled the D drive, right? And you got a laptop, I got a laptop. I'm going to map this to the network. So I'm going to, and then in turn, map that drive to your laptop. And so now, instead of you trying to find my laptop just to get to that D drive to see the updated spreadsheets, you can see those same spreadsheets on your particular machine by yourself. So if I'm out that day and I can't make it into work, you could just go to your file explorer here, pull this up, and go to the D drive here and go in there and update the spreadsheet. And then when I come back into work and I log in, I don't have to bother you. You can go out there and do and stop and whatnot. I don't have to sit down with you and say, hey, what was the updates to the spreadsheet? Let me see your machine. I can just go automatically in on my own particular PC and go to that same D drive. That by it being network, that puts it in a centralization spot, and we can both connect to it without going on each other's machine. Yay or no nay?
Oh, yeah, I understand this. So it's like essentially like a shared drive. So my question is like, what is the benefit of something like that compared to, I mean, I would assume that most companies these days just use cloud services with things such as
Yes. The
data.
cloud is killing a lot of this stuff that's just kind of unnecessary. Because now instead of having that instead of us trying to set this up, now this is not setting this drive up here is not a necessarily, hey, it's I'm gonna plug it into the server and then now it's good to go. I got to get an IP address for it, and then I got to make sure that I have the right permissions to where your computer can see it and trust it, and my computer sees it and trust it, and then anybody else who wants to join our team have to trust it as well. Headache, big headache. But if we go and we get SharePoint in the OneDrive in the cloud, I can give you a link to that, or I can give you a link to Google Drive, and we can have the spreadsheets in there and update them there. It eliminates those things. So just like a lot of things that we talked about in A plus, a little bit of dated technology. We are moving more to the cloud, and the cloud just makes more sense. You don't have to now another thing that goes with that network drive. If the network goes down, we can't get to the drive. If you get a new computer, you don't get this drive. I have to remap that drive to that computer. If you change your password, it's going to want it's going to want you to re-authenticate with that drive. Just a whole bunch of hassle. But you got them. I'm not going to say that you're not going to go into a work spot and not see it, because some people live and die by these network drives, and sometimes the information is so sensitive that way we don't want to put them in the cloud and have a third party look after it. So you have good points and bad points about it, but you're right. A cloud can easily eliminate these things. Any more questions? All right then, y'all.
Happy New Year.
Hey, happy New Year. How y'all doing?
Doing well. I haven't seen you since last year.
I know, right? That's awesome. Yeah. How was the holidays?
It was good. I am currently in Oklahoma. Today is my last day. So I'll be driving back tomorrow. I'm ready for school to start. I actually got accepted into a program that Spelman is having where it's like front end application design and web design.
Awesome. Are you
Yeah. Oh,
excited about
I feel so excited.
that? Is that falling in line with what you want to do?
So I'm just trying to cast a wide net and get as much experience as I can currently. And then I still want to do cybersecurity, systems admin, working my way up from there. And if I can have any tools that can kind of make me more credible when it comes down to wanting to be a chief information security officer, then I can be like, oh, I've worked at this, and this, and what you're doing currently is not in protocol or what we would usually do. And then, I can kind of use that as a little bit of leverage to get more money.
Which is the end goal, right? So I respect all of that. And just take whatever training you can get and try your best at it. Try to learn everything. Because while it's in style today, it will be out of style tomorrow. So just take everything with a that you can, and it'll help, because what you'll find out is that the more that you start stacking on your degree work and your certifications, that's all great, but when it actually comes down to moving the mouse and actually, I know what you're talking about, we can talk techie as well as go to the board and present to the board and be able to close that gap. That's where you'll stand out among your peers.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mhm. Everybody else, hey, how y'all doing? Happy New Year.
Hola, happy New Year.
Glad y'all didn't forget about me. I know the break was nice and needed. Um, we're gonna jump back into it today, though. Um, don't know if Mary Cruz will be joining us today, but if she is, or if Dr. Blair joins in, if you can, just go ahead and throw on your cameras and let's just see what they have to say. Which I'm thinking if Dr. Blair jumps in, she'll probably say that the Core 2 has been assigned to you guys' CompTIA accounts. So that's what we'll be jumping into today, Core 2. If you saw me in the beginning of class, I was kind of working on a lab just to kind of see if it was um, something I wanted to go over. But I think I'll have you guys do that on your own time. So
I have a question. So if she can automatically assign the different I guess study lessons, I still don't have access to Security Plus. Like at all.
Okay. See, and what I'm thinking is that when we had the confusion and I was teaching Security Plus, she gave y'all access to Core 1, A plus. and so I don't think she bought the license for Security Plus as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm. But she just told me today that she bought the license for Core 2. And so you should be able to, if not today, tomorrow, be able to go into your CompTIA account and see Core 2, like I got shown here. So 11 lessons in here. This is going to go, I want to say just as fast as Core 1, but what I want to do is still kind of refer back to Core 1 so we don't forget that, and then mash everything together. So we'll be able to take and pass Core 1 and Core 2, and hopefully you guys, everyone in this class, will be CompTIA certified in A+, and then we can go and tackle Security Plus. Now, most of the things that we will tackle in Security Plus is going to be geared around protecting these things here. In Core 1, remember, we were talking about a lot of physical aspects of the computer systems, motherboards, the RAM, the physical RAM, power supplies. All of those things are great, but when it comes to cybersecurity, we're just really going to make sure that those things are behind closed doors and making sure that everybody doesn't have access to the physical. Where we're going to be doing a lot of work is in Windows, Mac OS, Linux. The configuration is what we're going to be securing. And so learning the basis of it, what we're going to start today, is going to be a big component of that. All right. Any questions, any comments on the holidays? Did y'all see anything that y'all wanted to bring up in the class? Did y'all see that Netflix had their the Beyonce Bowl and no buffering at all?
No, but however, I wanted to ask your opinion on the TikTok ban.
Okay. I get it. I get it, but I don't get it as far as um what is it going to gain from it? Um and to kind of filled me in, is it just because our our incoming president doesn't like it? What's the reason for the ban, or is it kind of a age restriction ban?
I just feel like, well, first and foremost, happy holidays, everybody, and a happy New Year's.
Hey,
It's
happy New
nice to
Year.
be back. But I feel like, well, I feel like it's two sides of the coin. Um, I really think it's like a facade, to be honest. They're saying it's for security purposes, which is valid and true. The only other downside is that TikTok has became like almost the number one source for all types of social media. I'm not gonna lie, like I could even describe it as honestly a monopoly for like when it comes to our generation downwards. Like at this point, we use it for news source, protesting, activism, content creation, money. I'm saying like people, TikTok is a good way to make money, all that. So it's like I don't know. It's two sides of the coin. Why I feel like they're trying to seem valid by saying is because essentially TikTok is sourced by out of the U.S. company, and because of that, the U.S. can't really track everything properly as they would like to. So they're trying to use that as an excuse for to pressure TikTok to either you get bought by a US company, which means we can finally look at what y'all got going on, or it just get banned, period.
So
So
you think it's just propaganda? You don't think it's any truth to the tracking device, like a what is it, like Japanese or Chinese type tracking device or something?
no, because I mean the CEO of TikTok is from Singapore, first of all. I just think honestly, I think it's a little bit of honestly, I would say racism because then for one, just you could just really tell it in
what do you call it? It's called like fruity and slip or whatever, where your true intentions is revealed in the way you like talk to somebody. They done called that man everything except for his actual ethnicity. Like, then they call the man Chinese, Japanese, and it's with the whole based on the track of Chinese communism. There's an ulterior motive. There's something else you got going on, which is to say, technically, they don't. While since TikTok hasn't revealed what's really going on, their point could be valid, but the way they're going about it doesn't seem ethical for a lot of people. Especially when you have to think that we as a generation depend on TikTok a lot. TikTok is the thing that caused, for instance, the BLM riot. Not well, I'm not saying the BLM riots, the BLM movement. When the BLM movement happened, it was primarily caused and spurred on by TikTok. Stop Asian hate caused by TikTok. All the genocide support. Most of the social movements have either been started or propagated by TikTok. So by banning TikTok, it really cuts off a really crucial source of connection and information for many people in the US. So hey,
I agree with you guys about um, it's going in that direction of, hey, it seems like we can't control it, so therefore we'll just ban it. And when I look at the other social media platforms, they are age driven, right? So I like Twitter, um, just because it could the you can say what you want, but then at the same time, the things that y'all use TikTok for, I use Twitter for, and it's a longer format on the videos, which I didn't know that TikTok could that you guys are really getting that much information from TikTok, because I thought the videos were so short that how could you take in so much information if needed be? But if that's the case, then when I really look at, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and then that fourth one, the big fourth one would be in TikTok. Three of them are US based, and then the fourth one being outsourced from China. Now, not going into the political things of if China's spying on you, when you give your information up to a application, remember when we're talking about building a web application and then letting other people use it, we as administrators, we can see whatever we want to see. That doesn't necessarily make it right, but that's all into your policies and terms that you agree to whenever you decide to use the app. Remember when I said when we was using the Google apps, right? We can use all of these apps over here. That's fine. Google say, hey, all of this is free. You can use it whenever you feel like it. Just make sure that it's linked to a profile. Well, in turn, they may say, okay, yeah, but we're gonna read this email though, in order to send you some advertisement. Like over the past holiday, I've been noticing there's a different advertisement for my YouTube channel versus my wife's YouTube channel. And now that we're getting older, right? I've been with her since 27, but now since we've been getting a lot older, I'm noticing that they're advertising stuff to me that I would consider to be like old people stuff. But when you really think about it, is it makes sense because I'm getting into that demographic. And the same thing goes for her. So to bring it all back, TikTok being banned, I think is a power move um, on the behalf of the US to say, hey, something this popular, we cannot have our hands in it. Do I think it'll probably go through all the way? It's a business. So can you tell a business what to do? No, unfortunately, you can't tell a business what to do and how to do it. Um, will that mean that the US just kind of just be left out and everybody moves on with TikTok? They may take that approach. Um, I don't think so. I think they will find a common ground to say, hey, we'll get like a watered down version of TikTok. You get what I'm saying? So everybody, I think, or it'll be something kind of like, hey, you pay for a premium TikTok version, and the proceeds will kind of go to the US too, and kind of have that ploy like that to where we got our hands in that as well. Because I don't think you guys are sharing anything personal like bank account numbers, right? Like I
Um,
don't think.
Not necessarily, but I will say the one biggest pro of TikTok has been that it has never had like a premium or anything like that. You do know who Keith Lee is by chance? Keith Lee? No.
Negative. No.
Okay. Um, I would just say there's many content creators like him who have used TikTok because of the fact that the short videos is really easy to get an audience with consistent posting and things like that. And the biggest thing about TikTok is that it's free. Like TikTok has always been completely free to upload, to watch, and all of that. And I honestly, from my perspective, I feel like that's the reason why, maybe because it isn't that they're necessarily getting banned. They're like actual ruling is that they have to sell to a US company in order to continue like in order to continue being used, they have to sell to a US company. So really the question is just that why do they not want to sell to a US company? And maybe I could see why, because I mean, let's be honest, if you really think about it, most of our social media is connected now. Things like Facebook has become Meta, where
Mhm.
Meta is multiple things. Meta is Facebook and Instagram, and they have what Threads now. And as such, you have Google, you have Gmail under Google, YouTube under Google, and the such. So, maybe that's just why they want to start that stream. They don't want to be associated with that. Quite frankly, when it comes to everybody else, I don't think us as a generation really care about the security thing, to be frank. I just think it's just the entertainment value. Like, a lot of people rely on TikTok for, like, many people watch TikTok instead of watching YouTube or movies. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I sit on TikTok and can scroll for hours, embarrassingly. And I know a lot of other people that do the same at this point. So,
I know a couple of people that does the same thing. That's very close to me. I decided to get off of TikTok just because I didn't think my business will. I didn't think my clients were there, but maybe I might need to take another look into it. I don't know, but mm, that's just interesting. But to your point, I really do think that they'll probably strike a deal and just say, "Hey, get a TikTok premium if you want to operate in the US." And we need some of that because they can't they can't run the numbers on it to see how many downloads, how many watch time hours. People, if you're saying people making money off of it, yeah, big brother got to get a piece of that, and gonna they're going to, yeah, impose their way some type of way. So um I don't think it'll I don't think it'll go away completely. I think the premium would probably hurt it, and then by that time, um, this generation will just be kind of stuck with TikTok, and then the newer up and coming generation will probably have their own thing that they want to, grasp and hold on to. So we'll see where it goes. Um, any other thing y'all want to talk about before we get started?
I'll say my little 2 cents on TikTok, but
Yeah.
um, as far as like on a more conscious level, like to me personally, I don't believe they want TikTok. To me, is the only place you can get like more of a authentic conversation when like real issues start happening. Like Majesty mentioned like BLM and like anything in the world, like you're not going to find the same conversations on Instagram or Twitter more so, or even Facebook, because like they all have their different kind of themes. And it's like with TikTok, it's so many avenues. Like I day trade stocks and I can literally change my algorithm to straight stock stuff. Or when I'm having car trouble, I can look up that. It's almost better than YouTube because the video is so short. They have to make it to where it's meaningful in that little bit of time. So and down to like just some random stuff. Like I learned the history of Monopoly, the other week. So it's stuff like that where you just don't get that value from any other social medias. And like when he mentioned Keith Lee, like that's the only place where you can kind of really blow up quicker because the algorithms is not kind of messed up like Instagram and Twitter is, where if you go viral on TikTok, even if it's just if you make a song and it goes viral on TikTok, you can make maybe like $1 million in a year with that song and just go ghost. So like that's the power that the US know TikTok has, a part of the security issues and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah, that now that y'all teaching me something here, so I didn't know it was that free. Because
Yeah.
yes, that algorithm for Google is jacked up, where you could get a lot of views one day and then nothing the next day. And it's not consistent enough. But to my point is that they're trying to appease the buyers that's advertising to point those different eyes in different directions on a daily basis. This sounds more of a wild wild west type of social platform where everybody has an equal opportunity. And if that's the case, then yeah, I could yeah, America is not going to let you play by your rules for so long, especially in their stuff. So I could see, I c- it's too many eyes for it to be banned completely. But them saying that it's a security issue, um, and a security issue, while it can't, I feel like they should be able to just come up with a policy in order to fix it. Maybe fix some configurations in order to fix the security issues. Saying that someone is spying on you um, is kind of broad. And yes, every administrator can technically spy on you just because they're an administrator. They can see the back end, whether if the user can or not. So that's interesting. That's very interesting. That brings a lot to my attention. So maybe I might re-download TikTok and see exactly if there's some more stuff I can look into. Hmm. Interesting, man.
And plus
Anybody else?
TikTok doing what they not doing. You can Google a bike on Google and you'll see that same bike as an ad on Facebook when you log into Facebook again. So it's like
Yeah.
you don't
So
get
we
that.
it's all in the cookies. We'll when we get back into Security Plus, it's all in the cookies of when you Google something, everybody sees that cookies on your web browser, and then they share it all. And again, like I said, if to take your example of the bike, Huffy, the bike maker, has paid Google so much money for advertising. So they may pay them 50 grand to make sure that they see on the advertisement that they made up, they want 50,000 people to see it a day. I'm gonna pay you $50,000 for the next 3 months. Well, whenever you Google that, yeah, they might have a third party contract in place with all the other social media platforms in order for you to, whenever you quit with one and you go to the next app, they have to, hey, this person needs to see this application or see this bike. Make sure you advertise whenever they go to a particular search. Like I think the other day I seen how you could just hit the search button, and before you even start to type in something, they're already advertising to you. Or like in Netflix now is, I remember Netflix had no advertisement at all, and now you can't get through a simple movie without at least two breaks of advertising. So um, yeah, it's all playing into it. Matter of fact, now that I think about it, I don't know if you guys watch anime, but that's my little nerdy side of it. I watch anime on Crunchyroll, and Crunchyroll is notorious with running ads. But Crunchyroll is if I want to say it's ran out of China. Not sure. I might be tripping on that. But anyway, um, it used to be free and it used to be kind of ad free. but now it's just kind of oversaturated with ads. So I think that really kind of brings it back to the point that exactly if you get the premium on Crunchyroll, then you don't really have to worry about it. Um, but they you know they're gonna pester you with getting the premium until you actually get it. And I think the same thing could go with TikTok. I think they'll come together on a price, um, a name for the new division that they're put into the US and a price. And they'll say, hey, okay, we can continue to run our operations, but we just want to make sure that people who want to not get ads, make sure you go to TikTok Premium, which will probably not saturate, but water down the content because then they'll fall right in line with everybody else when it comes to advertisement.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like TikTok is already so oversaturated with ads already because TikTok actually released this. Do you know what Shane is by chance? Shane, Timu by chance?
Timu, yep. Okay, yeah,
There
those
we
two
go. There we
companies.
go. Um, TikTok actually just released something like I think last year no, it was like 2023 called TikTok Shop. I swear it's almost the exact same thing. It's a Temu, except that content creators can get commission just based off of them advertising the product themselves. And I'm saying it's like super easy. Like you don't even have to like follow the normal rules of advertisement. Like I swear you just have to be, hey, I got this product. It's as simple as clicking the link on like just you. It's not no click the link in my bio, no code. All they have to do, as long as they click the link off of your profile, you get commission from that. So it's
Yeah,
best believe there's ads, there's advertisements. I'm not gonna lie, advertising got really bad on TikTok because of the TikTok shop. But that does beg the question, where is the TikTok shop getting this money from? Because if it is sourced in China, with the people obviously getting commission, is the US seeing any of that money from the TikTok shop as well? Because honestly, the TikTok shop is quite literally just a liaison. Just like Temu, just like all those other apps, because they're not coming from warehouse. All those different little trinkets and items, they're as cheap as Temu. It's basically exactly like Temu, and it's except it's literally integrated into the app. When I say, and I think it's the conversation of audience when it comes to it, because I mean, no offense, of course, Mr. Mitchell, but with the newer and younger generations becoming more and more and more and more influential, I believe that's what people are catering to. I mean, with the whole Sour Patch Kids, Duolingo, I'm trying to think of any brands that you may know specifically, but a lot of brands specifically are turning to what they call Gen Z advertisement, and
mhm.
they almost exclusively post on TikTok now. And I fear that is what the US is trying to get a part of. Because I mean, when it comes to privacy invasion, Facebook do that anyways. YouTube does it, Google does it, everybody does it. So why is it an issue now, even if TikTok were to do it? I think
Because they don't have their hand. I'm sorry to cut you, but
yeah, exactly.
they
They
don't
just
have their hands into it. And just off of they basically cut out the whole drop shipping bit that was hot in the
That's
2010,
exactly what it is,
2015.
though. It's just drop shipping on TikTok, literally.
And that's it's drop shipping with the free commercials, really. So I posed the question to you. You think Jeff Bezos don't want to get in some of that? Jeff Bezos is he there's no there yes, there's advertisement for Amazon, right? And we see it all over it, but as technology moves forward, you need to stay above and ahead of the game. And so you look at Amazon looking at TikTok, they don't have people advertising their products like that. You just kind of go on Amazon and treat it like a Google search and search for what you want. But it's typically the same Chinese manufacturers in Amazon in Amazon that are being advertised for free in TikTok. So I go back to the US needs their hand into it.
And
So let me
it's
stop.
also pretty cool though.
with I Wonder Where You Been, that song, that jazz song.
and it has 500 million views.
And she
I'm
making coins for that
making,
strawberry.
and I think their problem is that it's really difficult to, cause it's stupid stuff like that that gets billions and billions of views on TikTok, and it's just the fact that creators like that can't be controlled during quarantine. Quarantine is when TikTok really blew up because people's in the house, especially the young generation, and they needed a place to turn to. Influencers like Charlie D'Amelio and the Hype House and all those people, they blew up huge. I'm saying you can hit celebrity status just by lip syncing in your house. Like, yes, like you can get that 2 seconds of fame and do a lot with it. And the difference is that all these other corporations, compared to TikTok, those people can't really get control. They say what they want. They make those views, they get that money, and for the most part, they get brand deals and such, and that's when it gets all, blurred with the brand deals and advertisements. But when it comes to their free will and individuality, they could post what they want to post. And I think that is what makes it so scary is that there is no control at all. And these people, when I say these people are influential, they are influential influencers for a reason. They control everything. And
So
just from
is
getting
it
fans.
is it any, and forgive me on my ignorance. Is
Mhm.
there any known superstars on TikTok like that that has the influential following that
Well,
Um,
off rip, yeah, because if you're already famous, like say if you're a rapper or a singer or something, and you come in TikTok as your platform for you to voice your opinion, so you still get a check from TikTok because you already are famous, if that's what you're saying, like known people. But a lot of the TikTok or like social media influencers, they started on that or like bounce between Instagram and that.
the person
more
that I gave you earlier, even though you may not know him, and if I could suggest you to look him up maybe tonight, look up Keith Lee. Keith Lee
Yeah,
became so influential. Do you know this man could flip a failing business into a booming
that he
restaurant
did.
in one night with one video?
Like
Mo
went viral on the
Keith
news.
It
Lee.
was called the Keith Lee effect. It was called the Keith Lee effect. This man does nothing special. He
He was
doesn't
invited to the Grammys.
he doesn't invest any money in his videos. He doesn't do nothing special. No, he
Is
literally
that
Yes,
yes,
all he do is sit there and tell you if your chicken is a 10 or a 4.
he
Or
sits in the
he eats
front
the
seat.
restaurant food, tell him if it's
Mhm.
good or not, and then everybody will go and try it because he said it was good or not. They
I never
invited
seen
this man
that.
and his wife to the Grammys. He retired his wife.
Put a pause on this and let's jump into core two. And like I said, with core one, we talked about a lot of physical pieces and systems that goes into an actual computer, a PC. This in the core two, we're gonna talk more of the software, things that we can't really touch, but we're actually engaging with it with input items such as our keyboards, mouse, cameras, things of that nature. So the first lesson that we're gonna talk about is configuring Windows, and this is one of my favorite things to talk about because not just saying that because I'm anti Mac or Apple OS, but I've been working with Windows since 2007. And so I'm just kind of real familiar with the whole platform. And 9 times out of 10, you guys are probably familiar with the platform as well. So let's go through this lesson and see what we got. All right, configuring user settings. Um, to start off with Windows, um, even if you're going back to Windows 95, Windows XP, Windows 8, 10, 11, they all kind of have the same interface. This they give you a background here that you see in this picture, and then they typically going to give you a bar of some kind at the bottom where your apps can be at, little shortcuts. Then this in the lower right hand corner, you'll typically see your time and date, as well as other little icons in the notification area. And they're typically going to give you a start menu or a start button, which will bring up more options as far as the applications is concerned. But you can also, as the operating system developed over time, you can do a bunch of things with Windows, man. And now, and with Windows 11, it's more geared towards it being a mobile app versus it being a desktop app. But typically, when we see this window here, this screenshot that you see, we refer to this as the desktop. And I'm gonna go ahead and minimize this. This is my desktop. My apps are typically going to be over, or you can put them wherever you want them, but they could, they typically want to line them up. If oh, it just went away. Anyway, um, they typically want to line them up, and you can take them off of your desktop or add them to them however you feel fit. Um, and this is Windows 11 versus what I had in here in the screenshot, which is going to be Windows 10. And the reason why I know that is just because of the taskbar here at the bottom. Um, just little things that they've changed over the years. In Windows 10, they kept the Windows Start menu, this window button, over in the lower right left hand corner. And in Windows 11, you can see here on my desktop, they moved it to the center, where if you had one of those laptops that had a touch screen, you could treat your laptop as a tablet, right? It's kind of a gimmick. I don't know anybody who really use it like that, which I don't really know anybody who takes those laptops and actually fold them all the way over and uses it as a tablet. But um, you typically get all of these things no matter what Windows version you get. Um, that's going to be something that's just across the board. So if you understand Windows 10, you could probably understand XP. You you won't know everything about XP because it's such a old, outdated Windows operating system, but the gist is there. The start menu, the control panel, um, some of the settings are still the same, and it's easy to navigate. This is a screenshot of Windows 11. Nothing really, you know, changed here other than the color of the taskbar, and then now instead of the start tab coming up as a full slab over here on the left hand side, it comes up in the middle, and I'll demonstrate that with mine. And starting in, I think, Windows 7, they gave you a search menu here. So now you can type in certain settings as shortcuts versus trying to actually go through the each and every directory trying to find what you're looking for when it comes to the settings. Speaking of the settings, is places where you can um, configure and make the Windows product your own. This is where you're going to do those things at. Um, whether it's power options or running updates, um, setting what apps that you want to start up whenever you boot the machine up. These things are typically going to be found in the Windows settings. Over here, you'll see your system settings, which is a kind of a precursor to the about page. Um, you can see certain things such as the Windows 365 or Microsoft 365. Those are different apps such as PowerPoint, Excel, Word, your typical Microsoft suite. Then the OneDrive, which would be the cloud, things that we could throw into the cloud if you have that subscription there, which you probably do if you have a Windows machine. Um, Nowadays, with Windows 11, they're going to make you sign up with your Microsoft account in order to create a profile. So whenever you go to different Windows machines and you sign in with your profile, you can use a PIN or a biometric piece on it, such as fingerprint. Um, or use your voice to actually get into the machine, and they can, whenever you save things to different folders or to the directory such as your download folder, it will upload to the OneDrive. Um, so if you haven't went into your OneDrive and seen if there's anything there, take a look at it, see if you can log into it, see if there's anything that you have syncing to your OneDrive that you wasn't aware of, so you can go ahead and make sure you can administer that correctly. Now, the control panel and the Windows settings windows is typically one in one, right? So a lot of times if you work with me, I'm going to tell you to go to the control panel for any and everything. Um, this is where they're gonna, you know, have all the settings that you will want to look for. But a lot of times, if I'm training someone, I might tell you to do some either go to the control panel or go and just start typing in a certain setting. So we'll get to computer management later on, but I wouldn't tell somebody to go to the control panel for computer management. If I, instead of trying to find it in that setting, I would just tell you to go and use the search menu in order to find it, right? And it pulls it up, and you could tell that it's actual application on the machine because it has the name that you're looking for, but it also has like a sub name here that's under it that says this part of the system. Now, sometimes you can look for certain things that's not there, and Windows is trying to tell you that, hey, we can find it on the web for you, and but it sometimes look like it's actually on the PC. So check this out. If I want administrative tools, I can type it in halfway, and then if I'm not really looking at it, I will see it here, thinking that it's an app, and I will typically click on it. But what it's really going to do is just send me to probably Microsoft Edge and show me more search results on the web. This is what I don't want, right? Because it's obviously telling us what it's going to do, but sometimes you could overlook those things. So let's talk about local accounts and then the Microsoft account, right? So go to users real quick on my account. How do I want to show this? I want to show this control panel. And this is the control panel. I just typed in control panel and it pulls up this particular window that we seen here. Now, you may say, Lee, this is not the window that it pulled up. And that is correct. But in order to get that, to see all the items here that you see in the screenshot, you just want to go over here to view by, drop this down and go to large icons, or you can go to small icons. It really doesn't make a difference. It's just, easier to see. If you can want to see this view, you just go to a large icon there, and then you can see more options here than what it actually had with the categories. But we want to go to user accounts for this particular slide. And the user accounts, we have something that's connected to our Microsoft account, which is off in the cloud. That's, like I said, is given a profile setup. But then we have local accounts to this local machine. These things, these accounts rather, are accounts that we don't want anyone else to know that they're there or give administrative rights to. So let's go to computer management, and here in was it computer management? That is not it. Where's my user accounts? Data certificates. Bear with me. And I'm trying to add another Microsoft account, which is what I don't want. I don't want to build another profile on it. I want to build a local profile. Dang. I don't want to build that. Okay, well, I'm not gonna go through that. Anyway, you can add a local profile to this particular PC. Now, a local profile will not show up on any other Windows PC other than the one that is um, physically that you're at, right? The the Microsoft account can be used between different physical PCs, but that local account typically stays with one computer at all times. And we typically make these things. That's why I'm kind of confused about how come I can't really find it. Should be in computer management. Unless I have to run it as an admin. Nope. Hmm. Interesting. Anyway, well, I think what I'll do is that on tomorrow, I'll show when we go through the lab, I'll show you exactly that local account and how does that look. Now, that local account is typically going to be an administrator account. That's why I'm so prominent on wanting to show you because it has to do with cybersecurity as well, right? So you don't want people to get any credentials on your local account because they're typically going to have administrator rights on there. When you have administrator rights on your computer, you have the right to install different software. And from a security perspective, that's what we don't want. Um, if a hacker is able to get onto your computer, but then install some software on there, they typically are met with a uh, UAC, a user access control window. That's typically you'll hear a chime, the windows will go black, but then it shows you, please sign in with your username and password. They're looking for some type of account that has administrative rights on that PC. Now, for this PC that I'm on, my Mitchell lee.mitchell1015 at Gmail, that's my administrative account for this particular PC. But if I wasn't here, or if this was a PC that I wasn't an administrator on, if I could find that local account, more than likely I'll be able to install some type of software on that. So if you're working for, let's say, a help desk, and someone needs a new software installed on their machine, you're probably going to be faced with some type of UAC in order to install that machine. Typically, what help desk has is some type of admin account that has those privileges in order to get them past that stage and install that machine, install that software on that machine. Now, data collection, when it comes to that Microsoft account, that data collection comes in handy here because now, like how we already said with the TikTok conversation, they have a way to look at and advertise and send you services based off of your preferences off of your Microsoft account. Now, not saying that you shouldn't have a Microsoft account because you don't want to get advertised too, but it goes back to what we're saying of how everything is kind of monitored to a certain degree. And is if you don't want your Microsoft account to have that type of um, surveillance on it, then you can always unlink it with that particular PC and don't use it. Now, not only do they use it for ads, they also look at the speech recognition and the type of typing speeds that you may have. So sometimes when you hear people typing away, it's a lot of clacking, but then they're not really looking at the typing speed, but they may look at the type of do you make a lot of mistakes? Do you hit a lot of backspaces, deleting? Do you type your typical words really fast, and then words that you're not familiar with spelling, you kind of go at a very slow pace or more of a pecking order. Those are typing personalizations that goes into your profile. The diagnostics when it comes to the actual uh, the health of software, the health of the actual PC, the physical hardware. All those things are data points that we collect. Not we, Microsoft collects, and then they put on under your profile. And so, if they know that you like to run your laptop on battery all the time and doesn't go to sleep, then that might go into the diagnostic piece of your profile. And so, whenever you get a new laptop, they may configure your new settings. I mean, configure the settings on your new laptop to be, to have those type of settings. App permissions. I highlighted this because not so much on the PC side, it's more on the mobile side that I'm more concerned with when it comes to app permissions. And a lot of times, you see this when it wants to, an application wants to know your location before it actually lets you use the services. You do see some of that in a Windows machine as far as the applications are concerned. I haven't really seen the app permissions with the Windows operating system. So anything in the settings, um, I haven't really seen anything wanting to have some type of permissions to it. It's just kind of already a known fact of what it is. Desktop settings. So here I got highlighted the time and the language there, so you can always go over to your time setting and adjust it as you see fit. Now, typically, what I'm showing you here in the lower right hand corner, um, you can typically right click on the time to get more um, settings. And that's kind of true for Windows across the board. Anytime you want to see if there's some type of customization to it, just right click on it. And if there's something there, then it will show you. If not, then it's not going to show you anything. But here we can adjust the time. And when you go from state to state or you go from time zone to time zone, this goes off of the DNS time that you have working in the background. Remember, DNS is domain name system. This typically goes off of that, but um, it can also go off of the satellites orbiting the Earth and be able to adjust your time that way. Also, it goes with the language. Now, I wouldn't say that that's a big thing, but me working for the company that I work for, we work with a lot of um, people around the globe. And so you may run into a Windows machine that's running German um, one day, and then the next day you'll run into a machine that has Spanish, and all German. And then you may see some settings that's maybe Australian the next day. And so this is a good way to help you out. Come here and be able to change the language um, to at least help you out on your profile that you logged into. The lock screen settings, you can always, really kind of set up the kind of notifications that you would want on your lock screen settings to make sure maybe I want it to lock the screen when if it's idle for maybe 5 minutes. The desktop's theme, I think we seen that when we pulled it up. What was that on? I'll just go one another way. You can go to display settings and go to the theme. Where's the theme? Personalization, sorry, personalized. And this is going to change all of the theme here on the desktop. So we can go here and you see it changes the whole theme to a blue theme. Um, or we can have it kind of switch throughout the day. Um, just kind of, typical things that you can make your Windows machine your own personal profile. Now, for you guys that's in school or you're working at a spot and you say, hey, you know what, I want to change the background, the desktop to my favorite, like I had a truck up there. Um, some organizations may have it locked down to where you can't change those things, and that's based off of what we call group policies, making sure that we group everyone that's under our network. We have a certain policy to where what you can and cannot do, and a lot of times we want to lock this stuff down because it's not just we want to take away the fun from the client. It's more on if it's compromised by a hacker of some sort, then they could take this and actually try to see if there's some more permissions that they can get access to. So we typically want to just lock all those things down. Ease of access. So the one thing that if you know about Windows machines is that they can be more personable. I don't want to say that. They're personable. So they can actually, you can configure it however you want it to be configured. It can always save to your profile, that Microsoft profile that you put on there. And then when you go to a new Windows machine, if you log in with that profile, then it's able to pull those configurations up. So it can always have like a vision. If you need to see some things a little bit bigger, you can always go to your start menu and type in magnifier, and that's going to automatically blow everything up, right? And then I have to find it in order to get out of it. But it also has things for the hearing impaired as well. So it's not just something that you just have to deal with. Is if you know those options are there, or maybe if you're working with a client and they have you might be working with an older client that has a harder time looking at the text, and they say that they need to see it a little bit bigger. um, Maybe we go to our display settings and we look to see if there's a way to change the resolution. Maybe we want to change the display or the font size. That ain't what I wanted. Where is it? Maybe we could change the font size, the font style here in order to accommodate that client. All right, file explorer options. So let's talk about the file explorers real quick. So I clicked on, if you look at my taskbar down here, you'll see that I have a folder, and I always keep this folder down here because this is how we actually go through the different files here on a Windows machine. Whenever you are downloading something from the internet, or from you put in a thumb drive or what have you, whatever way that you are able to see files, this is where we can take those files and put them where we want to put them. And far as folders, create folders, we can throw them on the desktop from here. This is actually my cloud, but anyway, we could throw them on the desktop here. So quick explanation here. Sometimes you may get a cloud instance that has the same file categories as what you are typically going to see on your desktop, but you're typically gonna have some type of desktop downloads, uh, documents folder. These folders right here. I'm sorry, these categories. This is typically what you're gonna see on every machine, right? Now you may have duplicates of that because of the cloud, and you just need to go to see if you're seeing that there's a file here or a folder here, but when you go to your actual desktop and you don't see that replication there, then you can pretty much say, okay, this is probably in the cloud. What I want to look at is probably going to be here, right? So these file explorers is going to show these different categories of where files are always located, and we could take these things and we can either put permissions on them, we can hide them, we can put them in different categories, lock them down, whatever we want to do here. And a lot of times what I would tell people is that you just want to, everything is here in the properties. You want to make sure that you right click on the file or the folder and go to your properties to see what kind of options that you got. Um, this is where you can see if you want to share this folder with someone within your group or within the organization. This is where we can lock down if someone has access to this particular folder. Um, if they have full control meaning they can delete this whole folder if they wanted to, and the contents inside, or if they wanted to add more documents to it, they can do that. If I wanted to just matter of fact, I'm sorry, let's go back real quick. Now that it just hit me. This is a local account right here. This administrator's account. This is what you call a local account. And it's typically in a window like this. And we can add more permissions to it or different groups to it as we go along. But this is what I wanted to really kind of show in the beginning, that this is something that I won't log into unless I need to. And these are the type of things that I want to lock down from anybody else seeing them, or getting, more importantly, getting access to them. Because if they can, then they can pretty much do whatever they want to do with the computer. So just wanted to point that out. But going back to the file permissions, this is where we can go to my personal account and say, hey, I don't want Lee to have full control. Or maybe if I want to take that away and I say, you know what, I just want to give them read only access. So I'll just uncheck everything, make sure they can't write to it, and just hit apply and okay. And now for this folder, only thing I can do is just look into it, see the contents, maybe even open the contents, but I won't be able to change it. I won't be able to save it, destroy it, such as delete it. None of those things. This is how you lock down permissions. So when we go back into cybersecurity, Security Plus, and I tell you, hey, we want to make sure we give them permissions, only enough permissions to where they can do their job, and that's it. That's what I'm hinting at here, making sure we lock them down account wise to where they just can't do whatever they want to do. Okay. Also, another pro tip: if you play around with these settings, if you don't want it to take place, then make sure you don't click apply and okay. It's typically going to cancel out if you cancel everything that you've done if you just click cancel. All right. Any questions?
Me, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was paying attention, but could you go back to the last slide?
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so somewhere along the way, I was trying to I was in the file explorer while he was explaining it. So the advanced options, did you get that simply by a right click?
The advanced options over here?
Yeah, so I saw the last when he was like, this is the part where you want to lock down. Okay. Oh, you use a proper code.
You have advanced options in several spots. Like here for advanced. But let me see what this screenshot is going off of. This is indexing. I want to say I definitely wasn't in there. But you see how I got to that, right? I just typed it in.
Uh-huh.
And
Okay.
just
all right.
But you have those options on every window that you pretty much open up. And now it's not going to be, let me take that back. You can have those options sometimes to have an advance. And if so, you'll typically get these little shields right here
Mm-hmm.
where it's saying, hey, okay, if you're going to make a change to here, then you're going to use a local or some type of admin account in order to make the change. So that whenever you see this shield, they're going to basically say, okay, you can modify it or you can do whatever you want to do here. But in order to do that, we're going to ask for a username and password in order to make that change. So just know that.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my bad. Any other questions? All right, topic 1B, configuring Windows system settings. Now, system settings, nothing really special in my opinion, but it because you can get this information from several different windows, even the command window that I talked about a lot in Core 1. But the about and the system settings is pretty much just going to tell you more information about what type of PC that we're working on. It's going to give you the OS name. So, pro tip is that if anybody asks you what type of OS that you're working on, just simply go to your start menu, type in system information. It'll pop right on up. System information, OS name is going to be Windows 11. The edition that I have is going to be the home edition. Now, these typically could come into the professional edition, or used to be something else it was called enterprise. But the home edition is typically going to be is not going to have some administrative tools that will come with more of a office build, right? But this is typically going to be the OS name, and then the version is going to be here. If you ever see anything from Microsoft that comes out that says, hey, if you have a particular OS and the version, then you could probably go into your system information here and look to see if you fall within that category. If not, then you can keep it moving. The system name is something that we can always change. That's going to be the computer name that we learned from Core 1. Just here, they call it the system name. You can see the processor, your RAM, and what else that will be important? The system type, which would be a 64-bit. But like I said, for you to run into a 86-bit or a 32-bit system, probably not going to really run into those. So it's going to typically be a 64-bit. And platform, this is a desktop that I'm working on. It could say laptop where you're at, but what I typically, when I go to a system information window, I'm typically going to be looking at the OS name, the version, and then really what type of processor and RAM it has. The update window.